Chapter 11:28. But the more anxious he was, the easier it was for problems to occur. If the golden condor king's forehead wasn't covered in feathers, he would be sweating profusely. He couldn't sense the azure condor king's aura. Where did this bastard go? Normally, he couldn't even get 3 feet away. Now that he was needed, he disappeared. At this moment, the golden condor king had a bad feeling. Things were going to get troublesome. The giant crocodile king gritted his teeth. Where is he? Golden condor king, don't tell me you can't find the azure condor king. The bloodline resonance between your eagle race is something everyone knows. If you dare to use such an excuse to brush me off, I will make you regret it. The golden condor king's expression became even uglier. He took a deep breath. That's right, the bloodline resonance of the eagle race can be sensed. But under some unexpected circumstances, this connection will be temporarily interrupted. I really can't lock onto the azure condor king's location right now. The giant crocodile king's eyes brightened. Fine, I already warned you, but you're still using this excuse to brush me off. Even if you're just brushing me off, you're still so perfunctory. It can be seen just how much you despise me. Unforgivable. Otherwise, the golden condor king wouldn't have dared to destroy the grotto and sever its bloodline. The golden condor king panicked. Giant crocodile king, I promise you that I will quickly find the azure condor king and give you an explanation for the grotto. The giant crocodile king roared. The giant crocodile king roared angrily, but before that, let me twist your head off first. It's just too much of an eyesore. At this moment, the flames of anger burned in its chest, but it didn't make it lose its mind. The giant crocodile king was furious. It wanted to kill the golden condor king who had severed its bloodline and killed its clansmen to avenge them, but it would also ruin the golden condor king's cooperation with the nightmare demon race. The golden condor king had to die. This fellow was too sinister and malicious. It could dodge the arrow this time, but it might not be so lucky next time. Giant crocodile king, don't think that I'm afraid of you. The golden condor king let out a furious roar, summoning the image of a giant golden condor. The golden condor king had no choice but to summon its beast king body in the face of the giant crocodile's violent attack. The 2 giant beast phantoms fought fiercely, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to disintegrate. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept out in all directions like raging waves. The remaining nightmare beast kings were all stunned. Didn't they say that they were going to settle the score with the nightmare demon race today? How did the giant crocodile king and the golden condor king end up fighting each other? Both sides had even summoned their beast king physiques. It was obvious that things weren't going to end well. However, anger was just anger. When they came back to their senses, the nightmare beast kings quietly retreated and watched coldly from the sidelines. The golden condor king was the previous ruler of the world and the giant crocodile king was its successor. In other words, both of them had defeated all the other beast kings within the Yong's territory. That was how they had established their dominance. That was to say, all the beast kings present at the scene had more or less been hit by the giant crocodile's attacks. Now that the giant crocodile and the golden condor king were fighting, the initial sense of absurdity was gone. All the beast kings were excited. Beat them. Beat them hard. It would be best if they could kill 1 or 2 of them. Their brains would be blown out. It would be even better if they could die together. Not only would they be able to avenge the humiliation they had suffered in the past, but the death of the 2 strongest nightmare beast kings would also give them a chance to take over the nightmare demon king's position. Even though the gap between them was huge, at least there was hope. It wouldn't be the same as it was now. On the surface, everyone was on equal footing, but in reality, they would be warned every few days and they would have to suppress their anger and show their loyalty. Boom, the giant crocodile's beast king body was smashed away. The giant crocodile's original body caved in with a loud bang, creating a huge crater that kicked up a cloud of dust. The giant crocodile king was enraged. The golden condor king had been hiding his strength and had unleashed it when it was caught off guard. The giant crocodile king had suffered a great loss. That bastard had been scheming for a long time. But that little bit of strength wasn't enough to shake the giant crocodile king's position. Heh! The giant crocodile king felt that there was something under its body. It was soft to the touch and seemed to be covered in a layer of fur. The giant crocodile king lowered its head. Its eyes suddenly widened as if it had seen a ghost. The azure condor king. No, to be more precise, it was the azure condor king's corpse. How could it be here? The giant crocodile king's head swelled. Then, it snapped out of its daze. It had no idea who had killed the azure eagle king and why his corpse was here. But the crater had been created by the giant crocodile king, and the azure condor king was right under its butt. What would the other nightmare beast kings think? The golden condor king's scheme? Right. It had to be the golden condor king's scheme. Only the golden condor king, who was fighting the giant crocodile king, could frame it. The golden condor king must have torn open space and thrown the azure condor king's corpse in just before it was sent flying. Damn it, I didn't notice. No, I have to quickly dispose of the azure condor king's corpse. I'll pretend that nothing happened before anyone sees it. The giant crocodile king's huge tail wrapped around the azure condor king's corpse. It only needed an instant to tear open space and throw the corpse inside. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly rose. Without warning, a gust of wind blew all the dust away. The giant crocodile king, who had extended its tail and wrapped around the azure condor king's corpse, was just about to tear open space when it was suddenly exposed before everyone. Space seemed to freeze for a moment before it was shattered by the golden condor king's furious roar. Giant crocodile king. It was about to go crazy with anger. Just a moment ago, the golden condor king had been extremely worried, unsure of what had happened. Even in the face of the murderous giant crocodile king, he had not been confident. After all, from what he had seen, the azure condor king definitely had something to do with the destruction of the grotto. The broken feather that the black wolf king had brought was the best evidence. It could not have been wrong. But now, what did the golden condor king see? The azure condor king's corpse was hidden on the giant crocodile king's body. It must have fallen out because it had been injured and its aura had become chaotic. No wonder the golden condor king could not sense the azure condor king's aura. The giant crocodile king had been killed. Of course, there were no bloodline fluctuations. That damned giant crocodile king, this was all a self-made show. The destruction of the grotto, the severing of its bloodline, the heavy casualties of its clansmen. Damn it. To think that it had felt a trace of guilt before. That bastard was truly vicious. To think that he would do such a thing just to deal with it. But all of this was obviously very valuable. If the azure condor king's corpse was not found and the giant crocodile king disappeared, the blame for the destruction of the grotto would be pinned firmly on its head. At that time, no matter what the giant crocodile king did, it would have sufficient reason to do so. It would be recognized and would not attract trouble. The golden condor king was not the only one who was furious. The other nightmare beast kings, who had been waiting for the two sides to fight, were also completely dumbfounded. They even felt as if they were in a dream. Who could tell them just how many more twists were going to happen today? The giant crocodile king, who had suffered a calamity, was actually the mastermind behind all of this. Just thinking about its actions made one shudder in fear. It wasn't me, the giant crocodile king roared. It was the golden condor king. He deliberately framed me. If I really killed the azure condor king, I would have just destroyed his corpse. Why would I bring his corpse with me and expose it in front of you? That's right, the giant crocodile king was not that stupid. The golden condor king sneered. Who knows what schemes you have in your heart? After all, in order to become a true king, you didn't hesitate to kill off all your bloodline descendants, destroy your own nest, and ally with the nightmare demon race. It isn't impossible for you to do anything. Now that he put it that way, it did make sense. The giant crocodile king roared, I will kill you. Boom, it flung the azure condor king's corpse away and soared into the sky. The golden condor king roared, do you think I'm afraid of you? In the blink of an eye, the two top nightmare beast kings engaged in a frenzied battle. At this moment, the giant crocodile king and golden condor king both regarded each other as opponents who had schemed to harm them. When they attacked, they naturally didn't hold anything back. The Beast King battle body erupted with terrifying power, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in. All the Nightmare Beast Kings were attracted by the fierce battle between the two sides. They were still confused and didn't understand what was going on. Thus, they didn't notice the Black Wolf King's stiff expression. The Azure Condor King was dead. It was actually dead. This wasn't what they had planned. Damn it, something had gone wrong. The only ones who could kill the Azure Condor King and bring its corpse here to throw the entire situation into chaos were undoubtedly them. These bastards, they went back on their word and didn't keep their promise. But since they could kill the Azure Condor King, they could also kill it. The Black Wolf King's eyes flashed with viciousness, but in the end, it turned into disappointment. At this point, the Giant Crocodile King and the Golden Condor King were like fire and water. The situation had already gone out of its control, it could only resign itself to fate. As for revealing everything and resolving the misunderstanding between the two Nightmare Beast Kings, that was impossible. Otherwise, the Giant Crocodile King and the Golden Condor King would be the first to tear it to pieces. A chance to make amends and turn over a new leaf. That was simply wishful thinking. In the current situation, even if the Black Wolf King knew that it had been used by them, it could only silently endure it. It didn't dare to reveal any of its thoughts. But in truth, there was one person who had sensed the subtle changes in the Black Wolf King's emotions. That was Qi Zhen. This noble young master who had awakened the bloodline of the ancient king was still able to maintain a surprisingly calm demeanor in the current situation. After taking in the changes in the Black Wolf King's emotions, Qi Zhen's eyes flashed. He revealed a trace of reminiscence and then understanding. From this expression, it seemed he had figured out something. For instance, who was behind the scenes? Just who was the one who planned all of this? But, such a crucial operation hadn't been told ahead of time to the Nightmare Beast clansmen that were about to enter the Nightmare Beast territory. Was it to keep it a secret and ensure the success of the plan? Or perhaps, the person who arranged it in the past already had other thoughts? Qi Zhen's lips curved up. He discovered that things were becoming more and more interesting. Then, he might as well enjoy this great drama. At this time, Qi Zhen frowned. He looked into the distance, his eyes deep and abstruse. If Yun Lan were here and saw his eyes right now, he would definitely find them familiar. This was because not too long ago, Qin Yu had also used this gaze to look into the distance. Interesting, it really is interesting, Qi Zhen said in a soft voice. He subconsciously licked his lips. To think that there would be such a formidable strength. It's worth it, perhaps I might even obtain some unexpected benefits. When he was still some distance away from the Giant Crocodile King and Golden Eagle King's battlefield, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He could feel that ancient and powerful aura once more. The other party seemed to have already sensed his arrival. But, that was all, there wasn't any further feedback. It seemed that this other party was confident in themselves. Qin Yu took a deep breath. His pitch-black eyes exuded a faint chill. He didn't know who his opponent was, but that wasn't important. As long as he could confirm that this person wanted to kill him and his best choice was to kill him ahead of time, that was enough. Qin Yu. Yun Lan furrowed his eyebrows, a bit worried. I'm fine. Qin Yu smiled. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Taking the initiative to attack is always better than being beaten passively, and I think that this might be a good thing. Seeing that Yun Lan didn't believe him, Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. Don't underestimate a man's sixth sense. Sometimes it is even more accurate than a woman's intuition. Yun Lan revealed a helpless expression. Be serious. Now is not the time to be careless. In such a situation, how could he not be nervous at all? The bloodline of the ancient king, this was the bloodline of the ancient king. Although they had killed 5 of their powerful demon commanders, it was impossible for her to determine just how much strength the ancient king's bloodline had hidden within the Nightmare Beast territory. Qin Yu lightly said, I am very cautious, far more cautious than I have been in the past. Don't worry, I haven't fulfilled my wish, so it is impossible for me to die. Let's stop chatting here. Let's hurry on our way, let's speed up. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, the group of 7 sped up, chasing after the fleeing demon aura. A moment later, He Tiangong's complexion changed. He looked up into the distance. Although the distant skies seemed normal, he could feel a mysterious oppressive aura. Young master, there are powerhouses fighting. They are very strong. With He Tiangong's cultivation, if he could say the words very strong, then it must be extremely tyrannical. Yun Lan's complexion changed. She looked at Qin Yu and saw him nod. Her complexion became even more dignified. The direction that Qin Yu sensed was in that direction. There were actually powerhouses that even He Tiangang found difficult to deal with. The situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. Since we've come this far, there is no reason not to go. Perhaps we might even be able to pick up a bargain, Qin Yu lightly said. He Tiangang sucked in a deep breath. Young master, be careful. He didn't try to dissuade Qin Yu, but in his heart, he had already prepared himself to risk his life. What happened next would definitely not be easy. Soon, heaven-shaking explosions spread into everyone's ears. The distorted and collapsing skies could already be clearly seen. Wild fluctuations of strength rolled about like raging waves, mixed with the roars of two top beast kings. Giant Crocodile King, Golden Eagle King, Yun Lan cried out. Her eyes widened in shock. It was clear she never imagined that the ones fighting right now would be the two most powerful beast kings in the Nightmare Beast's territory according to the records of her clan. Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong all gasped for breath. They clearly knew just how terrifying these two terrifying beast kings were. If any one of them were to erupt with all their strength, even if the three of them joined forces, they still might not be able to resist it. Old Fox and He Tiangong's expressions became incomparably dignified. Only Qin Yu's eyes swept over the Giant Crocodile King and Golden Eagle King. Without pausing, his eyes fell on a young demon on the ground. The other party had clearly discovered Qin Yu's arrival. He faintly smiled and their gazes collided in the air. Qin Yu was expressionless. The chill in the depths of his eyes suddenly rose. He had already locked onto this person. The one who wanted to kill him was this person. But after Qi Zhen saw Qin Yu's expression, he revealed a strange expression. He faintly furrowed his eyebrows, a bit of shock and confusion in his eyes. It was like he had seen something unexpected. As he stared at Qin Yu, his eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Finally, he took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. Accident, it was another accident. Qi Zhen was certain that from the moment he saw Qin Yu, things had completely deviated from his previous expectations. Just what was going on. Chapter 1129. A person that shouldn't have a mark actually had a mark. Although this was a bit awkward to say, it proved something very strange. And this matter might be able to unravel the desire he had hidden in his heart for countless years. Qi Zhen thought for a moment. His lips suddenly moved and his voice sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. The one who wanted to kill you was me, but I've changed my mind. This involves a very interesting matter. If you are willing, perhaps we can try to cooperate. Of course, I cannot say the details of our cooperation yet because I need to confirm what is going on with you. Qin Yu frowned. Normally speaking, the words of someone that wanted to kill him not long ago shouldn't be worth believing. But at this moment, his intuition told him that what Qi Zhen said was very important. After hesitating for less than a second, Qin Yu nodded. Qi Zhen looked away. These two people that both wanted to kill each other had acted in such an inconceivable manner. They both trusted each other and didn't need to make any promises. As long as they nodded, it would be confirmed. The Golden Condor King was not the Giant Crocodile King's match, even if it was hiding its strength like the Black Wolf King. The reason was simple. They could hide themselves and so could the Giant Crocodile King. It wasn't some secret technique that allowed one to hide and the other to hide. Hiding was even more fun. In short, after the Golden Condor King clashed with the Giant Crocodile King for a while, his aura began to drop. Then, he was beaten into a pitiful state with countless golden feathers broken. With a scream, the Golden Condor King barely managed to push back the Giant Crocodile King's Beast King battle body. Then, he turned and fled. He had lost face, but compared to his life, it was nothing. The Giant Crocodile King roared and chased after him without hesitation. They had already fought today and it had to use this chance to eliminate the Golden Condor King. As for the Nightmare Demon race, it didn't want to provoke them now. It could already see the vague outline of the road to becoming a true king. The only thing it lacked now was time. Damn it. Whoosh, whoosh, one behind the other, the two top beast kings rapidly fled. The remaining crocodile kings looked at each other in dismay. What should they do next? The giant crocodile king said the golden condor king was cooperating with the nightmare demon race, and the golden condor king said the giant crocodile king was cooperating with the nightmare demon race. It was hard to determine who was truly causing trouble. But without a doubt, the nightmare demon race was involved. There was nothing wrong with dealing with them, but did he really have to do it? The nightmare demon race was not to be trifled with. If they started a war, whoever attacked first would be thrown out to take the blame. At that moment, the remaining young beast kings had many thoughts. Their eyes swept left and right with hesitation and conflict. He did not want to be the first to make a move. However, if he were to give up just like that, he would be letting the nightmare demons off too easily. The Ant King was the one who died today. If they didn't teach the nightmare demon race a lesson, they might be the ones to die in the future. The corner of Qi Zhen's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of mockery. He suddenly said, "Attack, don't let these idiots continue to make things difficult for us." The air suddenly became quiet. He chuckled and glanced around. "What? Didn't you hear what this young master said? I don't want to repeat the same thing twice." Crazy. He must be crazy. Could it be that young Master Qi Zhen didn't know that once they took action, they would start a war with the Yong race? People would die, and it would not be a small number. On the other side, the Yong beast kings, who were debating whether they should attack and teach the nightmare demon race a lesson, were completely enraged. Arrogant. Courting death. However, before they could think of any more words to express their anger, the nightmare demon tribe roared, "Let's go. Kill." Boom. Boom. The ancient king's bloodline was the first to attack. The situation instantly became chaotic. The young beast kings, who were caught off guard, only panicked for a moment before they charged forward. It was the nightmare demon race who attacked first. Even if they killed people, it wouldn't be breaking the rules. What was there to hesitate about? They would kill to their heart's content. They had long wanted to attack the nightmare demon race. Rumble. A terrifying energy wave swept out. The unstable space of the Yong beast territory instantly distorted. Countless spatial cracks shattered and released a powerful devouring power that tore through everything. At this moment, the world in front of them was like a boiling pot of porridge. Yun Lan's eyes brightened. The ancient king's bloodline suddenly started fighting the Yong beast kings. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for them. Although it was a despicable thing to stab a fellow clansman in the back, but for the sake of expediency, he couldn't care less about this. Qin Yu suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. "Go, help them deal with the Yong beast kings." Yun Lan almost choked on her saliva. She looked at Qi Zhen. She had seen the exchange of glances between him and Qin Yu. She was sure that he was the target. Now, he wasn't going to hurry and help them deal with the Yong beast kings. Just what was Qin Yu thinking? Qin Yu had a calm expression. "Don't ask too much. Do as I say." His tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable firmness in this calmness. Although Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong had received instructions from Yun Wuya before entering the Yong beast territory, they were still more inclined towards Yun Lan. Their eyes fell on her. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang had some scruples. Although they couldn't understand Qin Yu's actions, they had to obey. Kill. With a shout, the two old demons rushed into the battle. Yun Lan took a deep breath. "Qin Yu, I hope you won't regret this." She looked deeply at him and then shouted, "Follow me." Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong, the three demon commanders of the old king's bloodline, hurriedly followed. "This little girl seems to be interested in you. Her eyesight is quite good." Qi Zhen smiled. He placed a hand on his chest and performed an ancient etiquette of the demon race. "Let me formally introduce myself. My current name is Qi Zhen, a direct descendant of the nightmare ancient king's bloodline. Of course, you don't need to care about any of this, just consider it my apology for my previous actions." There was far too much information revealed in these words. If one carefully thought about it, they could even come up with a horrifying possibility. But Qi Zhen had calmly said it without any intention of hiding anything. Did he really not care, or did he have enough confidence in himself that he didn't fear it being leaked out? Thinking about it, the higher possibility was the latter. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He calmly said, I am not so stingy. Since I said I would temporarily put it down, I won't cling to what happened before. His eyes flashed. Now, what I want to know the most is what you mean by cooperation. Good. I admire straightforward people the most. Qi Zhen gave a thumb up. Then I will also get straight to the point. Before discussing cooperation, I must first confirm who you are. Perhaps you might think it strange to say this, but I have no way of explaining it right now. Qin Yu directly asked, what do you need me to do? Qi Zhen said, simple. Just give me your hand. Qin Yu reached out a hand and Qi Zhen grasped it. In the next moment, Qin Yu could clearly feel the connection between him and the nightmare ancestral land being gently touched. Thump, 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 in his chest, the heart of the abyss suddenly accelerated and demonic energy subconsciously erupted within his body. Qi Zhen let go and took a step back. He looked at Qin Yu with a strange look in his eyes and excitement. It's true, it's actually true, strange, it's really strange. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed his racing heart. He said, can you tell me now? Qi Zhen nodded. Yes. I have already determined that you are a different person from me, but you also have the same characteristics. Haha, I never thought that after waiting for so many years, this day would finally come. You brat, you are lucky to have met me. If it were anyone else, I fear you would already be dead. His eyes fell on Qin Yu's face and his lips curled up. What? You don't believe me, right? But if I really wanted to kill you, you would definitely die. Even if you have the Abyssal Titan bloodline there seems to be a fairly strong summoning crystal. Qin Yu's heart shook. This was the first time that someone had seen through his hidden cards with a single glance. How was this possible? The Abyssal Titan bloodline was fine, after all, it was in his body. But how had the Demon Dragon race elder's summoning crystal been discovered? Are you scared? Haha, in truth, there is something I haven't said yet. For instance, you, a person from the world of the living, are actually able to live in the abyss. There are even more things you can't see because they have been covered up by others. Hey, what a good method. They can even block my observation. It seems that your current state was deliberately arranged by someone. Qi Zhen sighed. Although I don't know who it is, this person's courage is truly great. He actually dares to attack it. I can't say any more, otherwise there will be great trouble. Let's leave this place first and change places to have a good chat. Qi Zhen flicked his sleeves. Qin Yu didn't even feel any fluctuations of strength. The scenery in front of him instantly changed and the two of them appeared atop a mountain peak. Strong winds howled in their ears. Looking down, all they could see was layers upon layers of fog, tumbling about like roaring waves. It was only at this moment that Qin Yu truly believed that Qi Zhen had the strength to easily kill him. This person was far too terrifying. Just who was he? Wind howled in his ears. Qi Zhen angrily pushed aside a strand of hair that blocked his eyes. Then, he reached out a hand and pointed forward. There was a light cracking sound in the void, as if some switch had been pressed. The strong winds on the mountain peak suddenly vanished from sight. Looking around, he could clearly see that in the distance, the thick branches of the great trees were still wildly swaying and the fog was still tumbling. But, the mountain peak had become an area where no wind could blow. I can finally speak in peace. This place hasn't had such strong winds before. Qi Zhen shook his head as he spoke. He glanced at Qin Yu and said, scared? Do you believe what I said now? Haha, in truth, I fear that my current strength is inferior to yours. These are just some small tricks. You will understand them in the future. Qin Yu took a deep breath and bowed. May I ask who senior is? Qi Zhen waved his hand. There is no need to bow. Although it seems like I have lived longer than you on the surface, strictly speaking, you and I are the same type of person. It is fine to speak as equals. He took 2 steps back and forth. Then, he knocked his forehead. As for your question, the truth is that it is difficult to answer. I have no intention of evading. The reason is, I have many identities. You can simply think of it as living many times. Of course, I know what you want to know the most. Some of my living identities are very ordinary and some are not. For instance, the Nightmare King that you know of. Qin Yu's heart shook. Although he had some guesses when his connection with the Nightmare Ancestral Land was touched, he still found it hard to believe after hearing Qi Zhen's confirmation. Perhaps he had come into contact with the greatest secret of the Nightmare race, and this secret was one that not even Yun Wuya knew of. Qin Yu took a deep breath and moved his lips. Senior said that you wanted to cooperate with me. Don't call me Senior. I don't know your background, but perhaps your true self is even older than me. Qi Zhen slumped to the ground. Just call me Qi Zhen. This name isn't bad. It sounds much better than before. He waved his hand and indicated for Qin Yu to sit down. Since we agreed to cooperate, let's talk about proper business first. Well, it is actually very simple. It can be summed up in one sentence. I will help you enter the Nightmare Ancestral Land and you will help me destroy it. It was indeed a sentence, but wasn't the weight of these words a bit too frightening? Just as Qin Yu sat down, his body stiffened. Someone who had reincarnated endlessly, who had lived for countless years, who had become the Nightmare King more than once, actually wanted him to destroy the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Crazy. Qi Zhen sneered. I'm not crazy. I can't tell you the specifics. Otherwise, before I can finish speaking, you will already be dead. Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. Although he didn't know what Qi Zhen was referring to, at this moment, Qin Yu could feel a terrifying aura. It was as if Qi Zhen was suppressing this matter. Once he spoke, even if it was just a few words, he would immediately die. This didn't make sense, but Qin Yu could clearly feel the aura of death. It was real, it was actually real. Just what was it? He couldn't even speak of it. If he did, he would die. Qin Yu took a deep breath. After a long time, he was barely able to suppress the tumbling thoughts in his heart. His eyes darkened for a long time before he slowly said, Sir Qi Zhen, you want me to destroy the Nightmare Ancestral Land, so you should at least tell me why. Moreover, since the Nightmare Ancestral Land can exist for so many years, it must possess some incomparably formidable strength. With my strength alone, I fear it will be difficult to destroy it. Qi Zhen snapped his fingers. You are right about this. The Nightmare Ancestral Land isn't easy to destroy, but since I said this, that means there is still a chance. As for why, you can think of it as me being tired of living and not wanting to awaken again and again. I just want to sleep and never open my eyes again. How happy would that be? That is my dream. Qin Yu, just consider this as helping me realize my dream. These words left Qin Yu speechless. Although Qin Yu knew that he shouldn't have such thoughts right now, he still felt that Qi Zhen's expression was asking for it. In this vast world, there were countless living beings that multiplied and lived. Which one of them didn't do their utmost to live longer? To want to die but couldn't die, and yet he still needed someone to help him realize his dream. Just hearing these words made him want to beat him up. Of course, this was just a thought. Qin Yu didn't dare to reveal any of it. This old fellow Qi Zhen had a young appearance. Who knew what his true identity was? But there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that he had a close connection to the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Was it because of the Nightmare Ancestral Land that he was able to survive through the ages? Then just what secret was it hiding? Qin Yu's heart tightened. All of his previous confidence had vanished without a trace. If he hadn't encountered Qi Zhen, then even if everything went smoothly, would he have been able to break into the Nightmare Ancestral Land and obtain the method to unravel the Myriad Soul Dao? That might not be the case, and the greater possibility was that he wouldn't even know how he died. Sir Qi Zhen, do you know of the Myriad Soul Dao? Qin Yu suddenly asked. Qi Zhen frowned. Myriad Soul Dao? He had a thoughtful expression. Then, he slapped his forehead. I remember. That thing isn't complete. It's something randomly created. Whoever touches it will suffer misfortune. He looked Qin Yu up and down several times. Your soul aura is complete and there are no signs of it splitting apart. Could it be that you want this thing? Why do you take things so hard? Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He waved his hand again and again. No, I just want to know if you have a way to unravel it. Unravel it. The difficulty is great, but it isn't impossible. It all depends on what you want to do. Qizhen looked as if he were depending on Qin Yu's luck. He continued to say, so, now tell me, how do you want to unravel it? Qin Yu said, I want to save someone. He immediately told Qizhen about Ningling. With a nervous expression, he asked, Sir Qizhen, do you have a way? Qizhen glanced at Qin Yu, a strange expression on his face. Brat, for you to run into me, you must be lucky. How come your luck is so bad this time? Qin Yu's heart sank. No matter what, please tell me the truth. This time, Qizhen didn't correct him. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, the will of the heavens, perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Qin Yu, don't ask me how I know your name. In short, the person you speak of should be very important to you, right? Qin Yu took a deep breath. Yes. Then there's no running away. I was originally worried that you would give up in the future, but now I can relax a little. Qizhen patted Qin Yu's shoulder. If it's simply unraveling the myriad soul Dao, I can do it. For instance, if you haven't cultivated it for too long and want to regret it. But, what you said, to be honest, it's basically impossible. Don't be so impatient. I'm saying that it's nearly impossible to save someone through normal means. But, unconventional methods are possible. He snapped his fingers. Smart, I knew you'd guessed it. That's right, it's the nightmare ancestral land I mentioned before. To put it simply, the reason the myriad soul Dao exists is because of the nightmare ancestral land. As long as you destroy it, the myriad soul Dao will cease to exist and the person you speak of will be reborn. Qin Yu asked, is that true? It's true, 10,000 times true. Qizhen curled his lips. I know you don't trust me, so I'll make an oath. If I lie to you, I will be rejected by the will of the abyss and die without a grave. In the abyss, making an oath to the will of the abyss was extremely binding. The stronger one was, the more binding this was. So at this moment, Qin Yu truly believed him. He looked at Qizhen and slowly said, all right, I agree. You agree just like that? Qizhen whispered. It seems that the person you speak of is really important to you. There's an 80% chance she's a woman. Seeing Qin Yu remain silent, he revealed a smug expression. Humph humph, how simple is this? I was able to guess it right away. I really am smart. Although Qin Yu didn't know what conditions he needed to complete in order to destroy the nightmare ancestral land, he didn't even need to think about it to know it wasn't simple. But no matter how dangerous it was, even if he had a slim chance of survival, he still had to give it a try. Suppressing these thoughts, Qin Yu asked, what do I need to do? Qizhen's smile was bright. He was very satisfied with Qin Yu's attitude. Don't worry, it isn't time for you to go on stage yet. Although we only met today, as comrades in the same trench, I will definitely do my best to help you survive. Qin Yu nodded without expression. These words were good to hear, but in truth, Qin Yu didn't believe a single one of them. It wasn't that he looked down on Qizhen's character. How could a fellow who wanted to die wholeheartedly help others survive? Haha, this was simply a great joke. Qizhen didn't care whether or not Qin Yu believed him. He clapped his hands and said, let's go. Let's stop here for today. I need to go and see someone. Whether or not we succeed will depend on this fellow. Qin Yu frowned. Can I do anything? Qizhen glanced at him and nodded. You can. When there is a need, I will bring people over. You just need to cooperate. As he spoke, he stood up and stretched his waist. Let's go, let's go. The battle over there should be intense enough. The people outside should be arriving soon. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He immediately thought of the person Qizhen mentioned just now. That person should be within this group of demons. Who could it be? Before he could think too much, space twisted in front of him. In the next moment, the two of them appeared where they had just left. Just like before, during this entire process, Qin Yu didn't feel any fluctuations of strength at all. It was like they had suddenly teleported away. This sort of miraculous method, just who was Qizhen's true identity? Qin Yu had an intuition that this person was hiding some astonishing secret on his body. Rumble rumble, wild fluctuations of strength wildly rampaged through the world. Everything in sight, whether it was the heavens or the earth, was smashed to pieces. In a narrow area, over 10 nightmare beast kings were slaughtering the nightmare demon powerhouses. The strength that erupted from both sides was terrifying to the point of inconceivably high. Qin Yu took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts. He looked around and found Yun Lan. Besides her pale complexion, there wasn't much else wrong with her. She was being guarded by Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong. In comparison, the three of them were far more miserable. One of Yun Kong's arms had been torn off, revealing a hideous wound. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang were not too far away. They were working together to resist a nightmare beast king. Although it seemed difficult, Qin Yu could see that these two old fellows were extremely cunning. They weren't using their full strength at all, they were only delaying their opponent. "Young master!" Old Fox cried out in surprise. Hei Tiangang shouted out loud. He punched the nightmare beast king and then returned to Qin Yu's side with Old Fox. To them, whether it was nightmare demons or nightmare beast kings, it didn't matter who lived or died. As long as Qin Yu was safe, everything was fine. Sure, the two of them looked at Qi Zhen. They frowned, a cold chill in their eyes. Qi Zhen faintly smiled, not caring at all. He said, "Your two subordinates are quite loyal. But, if I abandon my opponent like this, I fear my clansmen will suffer a loss." Just as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. "I originally wanted to go up and put on a show, but there's no need now. The people outside have arrived." Just as his voice fell, the skies above his head suddenly shattered. It was like a pair of terrifying giant arms had pierced through it, brazenly tearing apart the skies. Chapter 1130. Boom. One figure after another descended from the sky into the young beast's territory. Every one of them caused the demonic energy in the world to surge. A violent aura swept out in all directions. The young beast kings that were fighting with the nightmare demon race widened their eyes in shock and anger. "Nightmare demon race experts, how dare you break the agreement and invade the young beast's territory?" one of the young beast kings roared. But before his voice fell, another furious roar resounded in the skies. "The nightmare beast king has killed my clansmen, breaking the agreement on his own initiative. Kill them." A figure instantly sped up and chose a young beast king. It was covered in wounds and had clearly fought for a long time. "This big guy is mine." The people of the ancient king's bloodline turned pale. Their lips trembled as they looked at Yun Wuya fighting the young beast kings. They were so angry that they couldn't say anything. Elder Qi Shuo snorted angrily, but it wasn't a good time to act up. He raised his hand and sent a young beast king flying. Marquis Chen Jun glanced at Elder Qi Shuo and then at Yun Wuya. He shook his head inwardly. In terms of shamelessness, Elder Qi Shuo was still lacking. Even though he tried his best to catch up, the gap between him and Yun Wuya was still there. It didn't shorten. Instead, it increased. Marquis Chen Jun took a deep breath and said, "The young beast's territory has broken the agreement with my race. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill the young beast kings." As he said that, the trace of unease that had been lingering in the hearts of the peak experts of the nightmare demon race immediately disappeared. At this moment, many gazes landed on Marquis Chen Jun. As expected, Marquis Chen Jun's identity wasn't what it seemed on the surface. The agreement with the young beast's territory was personally signed by the first king of nightmare demons. After that, the king of nightmare demons would personally come to the young beast's territory to intimidate the young beast kings and confirm the continuation of the agreement. Therefore, the agreement itself represented the dignity and will of the previous king of nightmare demons. Everyone knew what was going on today. The young beast kings had gone crazy. That was why they dared to break the agreement and attack. Breaking the contract and going against the dignity and will of the previous king of nightmare was certainly not a trivial matter. It might even lead to terrible consequences. In a sense, the king of nightmares only became a true king after obtaining the will of the abyss. Their will itself was an extension of the will of the abyss. As for the will of the abyss, no one dared to anger it in the slightest. Thus, whether it was Yun Wuya or the seemingly callous Seven Kills clan elder, after descending upon the young beast's territory, they attacked but did not actually kill. But now, as Marquis Qianjun spoke, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. This meant that Marquis Qianjun could represent the King of Nightmares at certain times. This had nothing to do with whether the throne was empty or not, it was a powerful identity, being acknowledged by the will of the Abyss and obtaining the position of Marquis Qianjun for generations. There was indeed a deeper meaning to it. But now, these thoughts only flashed quickly in everyone's mind before they exploded with killing intent. Now that he had nothing to worry about, who would want to waste time with these ferocious beast kings? Each and every one of them was a living treasure. Crystal core of a beast king. Gosh, he wiped his saliva. Ha ha ha, big guy, this old man will be taking your crystal core today. As Yun Wuya laughed, the young beast king in front of him roared in pain. Its body was punched through, and a terrifying wound appeared. Kill. The 7 Kills clan elder shouted coldly. Countless sword images formed in the air and cut open large wounds on the bodies of the young beast kings. The other Nightmare Realm experts who descended with the young beast also attacked with all their strength. In just a single exchange, the young beast kings were ruthlessly pressed into the ground. Yun Wuya and Qi Shuo were the representatives of the Nightmare Demon clan, and they were extremely powerful. Furthermore, the Giant Crocodile King and the Golden Eagle King were not fighting here. This was also an important reason why they were being oppressed. Damn it! The Nightmare Realm was prepared for this. They purposely started a war. We weren't prepared. Run. Mobilize the power of the entire clan and fight to the death with the Nightmare Realm. Run first. We're not their match today. The young beast kings roared and turned to run. They weren't brainless to be able to reach their current level. Those who weren't smart enough or were easily hot-blooded would have already been killed unless they were extremely lucky. Since the Nightmare Realm initiated a war, they wouldn't have any misgivings. Even though the young beast kings were powerful enough, their hearts trembled when they saw those green eyes. Those Nightmare Realm bastards were here for their crystal cause. If they didn't leave now, there was a high chance that they would be killed. Whoosh. The young beast kings ran very quickly. You want to leave? Stay. Kill. Take out your crystal cores and you can live. The young beast kings trembled when they heard the last sentence. They almost coughed up blood. Would we be able to live if we gave you our crystal cores? How could you say something so shameless? When they turned their heads to look, they immediately memorized Yun Wuya's face in their hearts. They thought that if they had the chance in the future, they would be the first to kill this old fellow. Such a shameless enemy was too dangerous. Damn it. These young beast kings don't have any of the bravery of their ancestors. We just started fighting, and they're already running. Yun Wuya cursed. Although he had the upper hand, it wasn't easy to kill a young beast king. If he was forced into a corner and the young beast king self-destructed, he wouldn't be able to catch the fox, and he would be in trouble. There was a risk of being ambushed. Furthermore, Yun Lan was still here. He had to at least act like he was protecting her. However, there were too many powerful people who had suddenly fallen out with the young beast territory. It wouldn't be easy to do something under their noses. He had to plan carefully. Otherwise, if he couldn't scheme against them, he would cause trouble. Yun Wuya glanced at Marquis Qianjun, who was behind him. Did this guy really not know about this? In the past, he had felt that Marquis Qianjun had hidden himself very well. Now, he realized that he had underestimated him. Marquis Qianjun, hehe, the ancient king's people are probably panicking right now. The 7 Kill Elder's expression was ugly. He glared at Yun Wuya. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not panicking at all. But at this time, Marquis Qianjun's attention wasn't on them. He didn't seem to care about the probing gazes that gathered on him. His eyes swept around several times before falling on Qi Zhen. The latter's lips curled up in a faint smile as he looked at him. Marquis Qianjun lightly said, "The throne is empty, and the various patriarchs have yet to arrive. Thus, I am the person with the highest status in the Yong Beast territory. So, I will temporarily assume command of the war against the Yong Beast territory." Looking around and seeing that no one objected, he continued to say, "I will first investigate the specific process and reason behind the Yong Beast territory tearing up the contract. I will need the cooperation of some people. Qijin, come with me. Qijin cupped his hands together. Yes, Marquis Chen. He stood up and gave Qin Yu a meaningful look. The person he was waiting for had already arrived. Regarding this, he had no intention of hiding it. Chapter 1131. To the nightmare demon race, the territory of the young beasts was like their own vegetable garden. They would harvest it every once in a while and eat until their mouths were full of oil. They definitely couldn't destroy it. So they had to fight the young beasts, but how to do it was a technical thing. They had to plan carefully and couldn't just randomly kill. It was because of this that Yun Wuya and the others' eyes turned green when they saw the young beast king. They suppressed their excitement and didn't start a massacre. That's right, even though the battle hadn't started yet, in the eyes of the nightmare demon race's big shots, the outcome was already decided. Once the profits were divided, they could start harvesting. As for what Marquis Chen said about understanding Qijin, it was just a formality. The contract with the young beast king represented the will of the past nightmare demon kings. Tearing it apart was a technical thing. Even Marquis Chen, who had the special 31 update fast buff, would need to go through the motions. But in reality, what was happening in Marquis Chenjuan's tent far surpassed everyone's expectations. Qijin was Qijin, but now that he had completely awakened the royal bloodline flowing through his body, he was no longer just him. Marquis Chen bowed and said respectfully, Chen greets His Majesty. Qijin waved his hand, a look of indifference on his face. He turned around and sat down, saying, all right, we both know each other, so there is no need to play around. Marquis Chen stood up and smiled. Although that's the case, etiquette can't be ignored. How can I not show respect to His Majesty? Qijin curled his lips. You're so cautious. You've been thinking about killing me to the point of going crazy, but you can still smile. Speaking of which, I really admire your patience. Marquis Chen said, His Majesty must be joking. I'm from the nightmare demon race. How could I have any thoughts of killing you? It's all a misunderstanding. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Otherwise, we won't be able to get down to business even if it gets dark. Qijin poured a cup of tea for himself and leaned back in his chair. He sighed comfortably. You want me to die earlier, and I also want to die earlier. The key is that it's useless for you to want it, and it's useless for me to want it. But now, there's an opportunity in front of us. The premise is that we need your cooperation. We'll only have a chance if we cooperate. So don't talk nonsense, unless you want to continue living like a coward. Marquis Chenjuan's smile faded. After several breaths of silence, he bowed. Does Chenjun not understand my king's meaning? Qijin sneered and put the teacup on the table. Marquis Chenjun, don't be like this. I'll say it again, if you want to cooperate, show me the attitude you should have. Otherwise, I'll pretend I never said anything today. You can continue being Lord Chenjun, and I'll continue being the King of Nightmares. Marquis Chenjun rose to his feet, a profound gleam in his eyes. Although his aura hadn't changed, the feeling he gave off was that he was a completely different person. It was ancient and mysterious, as if it had existed in this world for countless years and would continue to exist. There was no end, no end. Ying, how can this Marquis believe your words? Qijin laughed heartily and pointed his finger at him. I just knew that you had hidden yourself well. Now, you finally can't hold it in anymore. TSK, it seems like you are very clear about my background. Then let's speak openly, there is no need for either of us to hide anything. With a flick of his sleeves, the space within the tent began to twist. The abyssal rules that fused into the space began to change. Marquis Chenjun, if you choose to join forces with me, then perhaps there really might be a chance for us to be free. Marquis Chenjun remained expressionless. I want to know what chance you speak of, otherwise, there is no way I will cooperate with you. After a brief pause, his lips curved up, revealing a cold intent. After all, this Marquis's status is different from yours. I don't want to die yet. Qijin revealed an excited expression. Of course, we can be considered old acquaintances. In all these years, have you ever seen me deceive you? If I didn't have some assurance, I wouldn't have acted, Although I don't fear death, if I were to be discovered, there is a chance I would be forced into a deep slumber. I'm sure you've experienced that feeling before. Marquis Chenjuan's lips twitched, as if he were thinking of some unpleasant memories. A dark light appeared on his face. Speak frankly, what did you discover? Could it be that there has been some change in the ancestral land? Qi Zhen drummed his fingers on the table. Everything in the ancestral land is the same as before. It won't give you or me a chance. In fact, the chance I spoke of is because of one person. Marquis Chenjuan's complexion changed and a dark light appeared in his eyes. He suspected that Qi Zhen was deliberately playing with him out of boredom. One person? In the abyss, who else had the qualifications to interfere with the survival of the nightmare ancestral land? It was impossible. You don't believe me? In truth, at first I found it even more difficult to believe than you did, but this is the truth. Qi Zhen pointed at his own chest. You know very well what we are. You should also know how we were born. But now, I can tell you that an accident has occurred. He isn't us, but he has the same characteristics as us. Or, to be more accurate, he can replace us and become the new Nightmare King. Marquis Chenjuan's eyes widened. Impossible. His tone was resolute and decisive. He stared at Qi Zhen, watching for any change in his expression. I can guess what you are feeling right now, but I must tell you that this is true. Qi Zhen suddenly lifted a hand. Then, he pointed a finger at the void. With a light pa sound, the fluctuations of aura in the tent instantly became chaotic. This was utter chaos. There was no longer any order to this chaos, covering up everything. He is here. If you agree to cooperate, I will immediately bring him here so you can confirm the truth of this matter. Marquis Chenjuan clenched his teeth and roared, so what if there really is such a person? Countless years have passed and any variable can appear. Qi Zhen coldly sneered. Why deceive yourself? You and I both know that the appearance of any variable is inevitable. Although I don't know why he appeared, there must be an existence behind him. If you and I act now, we might be joining forces with some unknown existence. As for the result, I cannot guarantee it. But it will be the most likely success we will ever have, and perhaps even in the endless years to come. In this situation, if you still don't dare to act, then you are doomed to be a puppet for the rest of your life. You will never be able to truly possess your own will. Marquis Chenjuan was silent. After a long time he looked up. Bring this person here. Only by confirming his identity will we have a chance to take another step forward. Otherwise, there is no meaning in saying anything else. In the end, he still couldn't give a clear statement. But in fact, the moment he said those words, he had already expressed his attitude. Qi Zhen smiled. Believe me, you will not regret the choice you made today. He stood up. The chaotic aura in the tent instantly calmed down, as if everything that just happened was nothing but an illusion. He took a step forward and his figure vanished from sight. Marquis Chenjuan slowly let out a breath. A struggling look appeared in his eyes, but after a long time, he finally calmed down. It wasn't that he could suppress his thoughts and not think about this matter, but that he didn't dare to continue. Without Obscurus here, any extra thought of his could be sensed by Obscurus, and it could lead to his death. Yun Wuya frowned. As he listened to Yun Lan explain the situation, his eyes fell on Qin Yu. He thought for a moment and said, Little friend Qin, now that you share weal and woe with the ancient king's bloodline, perhaps you should give me an explanation for such an important matter. His eyebrows furrowed and his eyes drooped down. His appearance was a bit frightening. If Qin Yu hadn't guessed the thoughts of the ancient king's bloodline, he might have been shaken. But now, haha, if I don't explain, what can you do? If you dare to attack me, are you trying to disobey your ancestors? Qin Yu lightly coughed and said, In truth, I am also a bit confused about this matter. I feel like I know something, but I can't think of anything. He lifted a hand and knocked his forehead, a helpless expression on his face. I just feel that Qi Zhen has no ill intentions towards me. Moreover, he guaranteed that he would help me obtain the position of Nightmare King. Yun Wuya's lips twitched. What sort of answer was that? You might as well not say anything at all. You're just making my head even bigger. What do you mean you're confused? What do you mean Qi Zhen guaranteed? When it came to the position of Nightmare King, would the ancient king's bloodline be so stupid as to not only give up but also help you? That was absolutely impossible. If it were anyone else that dared to speak like this, Yun Wuya would have already slapped them and let them see just what the consequences of speaking such nonsense were. But now, the one saying these words was Qin Yu, the reincarnation of the late king. Cough cough, if he were to recover his memories in the future. Then let me ask you, have you thought about how you want to die? Moreover, if someone else said this, they would definitely be speaking nonsense. But if it was Qin Yu, it might not be impossible. After all, when it came to matters involving the late king, who knew whether or not there were secrets hidden within? Perhaps Qi Zhen, who had awakened the royal bloodline, was also a chess piece of the late king? Yun Wuya bitterly smiled, his face cloudy and uncertain. Little friend Qin, can't you tell me a little bit of the truth? My late king's bloodline has placed all our lives on your shoulders. If anything were to happen, our entire family would be exterminated. This old thing was actually trying to act pitiful. Qin Yu was left speechless. He thought that compared to these people, he was far too lacking in terms of shamelessness. With Yun Wuya's personality, Qin Yu absolutely didn't believe that he didn't have some other plan. Even if the ancient king's bloodline really did seize the position of Nightmare King, the late king's bloodline would definitely be severely wounded. But it absolutely wouldn't be so easily cut off by someone. This old scoundrel definitely had a backup plan. Cough. Patriarch, rest assured that I will do everything in my power to seize the throne and ensure your safety. Qin Yu patted his chest and guaranteed, as if saying that everything was fine and he didn't need to worry about it. But I really haven't figured out what happened yet. Once I have a clue, I will definitely tell Patriarch as soon as possible. Yun Wuya clenched his teeth in hatred. Qin Yu was clearly unmoved by force or persuasion. He was like a tiger trying to bite a hedgehog, there was nowhere to bite. If Qin Yu said that he hadn't figured out everything, then Yun Wuya would believe him. But if he said that Qin Yu didn't know anything, that was impossible. If Qin Yu didn't know anything and yet he dared to walk together with Qi Zhen, there must be some secret hidden between the two of them. Hihi, Yun Wuya, your name isn't bad. I like it. A voice suddenly echoed in the void. Qi Zhen walked out, his eyes sweeping over Yun Wuya. Moreover, your personality is quite good. You are sinister enough and shameless enough. You will definitely live for a long time. Yun Wuya's heart shook. Although the tent was simple, he had already sealed off the inside and the outside to prevent others from spying on him. But now, someone had directly broken in and he hadn't sensed anything at all. Or, it was more accurate to say that his sealing off didn't have any effect on Qi Zhen at all. Was this a completely awakened royal bloodline? It was actually so terrifying. Yun Wuya took a deep breath and steadied his thoughts. Just as he was about to say something, he froze. Qi Zhen faintly smiled at him, indifference in the depths of his eyes. Within this indifference, there was an aura that flowed out. It made him feel as if a towering mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to even breathe. This aura, impossible, absolutely impossible. Yun Wuya crazily roared in his heart. This was because he had personally experienced this feeling before. It was the suppression that the previous king had given him. How could Qi Zhen, how could he? Qin Yu was clearly the reincarnation of the previous king. Little fellow, I have no intentions of harming Qin Yu. On the contrary, I will do my best to help him obtain the position of new king. So, don't be curious about what happened between us and don't mention it to anyone, otherwise I fear there will be trouble for you. Qi Zhen blinked. He reached out and patted Yun Wuya's shoulder. Good boy, let's agree on this. As he finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Yu and brightly smiled. Things are going much smoother than I thought. Let's go now. Once the goods are inspected, we can start making arrangements. Qin Yu's lips twitched. Wasn't it him who inspected the goods? This old fellow, he was definitely doing this on purpose. Forget it, he wouldn't bother arguing with him. Of course, in truth, Qin Yu didn't think he had the ability to do so. His eyes fell on Yun Lan, who had fallen into a completely still state. She seemed to be isolated in another independent space, with time and space paused. She simply didn't know what was happening outside. Don't worry, it's just a little trick. I just don't want her to know about this. After all, you should know that a woman's mouth is hard to trust. Qizhen shrugged. This is absolutely not discrimination. On the contrary, in the past, I was once infatuated with them. Oh, that is the greatest gift of the abyss. It is so addictive that I can't extricate myself from it. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He thought that perhaps because Qizhen had lived for too long, his mind was a bit abnormal. To cooperate with such a person, the pressure wasn't normal at all. Qin Yu always felt that he would play himself to death this time. If he had a choice. Unfortunately, he didn't. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Without a choice, he could only walk down this road to the end. As for whether he lived or died, that would depend on fate. Qizhen flicked his sleeves and the two of them vanished from sight. In the next moment, the space within the tent of the previous king's bloodline was restored. Yun Lan's eyes widened. "Patriarch, where is Qin Yu?" Yun Wuya was shaken. A complex light flashed in his eyes. He felt as if things had completely spiraled out of his control. Qizhen, just who was he? Was Qin Yu really the reincarnation of the previous king? If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Chaos, chaos. In the blink of an eye, a good situation had turned into a chaotic mess. Now that these two people had gathered together, although he didn't know what they were going to do, he had a feeling that something big was about to happen. As for Yun Lan's question, could he answer it? Of course not. He didn't believe the words that Qizhen had said before he left. Because gender and a big mouth had nothing to do with each other at all. Taking a deep breath, Yun Wuya said, there were some matters that he had to take care of. He left early. Yun Lan, no matter what Qin Yu does next, don't interfere. Yun Lan frowned. Left? When did he leave? How come I didn't see him at all? Moreover, the current appearance of the patriarch didn't seem right no matter how she looked at it. He was a little dejected, a little hesitant, and even a little confused. This was the first time she had ever felt such complex emotions from the patriarch. Yun Lan's lips moved. She wanted to say something but was interrupted by Yun Wuya. The old fellow sighed and turned to leave. He still couldn't figure it out. How did the situation turn out like this in the blink of an eye? I'm a little dizzy. I need some peace and quiet. In Marquis Chenjuan's tent, Qizhen turned to look at Qin Yu. Don't worry. That brat Yun Wuya is a smart person. He won't speak carelessly. I deliberately reminded him because I didn't want to stir up any more trouble. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. He bowed. Greetings, Marquis Chenjun. Across from him, Marquis Chenjuan's eyes fell on him. Although he had heard Qizhen's words, he was still shocked. It was true, it was true. Someone who clearly had nothing to do with Shadow actually possessed the same characteristics as them. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. Perhaps things really were as Qizhen said. Behind Qin Yu stood some mysterious and formidable existence. Qizhen's lips curved up. Do you believe me now? If you don't have any objections, we can discuss the specifics of our cooperation. Good. Marquis Chenjun took a deep breath. Then, he slowly said, I hope we can succeed this time. Qizhen snapped his fingers. We will. Qin Yu, we've reached an agreement just like that. Did the two of you forget something? What about me? What about me? I'm a very important member of the entire cooperation. Even now, I'm still in a state of ignorance. Is it really okay for you to do this? My heart is tired. Chapter 1132. Of course, ridicule was ridicule. Qizhen and Marquis Chenjun would eventually explain the situation to Qin Yu. Unless these two bastards didn't want to cooperate at all, Qin Yu wouldn't be muddle-headed and follow them. The host and guest sat down. Qizhen casually sat down in the seat of honor. Marquis Chenjun didn't care. He turned and sat down across from Qin Yu. As usual, Qizhen casually pointed a finger and the space within the tent was isolated from the outside world. Do you want to speak or should I? Qizhen lazily said. He casually fiddled with the leaves of a demon plant in his hand. Something that Marquis Chenjun carried around with him was certainly not an ordinary species. Don't look at it as a small cluster on the table right now. Once it restored its true form, it would be a man-eating character. But now, as Qizhen fiddled with it and occasionally tore at it, its leaves trembled in fear, but it didn't dare to resist at all. Demon plants had extremely sharp senses. They didn't know who Qizhen was, but the aura coming from his body made them feel like they were about to be destroyed. It was impossible to resist. As long as they weren't pulled out and killed, even if they had their limbs cut off, they would grit their teeth and endure it. No, even if they knew they would be killed, they still wouldn't dare to resist. The demon plant trembled even more violently, its heart filled with despair and fear. Marquis Chen swept his eyes over it. His lips trembled several times. He took a deep breath and said, "Let me speak. You can make up for anything I overlooked." Qizhen made a casual gesture and then concentrated on fiddling with the demon plant on the table. He had a perverted expression on his face, as if saying, "The more you fear me, the more excited I am. Qin Yu, you should know who I am. There is no need for me to say anything more." Marquis Chen looked at Qin Yu. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "To put it simply, my situation is similar to Qizhen's. We both want to break out of this current situation." Qin Yu was shocked. He looked at Marquis Chen in front of him. Was this another person who didn't want to live any longer? Qizhen didn't look at him, but he seemed to sense Qin Yu's thoughts. He curled his lips and said, "Marquis Chen doesn't want to die. He is the same as that person, he hasn't lived long enough. Hehe, it's hard not to admire his tenacity." Marquis Chen glanced at him and ignored his strange words. He continued, "In short, Qizhen and I have a common goal, and that is to destroy the nightmare ancestral land. And you will be the executor who can help us complete this plan. Only the King of Nightmares can enter the ancestral land, so we will help you defeat all your opponents and obtain the throne. As for after entering the ancestral land..." He took a deep breath and his tone became especially dignified. In fact, Qin Yu even felt a trace of fear. Just the mention of it was enough to make Marquis Chen subconsciously feel fear. There was definitely something terrifying in the nightmare ancestral land. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "I ask Marquis Thousand Jun to clearly state what I need to do." If Qizhen was terrifying, then this Marquis Chen who didn't seem too terrifying, had to be extremely terrifying to be able to cooperate with him. It would be unrealistic to say that he didn't feel pressured when facing such terrifying figures, especially when there were two of them. But there was at least one point that Qin Yu knew. For the time being, the two of them needed Qin Yu's cooperation to complete their plan. Perhaps they would hide some things, but at the very least, they wouldn't have any intention of harming him, so he could barely maintain his calm. Qizhen swept his eyes over, a look of appreciation on his face. This was also the reason he decided to place a bet on Qin Yu and take a risk. If Qin Yu was a coward with no courage, then what use was there even if he could enter the nightmare ancestral land? Being bold wasn't necessarily a good thing, but if he wanted to destroy the nightmare ancestral land, that was one of the key factors. Marquis Chenjuan's voice became even deeper. In the nightmare ancestral land, there is an extremely ancient existence. Its name is Avacania, so we will use the name Shadow to replace it. Change it to another name. Qizhen looked up, a bit unhappy. He glared at Marquis Chen. "You should know that I don't like this name." Marquis Chen didn't refute. He hesitated for a moment. "Change it to what?" "Anything." "Well, Marquis Chen, you are quite careful. You don't want to be stained by karma at all." "Then, I'll think of something." Qizhen's eyes brightened. Although he spoke discontentedly, the truth was that he was interested in this matter. He lifted a hand and tapped his forehead. "I've got it. How about the old turtle?" Qin Yu could clearly see Marquis Chenjuan's face stiffen. His pupils violently shrank and he couldn't suppress the fear in his eyes. "Haha, fitting, it's just too fitting." Qizhen clapped his hands and laughed. "I've discovered that I have a talent for coming up with nicknames. Marquis Chen, you've already used this name for so many years. Aren't you tired of it at all? How about I think of one for you?" "No need." Marquis Chen decisively interrupted him. His complexion paled as he politely declined. "There's no need for you to worry about it." Qizhen curled his lips. "Whatever you want. In any case, it's your loss to refuse, but I can't change the name I think of." You can think of it yourself. Marquis Chen Jun took a deep breath. His lips moved several times. All right. This was just a nickname and it wasn't like he was the one who said it, so it shouldn't be able to sense it. Hateful. Qi Zhen and the others died because they were too presumptuous. They actually dared to. They were simply courting death. It seemed that this was the result that Qi Zhen wanted to begin with. If he could really disappear like this, he would actually be happier. Left speechless, Marquis Chen Jun composed himself. He continued to say, the nightmare ancestral land, the old turtle is the reason why it can continue to exist and also the reason why it can restrict me and Qi Zhen. So, at the very least, kill it and your mission will be complete. It was indeed simple. Within the nightmare ancestral land, there was something called the old turtle. Although he didn't know the exact state of its existence, he temporarily referred to it as such. Then, if he killed the old turtle, the nightmare ancestral land would be destroyed. Qi Zhen would be able to close his eyes and Marquis Chen Jun would be able to break free from his current predicament. But, the simpler it was, the more dangerous it was. Marquis Chen Jun's actions just now were undoubtedly a clear reminder of just how terrifying this old turtle was. Qin Yu felt that with his current methods, he might not be able to deal with it. Well, it wasn't might, but he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat it. Qi Zhen was so strong and yet he was still restricted by the old turtle. Marquis Chen Jun was about as strong as him, but he was afraid to even come up with a nickname. In that case, just how terrifying was it? Just thinking about it left him breathless. Qi Zhen sneered. That's enough. I've discovered that you, Marquis Chen Jun, are too timid. Moreover, you don't really know how to speak. Look at all the nonsense you've spouted. Qin Yu hasn't even entered and has already been scared witless. He finally let go of the shivering demon plant on the table. But, the torn leaves on the table proved that it had already been injured and humiliated. Right now, his entire body was curled up tightly into a ball, wishing that he could hide himself as much as he could. Qi Zhen rubbed his chin. Strictly speaking, Marquis Chen Juan's explanation isn't wrong, because that's the situation. Qin Yu, weren't you just cursing someone else? And now, this is the answer you gave me. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu felt stifled. Qi Zhen curled his lips. What are you afraid of? If you didn't have the slightest chance of success, why would we waste time with you? We would have already killed you off and refined your soul. Then, we would have brought you into the ancestral land to ask for rewards from the old turtle. The old turtle is indeed strong, but that doesn't mean it has no weaknesses. For instance, if it wants to continue living, it needs to replenish its strength. It is because of this that Marquis Chen Jun launched this war against the Nightmare Beast territory. Marquis Chen Jun nodded. That's right. This Marquis only made these arrangements after receiving orders. Qi Zhen snapped his fingers. So, it can be said that the old turtle is at its weakest right now. We have the highest chance of killing it. Also, there's one more thing. The old turtle's strength is, to a certain extent, about the same as mine. It's just that you look strong, but in reality, that's just a little trick. You're actually weaker than me. These words left Qin Yu confused. What did he mean by looking strong? Strong was strong. At the very least, the methods that Qi Zhen used were terrifying in Qin Yu's eyes. Moreover, this old fellow had said that if he wanted to kill him, it would be a simple matter. But now, he was using these words to comfort him. He was speechless. Qi Zhen coughed, as if he felt that he had been fooling around. In short, you don't need to be too afraid. The old turtle is strong because we can't resist it. But Qin Yu, you are different. There is no connection between you and the old turtle, so it will be very difficult for it to control you. Marquis Chen Jun said, that's right. You are an existence that exists outside of the rules. You have the ability to break through them. Of course, Qi Zhen and I will do our best to help you. For instance, we can tamper with the Nightmare Beast crystal core that we will bring into the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Qin Yu fell silent. Although there were many things he didn't understand about this matter, the general outline had already begun to appear. He already knew of the dangers and had never thought of running away. But since there was a chance, he certainly had to obtain as many chips as possible in order to ensure his own safety. The little blue lamp, at this time, should he contact it, after entering the abyss, Qin Yu's connection with it had become extremely weak, as if it would be cut off at any moment. Qin Yu wasn't sure what this meant, but he could guess that it was restraining its aura in order to hide itself. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu suppressed the thought of contacting the little blue lamp. Qizhen faintly smiled. Qin Yu, I've already told you. Although I know there's a high chance you won't refuse, there is always a chance, right? So, I'll have to be a bit more honest with you. He pointed at Marquis Chen and then pointed at himself. Although you don't know our identities, you should still be able to guess most of them. Don't try to deny it. With your intelligence, I'm confident in myself. So, if you agree to cooperate, then it will be good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Otherwise, hey, don't blame us for being impolite. The reason a secret is called a secret is because someone will die. Intimidation. This was naked intimidation. There was no concealment at all and it was placed right in front of him. Should he accept it or not? If he didn't accept it, then he would die. Qin Yu was left speechless for a second. He regretted telling him about Ningling, otherwise this old fellow wouldn't have dared to be so unscrupulous. However, this also proved something from the test. It would be difficult to obtain more information from them. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu slowly said, I can agree to this, but I hope that the two of you can tell me just how confident I am in surviving. Only if he was alive would all of this have meaning. If you fail, you will definitely die. Not only will you die, but the two of us will also suffer a calamity. Qizhen replied without hesitation. As for success, there is a 99% chance of death and only a sliver of life. Moreover, that will depend on your luck. Straightforward enough. The corners of Marquis Chenjuan's eyes twitched. He wished he could strangle him to death. Even if this was the truth, there was no need for him to say it out loud. How come he didn't know that Qizhen was such an honest person? Or was it because he had been asleep for too long that he had become a complete pervert? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. So it was like this, but it was better than having no chance of survival. On the other hand, if Qizhen revealed a confident attitude, then Qin Yu would really have to hesitate. Good. Junior agrees to this matter. What should I do next? Qizhen clapped his hands and laughed. I knew you brat had guts. Then it's settled. He patted Qin Yu's shoulder and then turned to Marquis Chen. What about you? Don't have a diarrhea at a critical moment. You have a criminal record. Marquis Chenjuan's face darkened. He coldly humphed. You don't need to worry about that. Just think about how you want to die. These words were impolite, but Qizhen wasn't angry at all. Instead, he nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yes, I have to think about it and make it flawless. Otherwise, if I make too much noise, it will be easy to be discovered. He turned to look at Qin Yu and rubbed his chin. Brat, what suggestion do you have? Kill me and there won't be any trouble. This was the first time someone had asked him such a question. Although Qin Yu didn't know what these two old fellows were trying to do, if that was all there was to it, then he really did have a way. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu said, You kill Yunlan first. Of course, I only want everyone to think that you killed her. Of course, the premise of this is that you need to find a sufficient motive. Then, I will kill you out of revenge. Even if this matter is discovered by others, it will be the ancient king's bloodline that kills you first. The ancient king's bloodline will have nothing to say about the old king's bloodline successor. Good idea. Qizhen gave Qin Yu a thumbs up, his face full of praise. Brat, although you are smart, this isn't something that can be thought of in a short period of time. The old king's bloodline is quite calculating. I'm afraid they already have a plan. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. When he had discussed this plan with Yun Wuya, he never imagined things would reach this step. Marquis Chen slowly said, This isn't too difficult. I can do it with a bit of effort. The three of them spoke a few more words. Then, Qizhen waved his hand. Without feeling anything, Qin Yu vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared in the tent of the old king's bloodline. He looked around and then at Marquis Chenjuan's tent not too far away. He couldn't help but sigh. Before this, Qizhen had personally brought him back and forth. But now, with just a wave of his hand, he had sent him back and no one knew what had happened. And this was just a little trick. Then just how terrifying were the little tricks of the old turtle in the nightmare ancestral land? Before this, he had only thought that entering the nightmare ancestral land would be good enough, but now, it seemed that he had really entered. This was the true beginning of the terror, but no matter what, he had to live on. The bitterness and helplessness in Chi Nu's eyes gradually faded away, leaving behind only a calm and solemn expression. Walking all the way to this day, he had rushed through countless situations where he would surely die. He would definitely be able to do it again this time. If he really fell into a hopeless situation, at least he could pull out a shield and fight for another chance. Chapter 1133. Just as the war between the nightmare demon race and the Young Beasts territory became heavier and could erupt at any moment, another major event occurred. The inheritor of the old king's bloodline, Yun Lan, had his bloodline awakened again after absorbing the Young Beast's crystal core. When the news spread, it shocked all the nightmare demons in the Young Beast's territory. At this time, the tents of the old king's bloodline became noisy. Countless guests came and went. Even though Yun Wuya denied this matter and did not admit anything, people could not avoid feeling that Yun Lan's aura was leaked because he could not completely conceal his power after his bloodline broke through. The matter was soon confirmed. Yun Lan of the old king's bloodline had awakened the royal bloodline. Yun Lan awakened the royal bloodline in the fight for the throne. This was undoubtedly a bomb to the nightmare demon race. Especially the ancient king's bloodline, who thought that the throne was already theirs, could not accept this result. In the ancient king's tent, Elder Seven Kill paced back and forth. His face was dark, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Damn it. Originally, he had already planned to announce that Qi Zhen had awakened the royal bloodline to ensure that the ancient king's bloodline would obtain enough benefits in the war against the Young Beasts territory. But who would have thought that before he could do anything, Yun Lan's breakthrough and awakening the royal bloodline appeared. Everyone knew about it and stole the ancient king's thunder. Stealing the thunder was not a big deal, but Yun Lan had also awakened the royal bloodline. This could not be tolerated. The throne had to belong to the ancient king's bloodline, otherwise, the consequences would completely destroy them. Elder Seven Kill took a deep breath and said, Qi Zhen, you have awakened the royal bloodline. Can you feel Yun Lan's aura? He still wanted to confirm it. Qi Zhen nodded and said, yes, I can feel Yun Lan's aura. He has awakened the royal bloodline. He raised his head and swept his gaze across the crowd. Those who were present were all trusted aides of the ancient king's bloodline. Yun Lan is the greatest threat to me in seizing the throne. I can sense that his bloodline is being suppressed. So, I hope that the ancient king can make a move and kill Yun Lan. Everyone's expression changed slightly in the tent. He was the successor of the previous king's bloodline. Even though his status was high, killing him was one thing. In the end, he was just an outstanding junior who had yet to fully mature. But now, Yun Lan had awakened his royal bloodline. In other words, he already possessed the complete qualifications to become the king of nightmares. Killing such a Yun Lan could cause a storm that would expand tenfold, 100-fold, and shake the entire nightmare tribe. This was no small matter. Furthermore, Yun Wuya was also here. Perhaps he might have been able to endure it before, but if Yun Lan was truly killed, this old bastard would definitely go crazy. At that time, it was unknown how many people would be buried with him. That's right, after killing Yun Lan, Yun Wuya would also have to die. Only by killing him would they be able to completely eradicate the threat of the previous king's bloodline, and then completely uproot them. In the silence, the Seven Kill clan elder suddenly raised his head, his sharp eyes falling on the silent Marquis Chen Jun. Marquis Chen Jun, what do you think? Marquis Chen Jun glanced at him and then at Qi Zhen. He frowned slightly and then exhaled. Qi Zhen has already awakened his royal bloodline. We have no reason to retreat. Once Yun Lan is dead, everything will be settled. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for Yun Wuya, this Marquis and the Seven Kill clan elder are enough to suppress him. As for the unrest in the tribe, once Yun Lan is dead, the matter of Qi Zhen awakening his royal bloodline will naturally be resolved. The Seven Kill clan elder exclaimed. Good. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. Although Marquis Qianjun was an independent person, he was ultimately connected to the ancient king's bloodline. At such a critical moment, he still knew what was important and what to choose. With Marquis Qianjuan's support, the ancient king's bloodline would no longer have to worry about doing anything in the Yong's territory. Yun Wuya, Chimph, this is the day you die. The war against the Yong's territory had finally begun. In an instant, the raging flames of war burned like wildfire, releasing its own violence and destruction. Countless Yong beasts howled in despair as they were killed. They turned into Yong beast crystal cores and became the spoils of war for the nightmare demon race. The Yong beast kings resisted with all their might, but they were still pressed to the ground and hammered. The huge difference in strength between the two sides meant that the outcome of the war was already decided from the start. Of course, the Yong's territory wasn't completely defenseless against the invasion. For example, the giant crocodile king and the golden eagle king had caused some damage to the nightmare demon race. These two peak Yong beast kings had come to some kind of agreement and temporarily put aside their fight against the outside world. Marquis Qianjun acted according to the situation and gathered the experts of various forces to kill the two peak Yong beast kings. Yun Wuya, the 7-kill clan elder, and many other experts were on the list. While they were killing the two peak Yong beast kings, the battles against the other regions of the Yong's territory were temporarily stopped. They called back their clansmen to prevent the Yong beasts from retaliating and causing additional casualties. The experts that were killing the giant crocodile king and the golden eagle king had already set off. If nothing went wrong, the war would enter the nightmare demon race's era with the death of the two peak Yong beast kings. But before that, a storm had already been brewing and was about to explode, because someone was going to die. No one knew what exactly caused the conflict. It was probably because the bloodline of the ancient king and the bloodline of the old king, the two demon clans that had long had a grudge against each other, finally triggered a series of uncontrollable events after they met. At that moment, the Yong beast kings outside the camp suddenly attacked. In order to ensure the safety of the camp, Marquis Qianjun led the experts to resist. There wasn't enough power in the camp, so the situation became more and more intense. In the end, Yun Lan was killed. He was killed by Qi Zhen of the ancient king's bloodline in front of everyone. Yun Lan, who had awakened his bloodline and was viewed by countless people as the new Nightmare Demon King, was killed just like that. All the Nightmare Demon race who saw this scene felt a chill run up from the soles of their feet to their heads. They felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. They didn't understand how things had developed to this point. But even if they thought with their knees, they knew that Yun Lan's death meant that the old king's bloodline wouldn't let this matter rest. There would inevitably be an internal turmoil that would sweep through the Nightmare tribe. But things didn't develop according to the trajectory everyone expected. This was because Qi Zhen, who had killed Yun Lan, was also killed in the blink of an eye. And the one who killed him was someone from the old king's bloodline. His name was Qin Yu. This time, it was the ancient king's bloodline that went crazy. They had thought of a way to kill Yun Lan, but Qi Zhen had also been killed. What kind of joke was this? Qi Zhen was dead. Did they think they would have a good time? If it weren't for Marquis Qianjun and the others defeating the Nightmare Demon King and rushing back to the camp, the ancient king's bloodline and the old king's bloodline would have started a war on the spot. Marquis Qianjun forcefully intervened and the matter was finally suppressed. But everyone knew that with Yun Lan and Qi Zhen dead, this matter wouldn't end so easily. Undercurrents surged within the Nightmare Demon race. This wasn't just because the ancient king's bloodline and the old king's bloodline inevitably collided, but also because Yun Lan and Qi Zhen had both died. The struggle for the throne had become even more complicated and confusing. Originally, no one could see any hope, but now, there seemed to be a chance, if that was the case, should they fight for it. As the hearts of the Nightmare Demon race were in turmoil, Qin Yu left the Nightmare Demon King's territory with the guards of the old king's bloodline. To the outside world, this was to avoid being schemed against by the ancient king's bloodline. Accompanying him was a strange female demon commander. Although her appearance was sudden, in this situation she didn't attract any attention. She followed Qin Yu and vanished into the transmission array. Evil Peak City, Blue Tile Courtyard. Qin Yu smiled. Congratulations. From now on, you will be able to use your true identity to live in this world. The woman in front of him had exquisite features and a tall and voluptuous figure. A ripple appeared in the depths of her eyes and she bowed. All of this is thanks to you. Qin Yu, I never imagined that there would be a day in my life when I could restore my true identity. She looked at Qin Yu in front of her and bitterness surged in her heart. This was the man she had originally fancied, but he was doomed to never be able to walk together with her again. However, in the end, she was still a successor of the ancient king's bloodline that had been carefully raised for many years. She took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions. She earnestly said, Qin Yu, I have been freed, but what about you? The ancient king's bloodline will definitely not give up. Qi Zhen died, they will definitely go crazy. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a trace of guilt. Even Yun Wuya hadn't informed him of this plan. This was so that he could appear truthful and avoid being discovered by others. Thus, Yun Lan had always been concealed. He lightly coughed and said, Don't worry, I will be fine. You should hide yourself well for now and not reveal any flaws. As Qin Yu spoke, he smiled. After all, it was Qi Zhen who killed you first. I only killed him because I wanted revenge. If others knew that you were still alive, that would truly be a miserable fate for me. Yun Lan nodded, not speaking. She could feel that Qin Yu was hiding something, but for some unknown reason, she didn't feel too uneasy in her heart. She was more worried than anything else. After all, with Qin Yu's status, it was impossible for him to do anything that would harm the bloodline of the old king. If Qin Yu knew of these thoughts, he would bitterly smile. Just what status did he have? If it weren't for the fact that his impression of the abyssal races had changed after he entered the abyss, Qin Yu really wouldn't have minded completely igniting a war between the bloodline of the ancient king and the old king, dragging the entire nightmare race into a quagmire of internal strife and weakening the strength of the abyss. Enough, let's not waste any more time with this little girl. Let's leave first, there are other arrangements. The voice of the already dead Qi Zhen echoed in Qin Yu's mind. This caused a gloomy look to appear in Qin Yu's eyes. He immediately concealed it and said, Yun Lan, there are some matters I need to attend to. I will be alone for a while. All right, if there is anything you need, feel free to ask. Yun Lan nodded and left. After the door closed, Qin Yu coldly snorted. Senior, isn't this different from what we discussed before? After Qi Zhen was killed, Qin Yu discovered that his soul had been transferred into his body. More accurately, or rather, it was the shadow beneath him. The shadow wriggled and rose up, turning into a phantom. It leaned back on the sofa and said, Stop pretending. You brat, you seem annoyed, but you must be secretly happy in your heart. After all, I am with you right now. After we enter the nightmare ancestral land, do you think I can remain uninvolved? As it spoke, it picked up a teacup and took a sip. Right now, it was just a shadow. It was unknown where the tea it drank went. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. What Qi Zhen said was correct. In truth, he was more happy than angry about this matter. But, facts were facts, he had to maintain an attitude. He wanted to remind Qi Zhen that in the future, no matter what happened, he had to clearly explain things to him. He didn't want to be caught off guard again. In fact, when the identity of Qi Zhen was killed and his soul suddenly fused into the shadow, Qin Yu had indeed been startled. He had even thought of the worst possible situation. Everything that Qi Zhen and Marquis 15 Jun had said was likely to make him lower his guard. What the two of them truly wanted was to seize his body and then enter the nightmare ancestral land themselves to complete their plan of destruction. Or, it could be said that there simply wasn't a so-called plan of destruction. Everything they had done was to allow him to quietly disappear. After all, according to what the two of them said, Qin Yu's existence was an existence that broke through the rules. If the two of them didn't have any intentions of betraying him, then it was natural for them to destroy him. Fortunately, under this kind of dark thinking, the thoughts that were produced did not develop into reality. Qi Zhen drilled into the shadow. Qin Yu couldn't feel his aura at all. It was like he had truly fused into the shadow and become a part of it. Qin Yu didn't think too much about this. With the methods that Qi Zhen had revealed before, it wasn't difficult for him to accomplish this. This was a bit off topic. In short, Qin Yu didn't care about being seen through by Qi Zhen. He directly asked, "What do we do now?" Qi Zhen said, "Although Marquis Chen Jun has agreed to cooperate with us, we can't completely trust him. Therefore, out of consideration for his safety, we have to create something that will drag him into this matter, making it impossible for him to escape." He sneered. At that time, even if that fellow Marquis 15 Jun has any other thoughts, he can only keep them to himself. The old turtle in the ancestral land absolutely won't miss out on such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. Qi Zhen had rambled on, but as he thought about it, he discovered that he didn't know anything at all. These people, did they all like to talk so much? Couldn't they just be a bit more straightforward? Qi Zhen seemed to sense Qin Yu's thoughts. He looked up at him and strangely chuckled. "Do you think I'm being too long-winded and not straightforward at all? But the truth is that if I really speak clearly, I might be fine, but you will definitely be in trouble. If you don't believe me, perhaps we can give it a try." Before Qin Yu could speak, Qi Zhen's voice suddenly darkened. "The reason that Marquis 15 Jun is hiding in the nightmare race is because he is shouldering a mission to destroy a target, and his target is..." Qin Yu's eyes widened. Without warning, fear surged out from the depths of his heart, as if death would arrive at any moment. Bang! Outside Dark Peak City, winds and clouds surged. The skies were covered by darkness and all light vanished. At this moment, the entire blue tile courtyard violently shook. Countless catcher sounds rang out as the entire building sank 3 inches. Countless demons of the old king's bloodline were pressed to the ground. Their eyes widened, revealing endless fear. At this moment, they could feel a boundless pressure descend upon them. The slightest disturbance could crush them to powder. The eyes of the black shadow that Qi Zhen had transformed into brightened. Without hesitation, he lifted a hand and grasped forwards. There was clearly nothing in his hand, but it seemed as if he had grasped something, like a large fish struggling to escape. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could think of anything, a violent rumbling sound broke into his mind. At this moment, even with his soul cultivation and powerful will, he wasn't able to resist this shaking at all. His consciousness fell into a daze. In a trance, Qin Yu suddenly felt someone pat him on the forehead. He shivered and his consciousness instantly returned. At this time, he felt a horrifying feeling as if his entire body was being squeezed into a meat patty. His chest felt heavy and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yu's complexion was pale as he stubbornly stared at the phantom that Qi Zhen had transformed into. Although he was constantly coughing, he was actually laughing happily. There was nothing between the 5 fingers of the shadow, but as Qin Yu looked down, he felt his heart skip a beat, as if he were grasping some extremely terrifying existence. "Hihi, after so many years, I've finally schemed against you once, it's not much." As Qi Zhen spoke, his coughing became even more intense. The shadow that formed his body violently shook, as if it would shatter in the next moment. Then, in front of Qin Yu, it really did shatter and dissipate. Qin Yu was stunned. Qi Zhen's weak voice echoed in his ears. "I've played a bit too much, but with such a good opportunity, it would be a pity if I didn't make a move. In short, I need to restore myself. I can't do anything else, so you can only do it yourself." Chapter 1134. Evil Peak City, City Lord Mansion. Qin Yu looked up at the grand and extraordinary gates. His eyes flashed and a sharp light shined in them. The Nightmare Demon race was at war with the Nightmare Beast territory. Yun Wuya, 7 Kill Clan Elder, Marquis 15 Jun, and the others had all arrived. But this list didn't include Blue Ocean's name. In other words, he had been excluded and didn't have the qualifications to participate in the distribution of benefits from the Nightmare Beast territory. With Blue Ocean's status, he definitely had the qualifications to interfere. This result also indicated his awkward situation within the Nightmare Demon race. Through challenges and killing the previous City Lord, he had risen like a shooting star. Even if he joined the ancient king's bloodline, he wouldn't be completely trusted. Without a foundation and without support from the Council of Elders, he would suffer. For instance, when he attacked Yun Lan, strictly speaking, Blue Ocean status was comparable to Yun Wuya, 7 Kill, and the others. He was an existence that had the qualifications to make arrangements, but he had been forced to personally participate and put himself in a difficult situation. As for the distribution of benefits, haha, sorry, there's no part for you right now. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't think that Blue Ocean could be used just because of this. More importantly, when he killed Qi Zhen, he discovered something interesting. This city lord of evil Peak City likely didn't want to be left out and wanted to stir up a storm in the struggle for the throne. Halt! This is the City Lord Mansion's restricted area. No one is allowed to enter unless invited. The guards at the entrance shouted. Several icy gazes locked onto Qin Yu. If he made any inappropriate movements, they would attack him with all their strength. Qin Yu lightly said, "Please pass on a message that Qin Yu of the Old King's bloodline requests an audience with the City Lord." The guards' complexions changed. Although the Nightmare Demon race hadn't returned from conquering the Nightmare Beast territory, some news had already been sent back. The eruption of conflict between the Ancient King's bloodline and the Old King's bloodline was the most important point, and Qin Yu was even more important. At this time, the guards didn't believe that anyone would dare to pretend to be Qin Yu. After all, if news of him being here spread out, there would likely be powerhouses of the Ancient King's bloodline rushing over and tearing him to pieces. They didn't know why Qin Yu had come here, but a person's name was like the shadow of a tree. Even the Ancient King's bloodline Qi Zhen had died to his hands, so no one dared to be careless. "Please wait a moment, I will go in and report immediately." A guard turned around and hurried into the City Lord's mansion. Soon, a demon appeared at the door. His eyes fell on Qin Yu. He turned and waved his hand. "Take them away." A group of black-armored demonic beasts rushed out, and the expressions of the guards outside changed slightly. However, they didn't dare to resist and obediently allowed themselves to be bound and taken away. As for the guard who had made the report earlier, he had long since disappeared. Presumably, his freedom had been restricted just like these people. After finishing all of this, the demon cupped his hands together and smiled. "I didn't know Sir Qin Yu had arrived, so I apologize for not going out to greet you. There are many people here, so please follow me." Qin Yu nodded. "Thank you." After entering the City Lord mansion, the demon said, "I am Yun Teng, an advisor of the mansion. At the banquet, I once saw Sir Qin Yu from afar. His expression was calm and gentle. Sir, you have come to visit today. The City Lord has ordered me to inquire about you. May I ask why you are here?" Qin Yu smiled. "There is indeed a matter that I hope to obtain the City Lord's help with." He spoke bluntly. Yun Teng paused for a moment and then continued to smile. "For you to ask for my help, it must not be a simple matter. I hope that you can obtain a satisfactory result today." As he spoke, he stopped and reached out a hand. "Sir Qin Yu, the City Lord is in the loft." Just as he finished speaking, Blue Sea's calm voice sounded out in their ears. "Bring Sir Qin Yu in." Yun Teng respectfully bowed. "Sir Qin Yu, please." Since he had come here, there was no need to hesitate. Although this loft seemed unusual, Qin Yu felt that Blue Sea wouldn't fall out with him. Even if he had already submitted himself to the Ancient King's bloodline, as he stepped in, he could feel faint spatial fluctuations. This was a layer of ceiling that isolated the outside world. The loft wasn't too large, it was arranged like a study. Blue Sea held an ancient beast hide scroll in his hands. He stood up and cupped his hands together. "Sir Qin Yu, we meet again." Qin Yu returned the greeting. "The reason I came here today is to ask the City Lord for help, and also to express my gratitude to the City Lord." Blue Sea nodded, a puzzled look on his face. "I don't know when I helped Sir Qin Yu." Qin Yu said, "In the Nightmare Beast territory, if it weren't for Cheng Hai retreating, I fear I wouldn't have been able to smoothly kill Qi Zhen and take revenge. For such a great matter, I certainly need to personally pay a visit to express my gratitude." Blue Sea laughed. "Sir Qin Yu, I fear you are mistaken. I have already expressed my support for the Ancient King's bloodline in seizing the throne, so how could I help you in such a matter?" His eyes seemed to smile and not smile, filled with an unfathomable meaning. "But Sir Qin Yu, your courage is truly great. You clearly know that I have already made my decision and yet you still dare to come to the City Lord mansion. Aren't you afraid that I will capture you and hand you over to the ancient king's bloodline to deal with? After all, this can be considered a great merit. Qin Yu's expression was calm. Since I have come, I naturally don't worry about this. The city lord will absolutely not hand me over to the ancient king's bloodline. After all, if I were to say something, the city lord would also be in trouble. Blue Sea looked at him. Sir Qin Yu, do you think that you can bring trouble to me with a few words without any evidence? Perhaps you are too confident in yourself. Qin Yu said, I don't have any evidence, but Cheng Hai himself is the best evidence. Unless the city lord silences me, as long as the ancient king's bloodline confirms Cheng Hai's hidden strength, they will naturally believe my words. Of course, the city lord has many ways to defend himself, but do you think that the ancient king's bloodline will believe you? Blue Sea was silent for a moment. Then, he revealed a look of praise. Sir Qin Yu has excellent eyesight. May I ask what you need me to do for you today? If it is within the scope of my ability, then I will be more than happy to form good karma with Sir Qin Yu. These words were a declaration of his position. Yun Teng's complexion changed. As he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes darkened. As one of the city lord's trusted aides, he understood Blue Sea's character. If he could endure being threatened in front of his face, then this meant that he dreaded this Qin Yu. Was Qin Yu really so terrifying? Although he couldn't figure it out, Yun Teng didn't say anything. He was a trusted aide of the city lord and could only make suggestions, not make decisions. Qin Yu said, then I must thank the city lord in advance. For you, this matter shouldn't be too much of a problem. Blue Sea smiled, indicating for him to continue. I hope to obtain 1 or 2 items that are tainted with Marquis 15 Jun's aura. Qin Yu calmly said. The loft fell silent. Blue Sea's eyes changed, as if he never thought that Qin Yu would make such a request. His sharp eyes fell on Qin Yu, as if he wanted to see through him. Marquis 15 Jun. Qin Yu clearly wanted to do something to him, but why? Or had he already sensed something? In that moment, countless thoughts raced through Blue Sea's mind. The expression on his face became increasingly heavy. Qin Yu, do you know what you are doing? After a long period of silence, he finally spoke, his tone cold to the extreme. Marquis 15 Jun is a formidable existence that has stepped onto the peak of my nightmare race. He is one of the cornerstones of our entire race. For you to make such a request, do you really think that I wouldn't dare to suppress you? Qin Yu's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. If the city lord believed that you could easily suppress me, why would you say so much? He restrained his smile. Or perhaps, I'll be more blunt. Although the city lord is strong, you aren't strong enough to suppress me. Yun Ting took a step forwards. This previously calm and friendly aide was now like an unsheathed saber, ready to unleash a heaven-shaking strike at any moment. Being locked onto by his aura, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his back. The heart of the abyss in his chest paused for a brief moment. Those who disrespect the city lord, die. Blue Sea lifted a hand. Yun Teng, stop. Do not disrespect Sir Qin Yu. Yun Teng took a deep breath and took a step backwards. As he did so, his aura converged, like a saber sheathed. This powerful control over his own strength was enough to be breathtaking. Qin Yu smiled. The city lord's subordinates are truly filled with talented individuals. Cheng Hai has already surprised me, but I never thought there would be another one in front of me. Blue Sea lightly said, I cannot compare with Sir Qin Yu. You actually dare to have ideas about Marquis Chen Jun. Haha, to tell the truth, within the entire nightmare race, there aren't many people that I can't see through, but Marquis Chen Jun is definitely one of them. Moreover, he is the most dangerous of them all. Qin Yu, you are playing with fire right now. It's not too late to stop, otherwise you might end up burning yourself to death. Qin Yu said, I am well aware of what I am doing. I hope that the city lord can help me with a small matter. A small matter. Blue Sea smiled and shook his head. He flipped his palm and a pitch-black bead appeared. This is a part of an artifact that Marquis Chen Jun carries with him all year round. It has absorbed his aura and I inadvertently obtained it. This is the only one I have. If it cannot satisfy your needs, then even I cannot help you. There really was one. Qin Yu was overjoyed. In truth, before he came here, he had only come with the mentality of giving it a try. Marquis Chen wasn't willing to fall into a predicament, even if Qin Yu didn't know what this predicament was. But that wasn't important. What was important was that a person who was unwilling to accept their current situation would definitely come into contact with others. Only by joining forces with others would they be able to stir up a greater storm and find a chance to break out of this predicament. Thus, Qin Yu bet that there was some contact between Marquis Chen and Blue Sea. Although this judgment was a bit far-fetched and risky, Qin Yu didn't worry that Blue Sea would reveal it, because as he said before, Qin Yu had grasped the City Lord Mansion's weak point. That person Cheng Hai had hidden himself extremely deeply. When Qin Yu moved to kill Qi Zhen, his aura instinctively erupted for a moment. In truth, Qin Yu didn't manage to catch it. It was Qi Zhen who told him that Cheng Hai was a good little fellow. As long as Cheng Hai was alive, that was the best evidence. At this critical moment in the struggle for the throne, the cautious Blue Sea absolutely wouldn't take such a risk. In short, he had to play a few rounds before deciding. He didn't expect that he would hit the solid point on his first swing. Was the bead in Blue Sea's hand something he inadvertently obtained? Humph humph, even a ghost wouldn't believe this. It seemed that this fellow had been plotting for a long time and had long since planned to scheme against Marquis Chen. However, Qin Yu suspected that Blue Sea really knew about Marquis Chenjuan's background. It had to be known that Blue Sea was a terrifying existence that could cooperate with Qi Zhen. Who knew how deep he was hidden beneath the surface? If it weren't for Qin Yu appearing today and Blue Sea had followed his own plan to scheme against Marquis Chen, he feared he would have been smashed to pieces in the blink of an eye and died a miserable death. Thinking about it this way, Qin Yu had indirectly saved Blue Sea's life. This fellow's luck was far too good. Blue Sea furrowed his eyebrows. He felt that there was something wrong with Qin Yu's eyes. Had this aroused his suspicions? However, even if he had suspicions, he couldn't obtain any evidence. It would be a pity if he missed out on such a good opportunity. Qin Yu took away the bead and cupped his hands together. I thank the City Lord for your help. There is no need to send me off. We will meet again in the future. As he spoke, he turned and left. Chapter 1135. Yun Ting took a deep breath, a puzzled expression on his face. City Lord, why are you tolerating him like this? This Qin Yu is far too insolent. Blue Ocean smiled. Marquis 15 Jun is unfathomably deep. Since this person wants to give it a try, how about I help him? As for his attitude, he glanced at Yun Ting. You've been by my side for so many years. Haven't you realized something? In the abyss, strength always comes first. I don't have the confidence to suppress Qin Yu, so he naturally has the qualifications to be insolent in front of me. Yun Ting was puzzled. He didn't dare to say that he completely understood the City Lord's strength, but he was absolutely countless times stronger than what he saw on the surface. If Qin Yu could kill Qi Zhen, then he definitely had strength. But Yun Ting didn't believe that Qin Yu could compare with the City Lord. Blue Ocean could see his confusion but didn't explain. He hadn't placed much importance on Qin Yu at the start, but now, it seemed he had underestimated him. After killing Qi Zhen and taking revenge for the previous king's bloodline, would he replace Cloudbillow's position? If so, then it wouldn't be too much to value him even more. Moreover, Blue Ocean's mind was still echoing with Qin Yu's final words before he left. Until we meet again. These words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Interesting, truly interesting. Perhaps there would be more unexpected twists and turns in this struggle for the throne. Blue Ocean took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. A brilliant light erupted from his eyes. No matter what, he believed that he would be the one to laugh in the end. For this goal, he had prepared for it all this time and had paid an incalculable price. He would not fail, he absolutely would not. As Qin Yu looked at the shadow on the ground and the bead that gradually fused into it, he relaxed and smiled. Such a difficult matter had actually been resolved so easily. It seemed his luck was quite good. He hoped that this good luck would continue until he returned from the nightmare ancestral land. However, placing all the blame on luck was clearly a very irresponsible approach to one's own life. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He was waiting for the little blue lamp's next move. Time passed. After Qi Zhen's consciousness fell silent, at some point, a faint fluctuation appeared in the connection between Qi Nu and the little blue lamp. This clearly wasn't an accident. Although the little blue lamp didn't send any thoughts, it had taken the initiative to shake the connection between them. This in itself was a hint. If it wasn't trying to do something, then with the little blue lamp's cautiousness, it wouldn't have moved. Its long silence was evidence of this. In other words, it was preparing to do something. Qi Nu didn't know what the little blue lamp wanted to do, but his intuition told him that it wouldn't be simple. Originally, even if Qi Zhan had fused with his shadow and Marquis Chen Zhan was cooperating with him, Qi Nu still didn't have any confidence in destroying the nightmare ancestral land. After all, even Marquis Chen Zhan was terrified of the powerful being codenamed Old Turtle. But now, the little blue lamp's actions gave him confidence for the first time. Who knew how many people would go on stage in this big show, whether openly or secretly? Perhaps he could try and be the last person left on the stage. The battle against the Yong's territory was over. As expected, the giant crocodile king, the golden condor king, and the other 7 beast kings were killed. The Yong had given away 6 extremely precious beast king cores. The rest of the Yong beasts suffered heavy casualties, their numbers incalculable. Even though the entire battle hadn't been going on for long, it had already greatly damaged the vitality of the Yong beast territory. At the very least, for the next 1,000 years, they wouldn't have the strength to stir up any more storms. Once they had the strength, it would be time to reap the harvest. Perhaps the Yong beast territory's beast kings didn't know this, but so what if they did? If they wanted to live, they could only endure the humiliation. To put it bluntly, they could only kneel on the ground and beg for their lives. Of course, the nightmare demon race didn't come out without losses. The reason they only had 6 beast king cores was because the giant crocodile king had self-destructed. This strongest Yong beast king was only a single step away from breaking into the king step. In a desperate counterattack, it tore through the suppression of the nightmare demon race and successfully destroyed its own crystal core. A peak demon commander nightmare demon powerhouse was unlucky and was entangled by the giant crocodile king. Without being able to escape, he was blown to pieces on the spot. The other nightmare demon powerhouses that attacked the giant crocodile king were all wounded. Some of them had serious injuries that would take several years to recover. Yun Wuya was able to escape unscathed. In fact, this old fellow had been at the very front when they attacked the giant crocodile king. But he was smart enough and he ran quickly. As soon as he realized something was wrong, he immediately ran away, narrowly avoiding the core area of the explosion. This made the elder of the 7 kill race clench his teeth. Why didn't this bastard die? Because of the deaths of Qi Zhan and Yun Lan, the ancient king's bloodline and the old king's bloodline had completely fallen out. Strictly speaking, the losses of the two sides were mostly due to each other's hands. Marquis Chen Zhan had a secret conversation with the elder of the 7 kill race and then went to find Yun Wuya. No one knew what they talked about, but both sides maintained a certain level of restraint and didn't start a conflict that couldn't be resolved. But everyone knew that the ancient king and the old king's bloodline weren't the winners of this time's Yong beast hunt. Both sides had lost their most outstanding successors. The fight for the new king's position might not be theirs. The elder of the 7 kill race knelt on the ground, ashamed. Patriarch, I am responsible for Qi Zhen's death. Please punish me. On the other side, the Jiyu Wang patriarch had a calm expression. His eyes were slightly closed as he leaned against the back of the chair with a solemn and dignified aura. He slowly said, "Tell me everything from the beginning to the end." The elder of the 7 kill race didn't stand up. He continued kneeling on the ground and recounted everything that happened after entering the Yong beast's territory. The ancient king patriarch opened his eyes. There seemed to be 1,000,000,000 bolts of lightning flashing in his eyes. Was Marquis Chen Zhan involved in this? The elder of the 7 kill race hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Patriarch, I have carefully investigated. Although there were some coincidences, I didn't find any traces of him interfering. The ancient king patriarch nodded without saying anything. The elder of the 7 kill race gritted his teeth. Qi Jun is dead. Who is our candidate? This was probably the most important matter for the ancient king's bloodline. No matter how outstanding Qi Jun was, his death was meaningless. Whoever was chosen would instantly become an important figure in the entire family and would have the qualifications to reach the peak of power. There is no candidate. The ancient king patriarch's voice was still calm, but there was an inexplicable meaning in it. The elder of the 7-kill race froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could the ancient king's bloodline not be fully prepared for the fight for the new king's position? Now that Qi Jun had been killed, the patriarch actually said that there was no candidate. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it. There was a trace of bitterness and helplessness in the ancient king patriarch's eyes. The ancestral land had already given a reminder that the ancient king's bloodline would awaken and inherit the vacant throne. He had already determined that there would be no problem with the throne, so why would he make any other preparations? Otherwise, it would be disrespecting the ancestral land. But now, Qi Jun had indeed awakened the ancient king's bloodline, but he had died midway. This was different from the ancestral land's reminder. What went wrong? Why would the old king's bloodline also awaken the ancient king's bloodline? Was the death of Qi Jun and Yun Lan really so simple? The ancient king patriarch's heart was filled with unease. It was because of this that he had come to Erfeng City and personally participated. Otherwise, he would never have come to Erfeng City that was so close to the ancestral land. This was related to a great secret that only a few people at the peak of the nightmare race were qualified to know. The throne was the hope that ensured the prosperity of a family. But, it also represented some unknown terror. Suppressing his thoughts, the ancient king patriarch looked up. The old thing from the old king's bloodline has also come. I will personally discuss this matter with him. Pass down the order that no one is allowed to act rashly. The 7-kill patriarch respectfully nodded. He was strong, so he certainly had the qualifications to be arrogant. But, the patriarch was stronger. As for how much stronger, he still hadn't clearly sensed the limits of the patriarch's strength. If it weren't for the will of the abyss limiting a race to only a single true king, he would have suspected that the patriarch had secretly broken into the king level. But even if he wasn't at the king level, the patriarch and the others absolutely couldn't use the strength of the demon commander level to restrict them. He wasn't a king, but he possessed strength comparable to a king. This was the ancient king patriarch. At the same time, in the ruined blue-tiled courtyard, Yun Wuya was respectfully bowing towards the old man sitting in the main seat. This was a true old man. Qin Yu could clearly feel the aura emitting from his body, nearly condensing into reality. He was even shocked by the aura of decay. How could the other party still be alive? His thin and withered body was so thin that his skin wrapped around his bones. The sparse white hair on his head was so thin that it could be counted. But this old man, who seemed as if he would die at any moment, was the patriarch of the old king's bloodline. He was someone who could cause Yun Wuya to bow so respectfully. Just this point alone was enough to prove that this true old fellow wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. He was surely a terrifying existence hidden within. Stand up. I know what happened. You've done well. The old king patriarch's voice was clear, but it was weak, giving off a weak feeling. His eyes fell on Yun Lan. Girl, these years have been hard on you. We old things will make up for what we owe you in the future. Yun Lan's eyes turned red. She fell to her knees. Old ancestor, your grandson hasn't suffered. The old king patriarch smiled and nodded, a gratified expression on his face. He gestured for her to stand up and then turned to Qin Yu. You are the Qin boy. Not bad, not bad. Before, Wuya told me that you were an outstanding young man. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Qin Yu's heart raced. As this old man's eyes locked onto him, he felt as if his entire being was being seen through. The only thing that could compare with this feeling was when he faced the demon dragon race's elder subduing magic. As expected, the old king's bloodline still had a sea-calming divine needle. Qin Yu had long suspected that although Yun Wuya was strong, could he fight with the ancient king's bloodline by himself until now? But the facts proved that the true big boss had only appeared today. But what was the reason? This was a major event that involved the struggle for the throne of the Nightmare King, yet the old King Patriarch had only arrived at Dark Peak City now. Thinking further, was the ancient king's bloodline and even the leaders of the new faction the same? After all, Qin Yu had never heard Yun Wuya mention these people before. Did they not care about the inheritance of the throne? This clearly didn't make sense. But if they did care, why didn't they personally take control of the situation? To put it more bluntly, why didn't these old fellows, who were terrifying to the point of making one's heart tremble, directly go into battle? If they could become the patriarch, how could their bloodline not be strong enough? Were they not satisfied with the qualifications to become the Nightmare King? Were they simply a joke? At this time, countless thoughts raced through Qin Yu's mind. Then, a thought suddenly broke into his mind. Could it be that they also knew of the existence of their old turtle? As soon as this thought appeared, Qin Yu's heart raced. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If it weren't for the fact that Qi Zhen had gone too far and caused himself to fall into a half-dead sleep, he would have definitely asked about it. If this was true, the waters of the nightmare demon race were 10 times deeper than he thought, 100 times deeper. Qin Yu's throat was dry and his voice was a bit tight. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Patriarch." The old King Patriarch smiled and nodded. "Stand up. There is no need to be nervous. Since I agreed to Wuya's proposal, I have long regarded you as one of my own." He coughed twice and waved his hand. "Wuya, little girl Yun Lan, you two can leave first. I have some matters to discuss with the Qin boy alone." Yun Wuya and Yun Lan respectfully nodded and left. After the two left, the old King Patriarch smiled at Qin Yu. He gestured with his hand and said, "Please sit. I apologize for offending you." Qin Yu shook his head. "Patriarch, there is no need to be so polite. I have no choice but to be polite. There are so many bad people these days. Who knows when one day they might accidentally step on a mine." The old King Patriarch's smile faded. He calmly looked at Qin Yu. "Now, I hope that you can seriously answer a question of mine. Just who are you?" Qin Yu did his best to maintain his calm. He frowned and said, "This junior does not understand Patriarch's meaning." The old King Patriarch's expression didn't change. "You understand, so why must I say it? In this succession of kings, my clan does not have a royal bloodline, but the aura on your body is indeed that of a royal bloodline. Moreover, it is the aura of my clan's previous king. So, I need you to give me an explanation." He leaned forwards. Although he was old and decaying and his aura was extremely weak, in Qin Yu's perception it was like a great beast was rushing towards him. He could clearly see its exposed fangs, covered in minced meat, and the smell of blood assailed his senses. As if he would be torn to pieces in the next moment. Chapter 1136. As expected, the ancient King Patriarch wasn't completely clueless about the ancestral land. "My clan does not need a royal bloodline." Just these words revealed far too much shocking information. Qin Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat and his face was pale. This had nothing to do with fear. Anyone below the king's step would have the same appearance when facing this old fellow. Of course, in truth, Qin Yu was truly a bit afraid. What nonsense! This old man could crush you to death with a flick of his finger. How could he not be afraid? If he dared to say he wasn't afraid, then he was either a dead man or an idiot. Although he was afraid, he didn't lose his ability to think. On the contrary, Qin Yu's thoughts raced at an astonishing speed. The first key was that the old King Patriarch only found out today that my clan does not need a royal bloodline. That was definitely not the case. Since he already knew, why did he agree to Yun Wuya letting him replace Yun Lan and participate in the struggle for the throne? There were two possibilities. First, the old King Patriarch wasn't sure if the information he obtained was correct. What if Qin Yu really was the reincarnation of the late king? Or, even though he knew there was a problem with Qin Yu, he still chose to tacitly accept it. But no matter which possibility it was, it showed that the old King Patriarch had a hidden hostility and distrust towards the ancestral land. Otherwise, when he confirmed Qin Yu's bloodline, no matter what his true identity was, he would have immediately controlled him and investigated his origins. Within the nightmare demon race, The dignified patriarch of the old king's bloodline could be said to be one of the few people with the highest status besides the Nightmare King. Yet, he actually held hostility and distrust towards the ancestral land. Even if he said this out loud, no one would believe him, but this answer could undoubtedly explain all the mysteries in front of him. For instance, the old king patriarch and the other incomparably powerful old fellows. Why didn't they personally intervene or even directly participate in the struggle for the throne? The greatest possibility was that they had already sensed some sort of threat and restlessness. If this was true, then the current situation wasn't as dangerous as Qin Yu thought it was. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "The patriarch really does know some things. It seems I can't continue to hide it." He looked at the old king patriarch. As Qin Yu spoke, his complexion didn't change at all. Qin Yu couldn't help but curse him for being an old bag of bones. For an existence like him who had lived for countless years, it was extremely easy for him to restrain his emotions. Trying to probe him with words and sense the fluctuations in his heart was no different from a fool's dream. Even if you could see the changes in his emotions, would you really dare to believe it? Who knows if what you see in front of you is intentionally shown to you? However, this matter had to be looked at from two sides. Sometimes, being expressionless was a sign that one's inner emotions were shaken. Otherwise, why would one need to hide it? Only a block of wood would be able to remain indifferent to everything. Qin Yu's thoughts continued to race. His voice was low and deep, revealing a bit of difficulty. This was because if he spoke like this he could speak slowly and he wouldn't be suspected. He would have more time to think. That's right, Qin Yu was making up a story. But making up a story was also a test of skill. In particular, the audience in front of him was an old ghost that had lived for countless years. Although Qin Yu felt that the situation wasn't as dangerous as he thought, who knew whether or not there was a problem with his judgment? If he was unlucky enough to be killed for saying the wrong thing, wouldn't he die an unjust death? I believe that the patriarch has already sent people to investigate my background. Qin Yu lowered his head, a helpless smile on his face. Then you should know that a woman called Liao She once appeared by my side. In fact, the first person I saw when I opened my eyes was her. These words weren't wrong. When Qin Yu fell unconscious in the myriad soul Dao, the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Liao She. Thus, these words came from the depths of his heart. It was obvious that they were true. This was the highest realm of making up a story. To subtly transform one's own experiences and add in some art of language to trigger the thoughts of the listener. The old patriarch's eyes flashed. It was clear that Qin Yu's words had shaken him. He did indeed know the name of that woman, Liao She. Moreover, he knew far more details than Qin Yu had expected. Although it seemed as if the aftermath of what happened in Giant Deer City was gradually fading away, there were still numerous clues left behind. For instance, Hei Tiangong's close subordinate in Merry Forest, the fox girl in the Thousand Eye Temple, and Niu Dachui who had luckily completed his bloodline transformation. On the surface, these traces seemed fragmented and didn't point in any particular direction. But, the old patriarch's bloodline was powerful enough to obtain all the information and piece it together bit by bit. Then, it wouldn't be difficult to extract something useful from it. Thus, Qin Yu surfaced. And in the end, the old patriarch's attention turned to Liao She. She had suddenly appeared in the dark abyss with Qin Yu. The source of their search was the Striped Crow clan. They should be the first group of people to see Liao She and Qin Yu. Further ahead, there was nothing. To cross the many layers of the dark abyss to trace the origins of two people was far more terrifying than finding a needle in a haystack. If it weren't for the fact that the nightmare demon race was strong enough and the old patriarch had pushed for it, it would have been impossible to obtain any results. Of course, even if the old patriarch took action, he still had to spend a great deal of time to slowly peel away the threads and obtain the final result. In the end, the conclusion that the old clan head came to was that Liao She was the most mysterious existence in the master-teacher continent. Hei Tiangang, Old Fox, and Shadowless Demon following Qin Yu should have been pushed by her in the dark. This matched up with what Qin Yu said. Just who was this woman? As the old patriarch's thoughts raced, Qin Yu didn't stop speaking. He bitterly smiled and continued, Liaosha disappeared. I don't know how to describe it. She was like a shadow beside me, slowly fading until all traces disappeared. I didn't feel any energy fluctuations, as if she really was just a shadow. In fact, I still have a lot of questions to ask her, but I didn't have the time to ask her. She lied to me and gave me a promise of 10 days, but when the time was up, she was going to disappear, and I didn't have the time to say anything. Qin Yu suddenly looked up and his eyes fell on the old patriarch. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Patriarch, you are strong and knowledgeable. Do you know what kind of existence Liaosha is? Will I be able to see her again in the future? Although she lied to me, strictly speaking, she lied to me twice. But I know that I owe her far too much. If I have the chance to meet her again in the future, I'll definitely find a way to return the favor. It's just that I don't know where she is now. Ever since Liaosha disappeared, I haven't been able to sense any traces of her. The old patriarch suddenly said, before she left, did she give you anything? Qin Yu nodded. She did. Some potions that she refined. She said that they could be used to protect my life in the future. As he spoke, he flipped his hand. Demonic light surged and he took out a jade bottle. The old patriarch took it. When he touched the jade bottle, his movements paused for a moment. He poured out the potion and looked at it. Although his expression didn't change, his breathing was a bit heavier than before. Many years ago, the former royal clan leader had experienced a great change. Because of that, he had become what he was now. But even though his mortal body had withered to the extreme, he still had a breath of life left in him. This breath was enough for him to suppress the old patriarch's bloodline until now. His boundary was still there. He could faintly feel a terrifying aura from the pill in front of him. This was the smell of source energy. And in the abyss, the only ones that could use source energy to support a potion were the will of the abyss. Or perhaps, those that obtained the approval of the abyss were peak existences amongst demon refiners, the abyssal walkers. But the old patriarch was well aware that Liaosha wasn't the abyssal walker. If so, then the only possibility left was the strength of the abyss. As he thought, this matter was far more complicated than he imagined. Had the existence in the ancestral land already aroused the attention of the abyss? Marquis 15 Jun had launched a war against the Nightmare Beast territory. Calculating the time, they had indeed reached that critical juncture. Perhaps Qin Yu had appeared here because he was shouldering some sort of destiny. Perhaps he really was the reincarnation of the late patriarch. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Patriarch, perhaps you don't believe me. I know my own name but I don't have a past. To put it simply, I know who I am, but I also don't know who I am. It was Liaosha who reminded me to come to Eventide City, and I instinctively sensed something about this place. Thus, I came here and entered the 9 Netherworld Pagoda to cultivate. In the process, I sensed an extremely mysterious location. Although I don't know what that place is, my intuition tells me that it might be the ancestral land of the Nightmare Beast race. These words were filled with truth and falsehood. They were mysterious, but they all matched up. Qin Yu almost believed them. The old patriarch's complexion changed. He slowly leaned back in his chair, the terrifying aura he released gradually fading away. According to the conclusion he obtained from his investigation, he had no choice but to believe everything Qin Yu had said. Qin Yu knew who he was, but he didn't know who he was. Of course, he couldn't know, nor could he have his own will. This was because he was originally nothing more than a chess piece that the will of the abyss had attacked. In the end, he didn't know what the outcome would be. And the original form of this chess piece was likely the Nightmare Beast king born from the old king's bloodline. No wonder he had lived peacefully for countless years, but had suddenly vanished without warning. Now, there was an explanation for everything. All living things born in the abyss existed beneath the will of the abyss. Even if the late king was suppressed in the world of the living, as long as the will of the abyss wished to, he could dissipate with a single thought. Qin Yu didn't speak again. His face was blank, but there was a trace of helplessness and hesitation. He clenched and unclenched his fists from time to time. The hall fell silent. After an unknown period of time, this silence was broken. I already know who you are. There are many matters to attend to, so go and rest early. The old patriarch slowly spoke, his complexion becoming gentle once more. As he looked at Qin Yu, there was a bit of pity in his eyes. He felt that he had found the truth of everything. This truth was cruel, but he couldn't do anything about it. This was because the will of the abyss could not be disobeyed. Since it had acted, the result had been decided from the start. This time, there was bound to be some change in the ancestral land. But what would happen in the end? Would that person be able to continue existing? If it dissipated, would it be a good thing or a bad thing for the Nightmare Beast clan? Qin Yu bowed. He paused for several breaths of time, his voice filled with anticipation. Patriarch, you know who I am, right? The old patriarch shook his head. You may leave. This old man cannot be certain of your identity. Yes. Qin Yu turned and left, his feet a bit heavy. After leaving the hall, he looked up at the skies at a 45-degree angle and let out a long breath. In this performance, he gave himself 99 points. Sure enough, pressure was motivation. Qin Yu felt that his acting skills had never been as explosive as they were today. He didn't give him a single point because he wanted him to remain clear-headed and not be too smug. In the end, acting was still acting. He might be able to play it smoothly once or twice, but what if he failed? In the blink of an eye, he would be hammered to pieces. If he had enough strength, what could the old patriarch do to him? Was there a need for him to be so cautious and be forced to awaken his acting potential? He had to directly suppress this old fellow. He had to be steady. He absolutely could not become arrogant. He had to remember that only strength was the foundation upon which he stood. As he secretly warned himself, Qin Yu strode away. Within the hall, the old patriarch looked away. Although he was here, he had seen everything that happened when Qin Yu left the hall. His silence, his exhalation, the struggle in his eyes, as well as his final determined steps, all of this became the last straw that broke the balance. The old patriarch confirmed his guess. Qin Yu was Qin Yu. He was the reincarnation of the previous king, but at the same time, he was also a chess piece whose fate was unknown. But there was a high probability that he wouldn't have a good end. After all, he was someone who didn't even have memories. In a corner of the hall, a shadow wriggled out. A respectful voice sounded out, Patriarch, that person from the ancient king's bloodline requests a meeting with you. The old patriarch waved his hand. I understand. This was what he should do. Since everyone had come, they naturally had to sit down and talk. After all, there had been far too many accidents, so many that old ghosts like them couldn't continue to sit on the cloud fishing platform and watch the situation change. Qi Jin should have become the new king, but he had already perished. Qin Yu had replaced Yun Lan's position and possessed the awakened royal bloodline. This chess game had already changed, and old fellows like them no longer had the qualifications to make a move. Perhaps waiting for the final outcome was the best choice right now. With a deep sigh, the old patriarch stood up. His body shivered, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. But as he stood up, the entire hall began to shake. Creaking sounds filled the air, as if it were withstanding a terrifying weight and would collapse at any moment. With a single step, the old patriarch vanished from sight. Only the hall continued to tremble and wail. Poster, BD Share. Chapter 1137. No one knew what had happened in the dark. The conflict between the bloodline of the ancient king and the bloodline of the old king did not break out as expected. Instead, it disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. The deaths of Qi Jun and Yun Lan had been quietly revealed. This was naturally very abnormal, but now, no one was in the mood to continue investigating the secret between the two parties. Because the heavens chosen stage was about to descend. Within the territory of the Nightmare Beast, the 10 parties that hunted the most Nightmare Beasts would obtain the qualifications to enter the Heaven Choice stage. After passing the test of the Ancestral Land, 3 would be chosen to enter the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Even though the Yong Beast hunting test had been interrupted due to the war with the Yong Beast tribe, the hunting ranking was still there. The top 10 Nightmare clans were preparing with all their might to try their luck. Both the ancient king and the old king had lost their successors. This might be their best chance. If they succeeded, the entire family would rise to power and wield the power of the nightmare race. They would then obtain unimaginable rewards. The Heaven Choice platform is a part of the ancestral land. After obtaining its approval, it will bring you into the space of the ancestral land. There is no other way to enter the ancestral land. Yun Wuya looked at Qin Yu with a solemn expression. This is the final threshold before you. As long as you can cross it, you will become the new king of nightmares. His tone was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Qin Yu had already thoroughly awakened his royal bloodline. After entering the ancestral land, he would immediately obtain recognition. Those that entered the ancestral land with him simply wouldn't have any chance to resist. Thus, in Yun Wuya's eyes, the heaven-chosen stage was the only obstacle that the old king's bloodline had to face. The ancient king's bloodline would definitely think of a way to prevent Qin Yu from obtaining recognition. This was because after stepping onto the Heaven's Choice altar, he would no longer be able to conceal his aura. He had already reported this matter to the clan leader, but what puzzled Yun Wuya was that the clan leader didn't say anything about it. He merely waved a hand and didn't mention it again. Perhaps the patriarch had already made arrangements, but Yun Wuya felt that he had to be serious and warn Qin Yu to prevent any accidents from occurring. I understand. Qin Yu nodded calmly. Yun Wuya frowned and thought for a moment before asking, did the chief say something to you? If you can't tell me, then don't say it. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He could somewhat guess what Yun Wuya was thinking, but the truth was that he really didn't feel any pressure entering the ancestral land. What was truly terrifying was after entering the ancestral land. There was no way to explain and he didn't want to say anything. He simply nodded, as if saying you're right, but I really can't say anything. A smile appeared on Yun Wuya's face. I knew that the chief had made preparations. How could he not have thought of the key to seizing the throne? Okay, then I won't say much. This is the information I've collected about the heaven-chosen stage. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Qin Yu received the demon crystal and said, can I go back and take a look? I still have some matters to attend to. Yun Wuya instantly understood. That's fine. You can just take it back. I'm free these next few days. If you don't know anything, feel free to ask me. Qin Yu expressed his thanks and left. Without further delay, he returned to his dwelling. After Qin Yu closed the door, he could clearly feel some subtle changes in the space he was in. This change was different from Qi Zhen's previous actions. Qin Yu couldn't clearly feel what the difference was, but there was no doubt that it had isolated the aura of the outside world from the outside world. Amidst the fluctuations, Marquis Chen Jun stepped out. Qin Yu's eyes fell on him and his pupils changed. Although the Marquis Chen Jun in front of him had no flaws, Qin Yu could still sense that something was different. This wasn't the true Marquis Chen Jun, but something similar to a projection avatar. Was he worried about the old royal patriarch who had already arrived? Besides this, Qin Yu couldn't think of any other possibility. His thoughts raced. He bowed. Greetings, Marquis Chen Jun. No need to be so polite. Marquis Chen Jun lightly said, you and Qi Zhen are equals. You and I are the same. Qin Yu stood up. Then this junior will have to offend you. Marquis Chen Jun, may I ask why you have come today? Qi Zhen and Marquis Chen Jun didn't need to be mentioned in detail. But, if it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu was currently cooperating with them, these two strange old fellows would have attacked him first. After all, as a product that existed outside of the rules, they would certainly be interested in Qin Yu's identity and origins. Qin Yu believed that Qi Zhen and Marquis Chen Jun both hoped that he could smoothly destroy the ancestral land, so they absolutely wouldn't care about his life or death. Thus, towards these two formidable old ghosts, Qin Yu was filled with dread, but he didn't respect them at all. Marquis Chen Jun clearly didn't care about this. He looked at Qin Yu and directly said, I came today to give you the crystal core. As he spoke, he took out a pitch-black ring that seemed to be forged from some unknown material and passed it to Qin Yu. Remember, the crystal core in this ring is a backup plan. You must not act rashly. Marquis Chen Jun solemnly reminded him before handing the ring to him. Qin Yu nodded. Marquis Chen Jun, rest assured that I know what is important and what is not. I will not joke around with my life or death. Marquis Qianjun raised his head and glanced in a certain direction. He subconsciously frowned and said, I should go. Tell Qi Zhen that anything that happens in the ancestral land has nothing to do with me. This is all I can do. As he finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. His figure moved, fusing into the ripples in space and vanishing from sight. In Qi Yu's perception, the strength that distorted space also faded away. In a courtyard of the blue tile courtyard, although it had been repaired, one could still see tiny cracks on the surface of the building. The old royal patriarch looked away. He lifted a hand and drank the tea in his cup. With a light pop, he placed the teacup on the table. That aura just now was incomparably obscure. If he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he would have never been able to sense it. But since it was intentional, no matter how obscure it would still leave behind some traces. He hadn't probed it, but that feeling was something that the old royal patriarch was certain he wasn't wrong. As he thought, this was the work of the will of the abyss. Qi Yu had concealed some things and hadn't said everything. But this wasn't important. Even if he was willing to speak, the old royal patriarch wouldn't want to know. If the will of the abyss attacked, even if he was just touched by the tiniest bit, there was a chance that he would fall into a vortex and eventually be destroyed. Many years ago, he had lived with death day and night. But now, he was still alive, and without accident, he would continue to live. The old royal patriarch didn't fear death at all. This was because the torment of his difficult existence had slowly worn away his fear of death. But he couldn't die yet. At the very least, before the old royal bloodline was born and a new guardian was born, he had to continue living. So, Qi Yu would continue to hide the things he wanted to hide. Through this matter, he had further confirmed his identity. A chess piece of the will of the abyss had fallen into this game. A great change was about to occur. Blue Sea bowed, his voice filled with reverence. Patriarch, rest assured that from this day forth, Blue Sea will marry into the clan. I will regard you all as my family and I will not betray your trust today. If I were to disobey you, I would be rejected by the abyss. The ancient king patriarch had a calm expression. I naturally trust you, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen you as a candidate. He waved his hand and said, Go. The Heaven's Choice platform will soon descend. The ancient king bloodline will fully support you in obtaining the qualifications to enter. Yes. Blue Sea bowed once more. Then, he took several steps back and left. In the grand hall, another voice sounded out. Patriarch, why did you choose him? Then, another demon spoke up. Although Qi Zhen has died, there are still many outstanding juniors in my bloodline. Although Blue Sea is outstanding, he isn't one of us. The voices in the grand hall were filled with confusion and worry. But before this, not a single one of them had voiced any objections. This was the prestige and status of the ancient king patriarch. The ancient king patriarch lightly said, I have my own plans for this matter. There is no need for all of you to say anything. He waved his hand, leave. Yes, patriarch. We will bid our farewells. Calm figures began to withdraw from the grand hall. As their eyes met, they could all feel the confusion and helplessness in each other's eyes. Blue Sea, hey, it was actually Blue Sea. Let alone others, even they, who could be considered peak characters of the ancient king bloodline, felt this result to be inconceivable. What was the patriarch thinking about? The grand hall emptied out, leaving behind only the ancient king patriarch. Deep in his calm and indifferent eyes, great waves began to appear. Qi Zhen should have become a king, but he had died prematurely. From that moment on, the chess game was completely messed up. Since that was the case, why not throw in another piece of chaos? They could also see just what kind of strength was hiding behind Blue Sea. To make the situation even more chaotic, they could also borrow the strength of the ancestral land to destroy the claws of some people. Did they really think that the Nightmare Clan was something they could covet? Ancestral land. The ancient king patriarch muttered to himself. After several breaths of time, he lightly laughed. There was bitterness, there was gloominess, but most of it was mockery. He was laughing at himself, and he was also laughing at those in his clan who were like him. The ancestral land of the Nightmare Clan was known as the foundation of their clan, a place that was envied and feared by all sides in the dark abyss, but even people like them felt awe and fear. They needed to use the hands of outsiders to probe it. What a joke! 3 days later, the heaven-chosen platform descended. It was really just an incomparably large stone platform. Every inch of its surface was covered with traces of the baptism of time. There were countless cracks and the aura of the passing of time filled the air. With just a single glance, one could clearly feel the endless time it had experienced. In the skies above, the violent spatial fluctuations didn't dissipate with the arrival of the heaven-chosen platform. Instead, they became even more turbulent. They were like countless raging waves surrounding the heaven-chosen stage, forming a terrifying sealing barrier. The heaven-chosen platform came from the Nightmare Clan's ancestral land and was a part of it. Naturally, it was only open to the Nightmare Clan. No one else could enter. If they tried to force their way in, this terrifying spatial barrier would be enough to completely destroy them. Qin Yu looked up. His eyes fell on the skies. Even though he was far away, he could still feel its boundless aura. And this aura, to a large extent, was because it covered an extremely large area, as if it covered the entire sky. A summoning strength came from the heaven-chosen platform, covering Qin Yu within. As time passed, it became increasingly strong. He had an intuition that as long as he willed it, he could rely on this summoning strength to be pulled into the heaven-chosen platform. Yun Wuya took a deep breath. He said in a low voice, "Qin Yu, today I will accompany you into the heaven-chosen platform. Struggle with everything you have. As long as I don't die, I will ensure your safety." Qin Yu nodded, not saying anything. Yun Wuya laughed. "Let's go." Shua. Their figures suddenly vanished from where they stood, causing several faint ripples in the air like stones falling into water. Chapter 1138. Qin Yu never imagined that from the moment he entered the Heaven's Choice platform, the competition would directly enter its climax without any delay. But what happened afterwards proved that he had underestimated the strength gathered in the struggle for the throne of the Nightmare race. The top 10 rankings of the Nightmare Beast Hunt were led by the Ancient King, the Old King, and the New Faction. Although the other 7 factions were a bit weaker, they were still powerful influences within the Nightmare race. As everyone gathered on the Heaven's Choice platform, an invisible repulsive strength erupted, pushing Yun Wuya and the other guards to the edge. Then, a stirring strength was released from the Heaven's Choice platform. It was able to stimulate the bloodline aura of everyone on the final list of 10. Simple and crude, but effective. The strength of the various abyssal races was established upon the foundation of their bloodline. On the Heaven's Choice platform, the 3 people with the strongest bloodlines would be allowed to enter the ancestral land. Of course, this was only a simple overview of the process. In reality, it was impossible to simply select the top 10. Without further ado, the bloodline aura of the 10 people on the Heaven's Choice platform began to break out from their bodies. Bang, numerous blood-colored pillars appeared above their heads, shooting straight into the sky like smoke signals, wantonly releasing their own powerful pressure. This was the manifestation of the strength of their bloodline within their bodies. As time passed, the blood-red columns continued to grow taller and taller. 10 feet. 30 feet. 50 feet. Yun Wuya was expressionless, but his fists were clenched tightly within his sleeves. Even now, the matter of Qin Yu awakening his royal bloodline was a top secret that no one knew of. But soon, this secret would be exposed. Without a doubt, the first to fall out with him would be the Ancient King bloodline. Tilting his head slightly, Yun Wuya glanced at the 7 Kills clan elder out of the corner of his eye. It was still this bastard who came today. Although Yun Wuya was confident that he could crush the 7 Kills clan elder to the ground, these bastards would not give him a fair chance to fight. He had to cripple one of them first in order to deter the others. Otherwise, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to protect Qin Yu. And without a doubt, 7 Kill was the best candidate. Thinking of this, Yun Wuya licked his lips, a cruel expression on his face. The 7 Kill elder's face was livid. He felt like he was being stared at. Why was this old bastard looking at him like that? The Heaven-Chosen platform was ranked according to bloodline, and the top 3 would be allowed to enter the ancestral land. But in fact, after being ranked, One had to be strong enough to survive until the heaven-chosen platform and return to the ancestral land. The period in between, was known as the bloody period. What wouldn't he do for the throne? For countless years, the succession of kings had changed, brothers had turned against each other, husbands and wives had broken up, siblings had killed each other. What kind of plot had not happened before? Death was a common occurrence. As time passed, the blood-colored pillars above the heads of the 10 cultivators soon reached a height of 10 jong. At this moment, someone's speed began to slow down. He roared unwillingly, but it was to no avail. The face of a demon guard was filled with anger. His race had chosen a competitor for the throne, but the blood-colored pillar had stopped growing after reaching a height of 30 meters. He was ranked last. The 10-meter blood pillar was the threshold for the fight for the throne. If one did not reach this standard, they would not be qualified to fight for the throne at all. 110 feet was more than enough. But this result meant that he had almost no chance of entering the ancestral land. Soon, the blood pillars of the other competitors also stopped growing. Most of them were concentrated between 140 and 190 feet. In the end, the only ones whose blood pillars continued to grow and broke past 200 feet were Chinyu, Blue Sea, and another unfamiliar young demon. And these three people represented the old king, the ancient king, and the new faction. At the edge of the heaven-chosen platform, the blood pillars stopped growing. The various demon guards all revealed complex expressions. Disregarding the new faction, even if Qi Zhan and Cloud Mist died, the ancient king and old king's candidates were still terrifyingly strong. The ancient king's bloodline choosing Blue Sea had shocked countless people. As the city lord of Dark Peak City, Blue Sea's strength was already well known. Thus, no one was surprised that Blue Sea's blood energy were able to form a blood pillar that exceeded 200 feet. But Qi knew. In truth, this was also an unexpected result. No one thought that he would be the one to replace Cloud Mist. It had to be known that no one had truly investigated Qi Yu's origins. It wouldn't be too much to say that his background was unknown. The old king's bloodline had actually chosen him, and this junior's bloodline strength was truly astonishing. After the blood pillar broke 200 feet, it continued to grow. It was no weaker than Blue Sea and Shimo's. Shimo was one of the contenders for the throne that the new faction had chosen. The new faction was different from the ancient king and old king's factions. To sum it up simply, they were countless grassroots forces that had risen from the ashes. They had gathered together to fight for their own interests, and after a series of transformations, they had finally formed a giant faction. The Shi surname was not a famous family within the nightmare race. For Shimo to be able to defeat so many competitors and obtain the new faction's nomination, there was no need to doubt his strength in all aspects. In the blink of an eye, the blood pillar broke 300 feet. Then 400 feet. 500 feet. At this moment, the growth of the blood pillars above their heads finally slowed down. Yun Wuya frowned. A 500-foot blood pillar was absolutely astonishing. But for a fully awakened royal bloodline, this result was abnormal. There were clear records in the race that every royal bloodline that had been awakened in the past would break 1,000 feet. There had never been an exception. Could this be the arrangement that the patriarch had made ahead of time? He had concealed the fact that Qi Yu had awakened his royal bloodline. After entering the ancestral land, Blue Sea, and the new factions Shimo would naturally not have a chance. The patriarch was indeed the patriarch. He could even tamper with the Heaven's Choice platform. He was simply too awesome. Yun Wuya let out a sigh of relief. Before he left today, he had already prepared for the worst. Even if he had to die, he would do his best to protect Qi Yu. But if he didn't have to risk his life, that would be for the best. How good was it to be alive? Who would want to die for no reason? That was a pervert. While Yun Wuya was rejoicing that he didn't have to risk his life, Qi Yu was muttering in his heart. That old fellow from the old royal family, after he had glared at Qi Yu and forced him to reveal his identity, he had disappeared like a transparent person. In fact, even after entering the Heaven's Choice platform, Qi Yu still hadn't seen him once. So Yun Wuya's idea that the patriarch was too awesome and had prepared beforehand was completely untrue. At this time, Qin Yu could clearly feel the surging blood energy within his body, as if it were stacking up in raging waves. But they were currently trapped in a membrane, and only a small opening had been made. As a result, the amount of bloodline aura that flowed out was limited. And now, this opening was constantly shrinking, causing the amount of bloodline aura that flowed out to become less and less. That was why the scene that Yun Wuya saw was that the pillar of blood above his head, Blue Sea, and Shimo's speed had slowed down almost at the same time. The Heaven's Choice platform was a part of the Nightmare Ancestral Land. In other words, the Ancestral Land was helping me hide my bloodline. What was the reason? Although he didn't know what kind of existence the old turtle in the Ancestral Land was, he could control the entire Nightmare tribe from within. Even Qi Zhan and Marquis Thousand Jun were afraid of him. In fact, even powerful figures like the old king and the ancient king patriarch had to maintain a certain distance from him. How could someone as powerful as him not know anything about the outside world? The new king that the old turtle had chosen was unsurprisingly Qi Zhan. But now he was dead, and Qin Yu had jumped out with the golden sign of awakening the royal bloodline above his head. How could the old turtle not notice Qin Yu? Could he not guess that he was a product that existed outside of the rules, and that he might represent danger? It was because of this that Qin Yu was puzzled. There was no reason for the other party to help him hide himself and smoothly enter the ancestral land. What he should be doing was thinking of a way to destroy Qin Yu, erasing any accidents or variables in the bud. As for who could enter the ancestral land in the end, as long as it wasn't Qin Yu, the result would likely be the same. The Nightmare King was still the Nightmare King. 600 feet. The pillars of blood above Blue Sea, Qin Yu, and Shimo's heads had nearly stopped growing. Without accident, this would be the final result for the three of them. There was no longer any suspense in the top 3 selections. The other 7 competitors and the demon guards all revealed gloomy expressions. They were strong, but their opponents were stronger, and not just by a little bit. There was a difference of at least 3 times. This represented a crushing defeat of absolute strength. Moreover, the ancient king, the old king, and the new faction were the 3 strongest giants of the Nightmare tribe. Now that the 3 sides shared the same interests, no one could stir up any waves. The outcome had been decided. But this was only the result of normal thinking and the normal progression of events. Accidents often occurred when the dust seemed to settle, when you felt a sense of helplessness and unwillingness, when you were about to accept your fate. This was because Qin Yu's confusion was correct. The Heaven Choice platform had helped him conceal his bloodline, but they hadn't thought to conceal it until the end. The result was that the membrane that wrapped around his bloodline aura suddenly vanished from Qin Yu's perception. That's right, there had been no warning at all. It had suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed before. The result was that Qin Yu's bloodline aura wildly erupted. Thus, bang, everyone seemed to hear a thunderclap in their ears. An invisible pressure rushed towards them, causing their heartbeats to stop for a moment before rapidly accelerating. Above Qin Yu's head, the 600-foot column of blood seemed as if it had been swallowed up by several 110 complete supplement pills. It began to rapidly rise. In the blink of an eye, it broke through to 700 feet. But this wasn't the end, but the beginning. 800 feet. 900 feet. 1,000 feet. Yun Wuya's eyes widened. He looked at the blood pillar in front of him. In just several breaths of time, it rapidly grew. What was going on? The patriarch had already made arrangements. How did things turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Yun Wuya's lips twitched as he looked at the blood pillar that didn't show any signs of stopping even after breaking through 1,000 feet. He bitterly smiled in his heart. It seemed that one really couldn't dream of being beautiful or handsome. One had to fight with their life on the line. No matter what, they couldn't avoid it. The entire Heaven Choice platform fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the rapidly growing blood pillar above Qin Yu's head. Breaking through 1,000 feet, it had to be known that records of the royal bloodline weren't limited to the old king's bloodline. In truth, this wasn't a secret at all. Thus, everyone only needed a glance to guess what was going on. Everyone's eyes widened, their minds shaken to the extreme. Yun Lan had already died. In front of everyone, he had been killed by Qi Zhan on the spot. There were many nightmare demons who had personally witnessed this scene, so it couldn't be fake. But what was going on with Qin Yu? A blood pillar breaking 1,000 feet. This was a result that only someone with a fully awakened royal bloodline could have. And now, the blood pillar above Qin Yu's head was still madly growing. It didn't seem like it was going to stop at all. This could only mean that his bloodline was very, very strong, so strong that it was even more exaggerated than a completely awakened royal bloodline. The old king's bloodline had 2 royal bombs. Impossible. Just as this thought appeared, it was suppressed. This sort of thing had never happened in the history of the nightmare demon race. Otherwise, did they really think that awakened royal bloodlines were like carrots on the side of the road that could be casually picked up? Everyone's eyes kept moving back and forth between Yun Wuya and the 7 Kills elder. Half of it was admiration, half of it was sympathy. Although there was no evidence, there were some things that didn't need concrete evidence. Everyone just needed to be free to judge. Although they didn't know the specifics of what had happened, the general conclusion was that the old king's bloodline had made a move faster and used a secondary chariot to directly exchange for the ancient king's royal bomb. If this was really the case, then the old king's bloodline's plan was so meticulous and long. It was simply amazing. Yun Lan was a chess piece on the surface and Qin Yu was the true trump card. Even after so many years, he hadn't revealed the slightest flaw. If it weren't for the fact that he could no longer hide his bloodline aura after ascending the Heaven's Choice altar today, perhaps this matter wouldn't have been exposed. No, everyone suddenly remembered that the blood pillar above Qin Yu's head had slowed down just now. It had nearly stopped growing at the same time as Blue Sea and Shimo. Now, it seemed that the old king's bloodline had made some attempts to thoroughly conceal this matter. But looking at it now, their efforts had a certain effect. No, they had almost succeeded. If the old king's bloodline had really managed to deceive everyone, then once they entered the ancestral land, Qin Yu would surely have obtained the recognition of the new king and seized the throne. At that time, the old king's bloodline would be the ultimate victor. Everyone would be toyed with in the palm of their hands, and the one to be toyed with the most miserably would undoubtedly be the ancient king's bloodline. Qi Zhen had also awakened his royal bloodline and had the absolute qualifications to become the king of nightmares. Yet, he had been defeated by Yun Lan, a chess piece, a slap to the face. This was the greatest slap to the face. The 7 Kill clan elder's breathing became rough and his eyes turned red. After his initial daze, he immediately figured out everything. In fact, he was even more comprehensive than everyone had imagined. No wonder they had managed to obtain top-secret information like Yun Lan being a woman. This was simply a deliberate attempt to distract them and divert their attention so that they could perfectly conceal Qin Yu. Because of this matter, the 7 Kill clan elder had been disgraced and disgraced. Yun Wuya had taken this chance to cause chaos in the Council of Elders, leaving the ancient king's bloodline in a distressed state. They had no choice but to pay a great price in order to settle this matter. The 7 Kill clan elder originally thought that this was the most shameful matter of his life, but now, it seemed that he had been far too naive. Because this matter was nothing more than a small and unremarkable link in the entire grand conspiracy. Including him, the entire ancient king's bloodline was kept in the dark and became a clown on stage. The old king's bloodline did indeed have a royal bloodline awaken, but it wasn't the dead cloud below, but the Qin Yu in front of them. A plot. All of this was a complete and utter plot. Chapter 1139. It wasn't as if he hadn't risked his life before. It wasn't as if he hadn't risked his life many times in his life. Yun Wuya coldly sneered. He glared back at Elder 7 Kill with an expression that said, "You guessed right, this is how things are. Little thing, I've tolerated you for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that I had so many misgivings these past few years, I would have taught you what it meant to be beautiful and red. If you want to turn hostile and attack me, then hurry up. I'll wait for you right here." Elder 7 Kill felt like his lungs were about to explode. This bastard Yun Wuya, how could he still be so arrogant and domineering at a time like this? Elder 7 Kill gritted his teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. Flames of anger roiled in his chest, almost roasting his heart, but he still endured it for now. With the situation today, he would definitely turn hostile. But with just him alone, There was an 80% chance he wouldn't be able to deal with Yun Wuya. This was the basic standard of a qualified old man. His anger could reach the heavens, but he wouldn't lose his basic rationality. If he rushed forward in a hot-headed manner, besides being abused, what good end would there be for him? Yun Wuya curled his lips and cursed weakling. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone looked at Elder Seven Kill and saw the blue veins popping out on his forehead. While they expressed their sympathy, they also couldn't help but be awed. In this situation, Yun Wuya wasn't panicking at all. No matter how tyrannical he was, he should be afraid of being ganged up on by us, right? After all, with the current situation, anyone who had even the slightest interest in the throne wouldn't just watch as Qin Yu entered the ancestral land. If he went in and saw the level of his bloodline, how could anyone else compete? There was no room to play at all. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Yun Wuya was such a sinister person. If he did this, then he must have already made preparations. Could it be that the bloodline of the ancient king had already planned this? That was right, they were well aware of the level of Qin Yu's bloodline. If that was the case, how could he not have made preparations before coming to the Heaven Choice platform? Even an idiot would know that this was impossible. For a time, everyone's eyes were filled with uncertainty and hesitation. It was necessary to deal with the old king's bloodline, but who would go first? From the looks of things, it seemed like whoever showed up first would be the one to lose face. If they were to clash with the old king's trump card, they would be done for. The Seven Kill Elder's face turned even more ashen. His face was so dark that it seemed like it was about to drip water. That old bastard Yun Wuya was indeed very sinister. Just a simple provocation like that was enough to scare these people. His original plan had been to incite the guards of the other clans to attack Yun Wuya together. No matter how strong Yun Wuya was, he was just one person. If he was beaten to the ground, all he could do was passively take a beating. But in the end, before he could even make a move, Yun Wuya had more or less blocked off this path. And yet, Elder Seven Kills did not dare to take the risk. What if that was really the case? He had taken the initiative to attack, but Yun Wuya had taken care of him. Wouldn't that mean that he had worked so hard for someone else? Furthermore, that sneaky look from earlier on was way too King scary. Elder Chisha's anger was instantly quelled by quite a bit. Now that he thought about it, he was still a little scared. If that was all there was to it, then Yun Wuya's plan was undoubtedly very successful. Intimidating these people would also be able to buy them a lot of time. But the crux of the matter was that Qin Yu's strength didn't allow it. Banger above his head, the column of blood continued to expand, soon breaking through a terrifying height of 2,000 feet. 200 feet and 600 feet was a difference of 3 times. 600 feet and 2,000 feet were a bit more than 3 times. Although the numbers seemed about the same, the base number was different. The visual effect was far too different. The terrifying aura that erupted from the center of the Heaven's Choice stage was so strong that it left one's heart racing. Even Yun Wuya and the others who were far away at the edge of the stage could feel a formidable suppression. His lips twitched. He thought to himself, Qin Yu, please don't be so flashy again. No matter how fierce I am, I can't withstand such torment. But in truth, this was only the beginning. This was because the column of blood above Qin Yu's head did something even more outrageous. It began to recklessly crush the blood columns above Blue Sea, Shimor, and the others. That's right, crush wasn't wrong. Rather, it was more appropriate. As for the candidate whose blood column had just reached 110 feet, the blood column above his head was as fragile as an egg. He was the first to shatter. His entire body seemed to suffer a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. His aura instantly withered. His eyes widened as he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. Within his fear, there was also endless hatred and resentment. Then, another competitor whose blood column reached 130 feet followed in the footsteps of the first in less than a breath of time. With a cracking sound, the blood column shattered. Then a third, a fourth, all the way until there was a 7th person. In the blink of an eye, besides Blue Sea and Shimor, all the other competitors on the Heaven's Choice stage had their blood columns destroyed. The entire process of crushing was like a hot knife through butter. There was almost no pause. Everyone lined up and died together. As for the blood column above Qin Yu's head that was over 2,000 feet high, there wasn't even a single ripple on its surface before it was completely swept away. Ah! Qin Yu, you dare! Yun Wuya, your old king's bloodline has gone too far. No matter how strong you are, you still dare to deliberately injure others. Unforgivable. The demon guards at the edge of the Heaven's Choice stage roared out. Their eyes widened as they glared at Yun Wuya, as if they would spit out flames. This bastard, he had gone too far. Catcher, catcher, there was a series of cracking sounds. The angry roars in the air seemed to be silenced, quickly fading away. The blood columns above Blue Sea and Shimor seemed to withstand a terrifying pressure. They fiercely shook and countless cracks appeared. Their complexions paled. As they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes were filled with shock and ice cold. The strength of Qin Yu's bloodline had far surpassed their expectations. Because of this, the two of them were incomparably sure that they absolutely could not allow him to enter the ancestral land. Blue Sea turned his head to look at Shimor. In the next moment, the blood column above his head shattered. It wasn't that it was crushed, but that he had voluntarily stopped releasing his bloodline aura. The result was the same. But if he let go of his own initiative, he could reduce the damage he received to the lowest degree. Admiration flashed in Shimor's eyes. Although he had also thought of this, there was still a trace of hesitation in his heart. He wasn't able to be as decisive as Blue Sea. After all, to voluntarily stop releasing his bloodline aura was, strictly speaking, to give up the qualifications to compete on the Heaven's Choice stage. Taking a deep breath, the blood column above Shimor's head exploded. The blood in his chest violently shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Giving up on the Heaven's Choice stage was a risk. But if everyone lost, what about the blood columns above their heads? In that case, the selection this time was obviously invalid. Of course, the first condition to achieve this was to eliminate Qin Yu. If he was here, then he would be the only candidate allowed to enter the ancestral land. The throne would naturally be his. To use the blood columns above his head to eliminate the qualifications to compete was truly domineering. In fact, this was something that had never happened before in the history of the nightmare race. But if one was too strong, it was easy to break. If one was too strong, there was a real possibility that they would snap off their own head. At this moment, the pale-faced Seven-Kill clan elder couldn't help but applaud and laugh for Qin Yu's actions. Good, this was far too good. Originally, the demon guards of the various families had been hesitant, not willing to be the first to attack. But now, everyone had been forced into a dead end. They had no choice. Otherwise, they would have to surrender the throne to the old king's bloodline. Two nightmare kings had been born from the same family. Without accident, a brand new family with strength comparable to the ancient king's bloodline would be born. The resulting changes would have a strong impact on the situation of the entire nightmare tribe. Too many people's interests would be harmed. After all, the rise of a giant that stood above all others would inevitably stand atop the corpses of countless powerful existences at the same level. And today, the 10 great families on the Heaven's Choice stage were all included in this list. The new faction's guardian today was a thin middle-aged man. His hair was messy and scattered, and the space between his eyebrows was black on the left and pure white on the right. What was even more strange was that as he looked up, his left eye turned pure white and his right eye turned pitch black. Black and white hair was the name of the new faction's guardian. No one knew the specific details of his rise, and his true level of strength was also a secret. But to this day, every demon that fought with him had perished. This person was one of the peak powerhouses of the new faction. In the legends, it was said that he could fight with a king. The new faction that rose from the bottom had the weakest foundation and did not have a strong network of connections. The reason why they were able to stand toe-to-toe with the ancient king and the old king was because their peak combat strength was strong enough. An extremely dangerous aura was released from the black and white hair's body. His intuition locked onto Yun Wuya and his expression became extremely serious. Not entering the king realm but having strength comparable to the Abyss King was a difficult path that countless experts of the Abyss had walked for millions of years under the restrictions of the Abyss will. Everyone's path was different, but as long as one stepped into it, they could reach the level of a nameless true king and possess the might of a true king. Yun Wuya was at the edge of this threshold and was only half a step away from truly stepping onto this path, and the black and white hair should be slightly stronger than him. It could be said that his entire person had already stepped onto this path. But for some reason, the black and white hair's aura was not complete, causing his strength to be lacking, and he had not reached the nameless true king realm. Today, every demon on the Heaven's Choice stage, including the Seven Kills clan elder, was an absolute powerhouse of the nightmare race. But the only one that could truly make Yun Wuya feel fear was the black and white hair, and now, he could no longer restrain himself and had chosen to attack. The Seven Kills clan elder coldly said, "Yun Wuya, do you really think that the old king's bloodline can act recklessly? Today, I will make you pay the price." He took a step forward and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body, rumbling towards Yun Wuya. Take advantage of his weakness to take his life. The black and white hair attacking was undoubtedly the best chance to do so. He absolutely could not miss it. Killing Yun Wuya to dispel the hatred in his heart and cutting off the old king's bloodline was the second, but the most fundamental goal was to cut off any possibility of Qin Yu stepping into the ancestral land. A competitor for the throne who had lost the protection of the demon race could only die without a grave. Chapter 1140. Hold on. Yun Wuya shouted out loud. He lifted a hand and took out the black token. Black and white hair, you must recognize this. If you join forces with these people, I will immediately use it on you. The black and white hair man was expressionless. Do you think I will be afraid? Yun Wuya shook his head. No, I am well aware of your strength. You are far stronger than me. There is a high chance I will be the one killed. The black and white hair man lightly said, the one who will die will be you. Yun Wuya said, but you will also be injured. After a brief pause, he looked straight at Yun Wuya and his voice became even lower. Knowing that I will die, even I don't know what kind of strength I can erupt with. You will not be able to escape unscathed. In today's situation, if I am injured, do you think someone will take the chance to attack me? Even if they can't kill you, kicking the new faction out of the picture isn't impossible. After all, the new faction has risen far too quickly. They have many enemies in the open and in the dark. The black and white hair man frowned. He looked at him. What are you trying to say? Yun Wuya snapped his fingers. Simple. Neither of us will interfere in what happens next. Let these juniors deal with it themselves. The Seven Kill tribe elder coldly laughed, interrupting him. Yun Wuya, stop with your glib tongue. Are you trying to delay for time? Let me tell you. Bang, his voice suddenly stopped and he was sent flying backwards. Yun Wuya expressionlessly withdrew his fist. Seven Kill, if you dare to say another word, I will immediately use the black token and kill you at all cost. Bastard. The Seven Kill elder felt like his lungs were about to explode. This old bastard Yun Wuya, he was clearly at an absolute disadvantage, so why did he dare to be so arrogant and attack him? But the strength of this fist was far too strong. The Seven Kill elder's chest violently shook and the taste of blood filled his nostrils. His anger soared to the heavens and his heart trembled. Ignoring the furious expression on the Seven Kill clan elder's face, Yun Wuya's gaze swept across the surroundings. Of course, if any of you have any objections, feel free to voice them. There is only one black token, and this old man can only kill one person. It all depends on which of you is more selfless and willing to sacrifice yourself to help others. Everyone stiffened. Everyone was well aware of Yun Wuya's strength. Besides the black and white hair man, who could guarantee they would be his match? Usually, there would be some conflicts, and both sides would have some scruples. In a situation where there was room for leeway, it was not a big problem to fight a few rounds. But now, it was very clear that Yun Wuya was prepared to put his life on the line. Once the black badge was activated, someone would definitely die, and it would not end until someone died. The air was dead silent. The Seven Kills elder roared in his heart. It's here again. That damned Yun Wuya. He only had these two tricks up his sleeves. One was shameless, and the other was desperate. However, these two moves had miraculous effects each time. Looking at their expressions, It was obvious that they were frightened. Most importantly, the black and white-haired man's attitude had already wavered. Damn it, my plan to kill Yun Wu Ya is going to fail again. But now, Elder Chisha seemed to have forgotten that he was also one of the people who was stunned. All right, I agree. The black and white-haired man took a step back, his tone indifferent. You all heard it. If you want the throne, then fight for it yourself. At the center of the Heaven's Choice stage, the people whose blood pillars had dissipated all looked at Qinyu, their eyes filled with icy killing intent. Yun Wuya had used his life on the line to delay all of the devil guards, but so what? With the 9 of them attacking, could it be that they still couldn't kill Qinyu? As long as he died, the selection would restart. Blue Sea's lips suddenly moved. Beside him, Shimo frowned. The two of them exchanged sound transmissions before glancing at each other and nodding. It was like in this simple exchange, the two of them had reached some sort of agreement. In the next moment, the two of them stepped forwards. Blue Sea was the first to speak. Everyone, if Qinyu does not die, the old king's bloodline will inevitably rise. You and I cannot stay out of this. Today, Shimo and I promise that no matter who kills Qinyu, no matter who obtains the throne in the end, we will protect one of them. The interests of our race will not be harmed in any way. Shimo lightly said, that's right, this is our promise. At the edge of the Heaven's Choice stage, the eyes of the devil guards who had been forced to stand on the sidelines after Yun Wuya risked their lives all brightened. It was important to know one's own limits. Unless Qinyu, Blue Sea, and Shimo were eliminated together, the throne would have nothing to do with their families. As for whether or not they could accomplish this, unless the 3 of them lost their heads and started a chaotic battle, then there was a small chance that they would be the fishermen that reaped the benefits. As for the possibility of that happening, it was almost negligible. The old king's bloodline would rise and form a super strong ancient king-level influence. This was something that they absolutely could not allow. This was the basis for their cooperation. With this as a foundation, Blue Sea and Shimo's promises were particularly weighty. After all, once Qinyu was eliminated, the new king would most likely be one of them. Once they thought this through, there was no need to say what decision they would make. The various devil guards nodded towards the competitors they had chosen, indicating that they would agree. Qinyu had completely awakened his royal bloodline, so his strength was inevitably tyrannical. But no matter how strong he was, could he block the combined attacks of the other 9? Death was certain, so when they made their decision, the various families had no intention of hiding it. There was no need to worry about someone who was doomed to die. As for the old king's bloodline, humph, they were indeed powerful, but once the new king succeeded the throne, the old king's bloodline would likely cease to exist. At that time, it would be difficult for them to even protect themselves, so why would they want to retaliate against them? How laughable. Yun Wuya looked at the center of the Heaven Choice platform. Blue Sea, Shimo, and the others had surrounded Qinyu, and his complexion became incomparably ugly. But forcing the black and white-haired man, the 7-kill clan elder, and the others to not interfere was already the limit of what he could do. It was impossible for them to help him any further. Qinyu, this is all your own mess, you can't blame me for this. Young people, it's understandable that you like to show off, but your show is just too big. This is all I can do, whether you live or die will depend on yourself. The 3,000-foot blood column reflected in everyone's eyes. It was truly boundless and majestic, stirring up the skies above the Heaven Choice platform and emitting a deep rumbling sound. Standing below, Qinyu didn't feel any pride after showing off at all. Instead, he frowned, a helpless expression on his face. The hostility that the ancestral land had towards him was truly strong. They actually wanted to use such a method to kill him in advance. As he swept his gaze across the surroundings, he could see many ice-cold eyes filled with a violent killing intent. Qinyu could understand what they were feeling. After all, even the blood column above their heads had been crushed, cutting off any possibility of them chasing after the throne. This was a true irreconcilable enmity. But understanding was understanding. Towards those that wanted to kill him, Qinyu's attitude never changed. If you want to kill me, then I will kill you, right or wrong. I was right, killing you was natural. I was wrong, killing you was natural. If he didn't even have this sort of mentality, then how many people had he killed these past years? Did they really deserve to die? His heart had long since been tormented to the point of collapse. However, how to kill them was a problem. Of the 9 demons in front of him, the only ones Qin Yu feared were Blue Sea and Shimo. As for the others, they might have been too arrogant to say that they were chopping vegetables, but it really wasn't too difficult. Luckily, given the current situation, Blue Sea and Shimo definitely wouldn't attack first in order to avoid being injured. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, the blood column above his head finally stopped growing. In the next moment, it began to rapidly collapse. No, that wasn't the right way to describe it. It should be that it was rapidly shrinking at the speed of collapse, forming a mark. From the outside, it looked like a miniature blood column. With a whoosh, it fell directly between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Little by little a halo of light flowed on the surface of the imprint. When Zhong Xian's gaze fell on it, he suddenly felt a pressure on his mind. Dignified, solemn, subconsciously awed, this mark represented that Qin Yu had passed the selection and obtained the approval of the ancestral land. Rumble above the heaven's choice stage, a storm was brewing in the sky. A huge black vortex was rapidly forming. This vortex was the passageway to the ancestral land, and the time before it completely condensed would be the bloody moment mentioned earlier. Under normal circumstances, 3 people would appear. Once they obtained the approval of the ancestral land, they would be able to enter the final struggle for the throne. The final victor would be the new king of nightmares. What about the others who were excluded? Unless the disparity in strength was too great, they would definitely be unwilling. Or, it would be more accurate to say that as long as the disparity in strength wasn't so great that it left one in despair, there would always be someone willing to take the risk. The method was simple and cruel. Kill off the person who occupied a spot. Then, a vacancy would appear and they would have another chance. The Heaven's Choice stage was the selection of the ancestral land. At the same time, it was also a struggle for the competitors for the throne. Unwilling to be defeated? Then make your move. Let the blood of your opponent dye the crown on your head red. And today, there was only one spot, to kill Qin Yu. This was the only thought that existed in the hearts of the 9 competitors. Kill. The competitor at the top of the 110-foot blood column was the first to attack. In truth, even if Qin Yu was killed, he still wouldn't be able to obtain the approval of the ancestral land. But, Blue Sea and Shimo's promise had moved his heart. As long as he could kill Qin Yu, he would have performed a great merit for the family. In the future, the position of patriarch would be within reach. He no longer dared to dream about the throne. Then, becoming the patriarch and becoming a tyrant that dominated his own territory would be his highest goal in life. The blood pillar was 3,000 feet high. Qin Yu's strength was tyrannical, but the blood pillar and his true strength weren't directly proportional. That's right, the strength of the abyssal races was established upon their bloodline. But, what the Heaven's Choice stage stimulated was the potential of their bloodline. Even though Qin Yu had awakened his royal bloodline, there was still a massive disparity between him and the peak strength that matched it. Otherwise, he would have already obtained the approval of the Abyss and become the Nightmare King. Everyone here was at the Demon Commander level. Even if you were strong, those that could enter the Heaven's Choice stage today were once proud prides of heaven. In terms of strength, no one would cower. So what if he was Qin Yu? They might be able to kill him. Whoosh, the air was torn apart, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The demonic light that shot out from the competitor's body was actually crimson red. It drew a long and sharp arc behind him. It was like a long saber was howling downward. Wild, tyrannical, unexcelled in the world. The air was torn apart. Space violently shook. Before it even fell, Qin Yu could already feel its destructive aura. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the nightmare demon race's younger generation powerhouses, but this didn't seem to have much effect on the result. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Wild demonic energy erupted, instantly forming a massive mass of black fog that submerged his figure. Within the blood-red saber, the competitor's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. "Stop playing tricks, break for me." Bang! The blood-red saber instantly submerged, cutting apart the black fog formed from demonic energy. A long opening was left behind. But this opening instantly healed. Then, there was a deathly silence. The competitor that rushed in was like a stone that fell into the water. After several ripples, everything returned to tranquility. The entire Heaven's Choice stage fell into a deathly silence. Countless eyes stubbornly stared at the black fog. Their pupils violently shrank, revealing endless shock and disbelief. Chapter 1141. Although he was the weakest among them, it didn't mean that he couldn't withstand a single blow. On the contrary, those who were qualified to be elected to compete for the Nightmare King's position today were at least the elites of their respective clans. Perhaps they had met each other before, or perhaps they hadn't, but they had at least heard of each other, so they had a rough idea of what was going on. But it was precisely this young expert that they were aware of, who disappeared in the blink of an eye after entering the black fog. In order to accomplish this, it had to be an absolute suppression of strength. Qin Yu, how could he be so strong? Something was wrong, there was definitely something wrong. Staring at the black mist before him, Zhong Xian had no idea what had happened to Blood Pillar 11, but given the current situation, he could at least make sense of it. If they wanted to kill Qin Yu, they couldn't expect him to show mercy at this time, right? Humph, everyone knows this logic. Their original plan was to join forces to kill Qin Yu and then talk about other things. Who would have thought that the situation would change in the blink of an eye? Now, let's not talk about whether or not Qin Yu would be killed. The first thing they thought about was whether or not they could survive. Blood Pillar 11 didn't even make a splash before he was finished. If it were them, how strong could they be? Alright, maybe it would splash, but the final result would most likely be the same. The remaining competitors for the throne suddenly felt a great pressure rise in their hearts. But time waited for no one. Once the channel was completely opened, the Heaven's Choice platform would bring Qin Yu into the ancestral land. As the saying goes, fortune comes from danger. Allow me. It was a man with a scar on his face. No one knew what he had gone through, but his face was full of scars. It was painful to look at. His gaze fell on Blue Sea and Simo. But the two of you, in the current situation, if you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, you'll have to raise the stakes. Blue Sea replied, "Speak." Blood Pillar 20 smiled. The scars on his face wriggled, making him look even more fierce. Simple. If I kill Qin Yu, the third spot on the Heaven's Choice altar will be mine. The faces of the other contenders for the throne changed slightly, and their eyes were filled with anger. Impossible. Let's see who gets the spot. I don't agree. Blood Pillar 20 sneered. You have an opinion? Alright, I won't make a move. Who among you is willing to fight? Step forward now. Kill Qin Yu and the spot will be yours. I'll be the first to agree. You too, I think you'll agree as well, right? Lan Hai nodded. Sure. He swept his eyes over everyone. Whoever kills Qin Yu, I and Shimo guarantee that the third spot will go to that person. Shimo was expressionless, but his silence made his attitude clear. Everyone hesitated. Everyone wanted a slot, but the black mist before them was truly the gates of hell. It was easy to barge in, but it was hard to tell whether they would survive or not. Seeing everyone hesitate, Blood Pillar 20 laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mockery and mockery. Do you think a cowardly person is worthy of a Heaven's Chosen spot? He took a step forward, and his figure was like a rainbow as he brazenly tore through the black mist and charged into it. In the next moment, a violent roar came from within. The Heaven's Chosen platform was even trembling slightly. Large swathes of black fog were torn apart. Countless cracks opened and closed. Amidst the distortion and blur, one could vaguely see the figure of nearly 20 blood pillars. He recklessly laughed. A powerful strength surged around him, causing everyone's complexions to change. Even Lan Hai and Shimo's eyes widened. This person had been hiding his strength, or perhaps he had used some sort of trump card that allowed him to erupt with strength. Strictly speaking, this level of strength had already surpassed the Demon Commander level and had nearly touched upon the road of a nameless true monarch. Qin Yu, today I will kill you. His wild laughter came to an abrupt end. The crazed impact of his strength instantly vanished from sight. The violently tumbling black fog that constantly twisted and shattered suddenly fell silent, like a great beast that had gone berserk had calmed down and become docile. This change was far too sudden. There wasn't even the slightest prelude. The result was that Blood Pillar 20 was the same as Blood Pillar 11. Like this, he vanished into the black fog without a single sound. It ended again. Looking at this scene, a cold chill drilled out from the depths of everyone's hearts, spreading up their spines and into their limbs, making them feel as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Alarm and fear uncontrollably surged out from the depths of their hearts, completely submerging their minds. When Blood Pillar 11 disappeared, no one felt anything. But they were well aware of the strength of Blood Pillar 20. Such a strong person had vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, without a single sound coming from him. The terror that this represented had risen by several times. Lan Hai's eyes darkened. He turned to look at the 7-kill clan elder. This old fellow was expressionless and motionless, like a statue. He cursed inwardly. He cursed in his heart. They were truly useless. To think that such a large group of people would be frightened by a single Yun Wuya. Otherwise, why would it be so troublesome to kill Qin Yu? Now, the situation was far from good. He looked up at the rapidly condensing vortex in the skies. There wasn't much time left for them. Taking a deep breath, Lan Hai said in a low voice, "Everyone, if you and I want to kill Qin Yu and return without accomplishing anything, have you thought about the result?" Shimo glanced at him and said, "If Qin Yu doesn't die today, then once he returns from the ancestral land, that will be the time when all of us perish in body and soul." The air fell deathly silent. Pairs of eyes widened, unconcealable fear in them. This was a very simple matter. There was no need to think too much about it. Just a simple reminder was enough to understand. If Qin Yu didn't die, then they would all die. Lan Hai's voice became increasingly gloomy. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean we will die. For instance, if our family background is formidable enough that even the Nightmare King needs to fear them, then we might be able to continue living. For instance, me and Shimo. The two of us represent the ancient king and the new faction. If we pay a certain price, we might be able to survive. But what about you? His complexion turned icy cold. So, if you don't want to die, then go all out. Qin Yu's strength absolutely cannot reach the level where he instantly killed the first two. For him to be able to do this, he must have borrowed some sort of trump card that the old king's bloodline prepared for him. Shimo lightly said, "You and I do not lack things like trump cards. We should all know that these things cannot be effective for a long time. For instance, if the first person instantly disappears, then the second person will have a chance to erupt with their aura. The power of Qin Yu's trump card is fading, but you don't necessarily need to attack one at a time. Join forces to kill him. Our previous agreement is still valid. We will protect your family's interests and influence, and the third spot will be up to you to decide." The two of them echoed each other, their cooperation perfect. The complexions of the remaining 5 contenders for the throne changed again and again. Although they didn't want to admit it, this was the situation. Lan Hai and Shimo might live, but they would definitely die. If they didn't want to die, then they could only go all out. At the edge of the Heaven's Choice platform, the demon guards paled, their eyes filled with shock and anger. But since they had already made their choice, there was no point in regretting it. They stared at Yun Wuya, trying to find some useful information from his face. "Humph. What are you looking at me for? If you want to kill Qin Yu, just these people are far from enough." Yun Wuya coldly sneered, a smug look on his face. He swept his eyes over the crowd. "The throne of the new king is ours." The 7-kill clan elder suddenly said, "Yun Wuya, there is something wrong with your current performance." Yun Wuya coldly sneered. He glanced at him but didn't say anything. The contempt in his eyes deepened, as if he didn't want to talk to him. But this time, the 7-kill clan elder wasn't angry. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. "Everyone, with Yun Wuya's temperament, what do you think he will do at this time? According to my understanding, if the old king's bloodline really had complete confidence in Qin Yu, then Yun Wuya would definitely deliberately put on an expressionless face, as if he had just been discovered by us. This would lure the other contenders for the throne to continue attacking and capture all of our juniors in one fell swoop. Just as his voice fell, everyone's eyes brightened. If one had to ask who understood a person the most, then their opponent would definitely be an outstanding individual. In these past years, the 7-kill clan elder had suffered losses at Yun Wuya's hands, both in the open and in the shadows. Just now, he had been pushed up against a wall in front of everyone, losing all face. So, it wasn't too much to say that there was a deep hatred between the two sides. The words of the 7-kill clan elder were certainly worth considering. In addition to Yun Wuya's sinister and treacherous performance, everyone was immediately enlightened. This must be it, this must be it. Qin Yu had a hidden card, he definitely had a hidden card. But, this hidden card definitely had some sort of strict restrictions. For instance, the duration, the usage limit, or the weakening of strength. The channel was currently forming and there was no precise limit to how fast it would be. No one knew when it would be finished, so they couldn't wait. If Qin Yu went in, then everything would be meaningless. Everyone would be killed one by one and no one would be able to escape. They could only wait for him to return from the ancestral land and pick them up one by one. If they couldn't wait, then they could only gamble. They could gamble that Qin Yu's hidden card had a usage limit. What Shimo said just now was correct. The second boy that went in had even released a great deal of his strength before he died. This was the evidence. Attack together. Kill Qin Yu. I don't believe that he can resist if all of you join forces. The demon guards roared out loud. Today, they had climbed onto the Heaven's Choice platform as guards and also as representatives of the will of their families. At a critical moment, they could make a choice. For instance, right now. If the contenders for the throne could seize it, then they would have the qualifications to enter the ancestral land. This also meant that they had the qualifications to inherit the throne. Their status was different from now. The demon guards didn't dare to casually give orders, but in this situation, there was nothing to worry about. If Qin Yu didn't die, no one would have a chance. The 5 contenders for the throne all had bitter expressions. If they had a choice, none of them would be willing to rush into the black fog and risk their lives. But now, it was clear that they had no choice. Then they could only risk their lives. It's not me, the one who will die is definitely not me. All bad luck has left and all good luck has arrived. I can definitely live. These were the most intense emotions in the depths of their hearts. That's right, in the eyes of the 5 contenders for the throne, all they had to do now was rely on luck. They also believed in the judgment of the 7-kill clan elder. Qin Yu had a hidden card, but it definitely wasn't so strong that he could kill all of them. Otherwise, Qin Yu would still be hiding in the black fog. He could just kill them all and be done with it. Since he couldn't kill everyone with a hidden card, then whether or not he lived or died would depend on luck. As for whether or not Qin Yu would use a hidden card and rely on his own strength to kill them, that was impossible. Not even the slightest possibility. Everyone here was at the Demon Commander realm. Unless they stepped onto the nameless true monarch path and possessed strength comparable to a true monarch, it was impossible to accomplish this. This was a paradox. If Qin Yu had strength comparable to a true monarch, would he need to go through so much trouble? That's right, it was such a simple reasoning. So, the most important thing right now was to pray for good luck. Lan Haimo expressionlessly said, "Everyone, let's not waste any more time." In the next moment, he received 5 fierce glares, some obvious and some hidden. "You bastard, you aren't the one risking your life, so stop making sarcastic remarks." But just like what Yun Wuya realized before, when it was time to go all out, there was no way to hide. "You 4, let's attack together. No matter how strong Qin Yu's hidden card is, he absolutely cannot deal with us all at once. Kill him and everything will return to normal. Attack. Kill." The 5 competitors for the throne already knew that entering the Heaven's Choice platform would be filled with dangers, but they never imagined it would be so tragic that they would all need to risk their lives. With a roar, tyrannical fluctuations of strength erupted. 5 figures rushed into the black fog from different directions. It wasn't that no one thought of playing some tricks, such as entering the black fog a step too late. But, The key point was that they weren't the only people on the Heaven's Choice platform. The demon guards at the edge of the platform had seen everything. There was no way they could take advantage of the chaos. If they dared to stay outside, they would be the first ones to be killed. Rumble, rumble, the black fog instantly fell into a frenzy. Without hesitation, the 5 competitors erupted with their greatest strength. In the next moment, it was like a giant bubble that completely shattered and dissipated. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Indeed, a plan was always just a plan. No matter how much he didn't want to expose himself, there was nothing he could do now. He looked up, revealing a pair of eyes. They were pitch black like an eternal night, as if they could swallow all. Abyssal gaze. The 7 Kill clan elder screamed. Because his emotions were wildly fluctuating, his voice became sharp and grating to the ears. His eyes widened as he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. His pupils shrank in disbelief. At this moment, everyone on the Heaven's Choice platform finally knew what his trump card was. Yun Wuya's mood was like he had sat on a roller coaster. After reaching the peak, it plummeted 1,000 miles. Although this description wasn't too appropriate, it could barely be considered appropriate. He muttered, "That girl Yun Lan, she even hid it from me." Outside the Heaven's Choice platform, 2 figures stood high in the air. The ancient king patriarch took a deep breath. The old king's bloodline, what wonderful methods. The awakened royal bloodline and the royal bloodline that obtained the prestige of the king boundary were on completely different levels. Even he never imagined that Qin Yu could display the abyssal gaze. He wasn't a true king, but he already possessed a portion of a true king's prestige ahead of time. Indeed, variables were variables. They couldn't be estimated with common sense. The old king patriarch coughed several times. His old and withered face flushed red. Likewise. I am also curious. Why did you choose Blue Sea? If he hadn't interfered, it would have been impossible for Yun Lan to completely conceal the matter regarding Qin Yu. Even with Yun Wuya's status, he was kept in the dark. Humph. The ancient king patriarch humphed. He didn't say anything else. He looked up into the distance. It looks like some people can't hold back any longer. The old king patriarch lightly said, "The succession of kings is a matter of my clan. Some people have stretched their hands too far." No one spoke again. 2 old demons that had lived for countless years suddenly had a sharp light flash in their eyes. The ancestral land was the ancestral land of the nightmare race, the foundation of their clan. But at the same time, it was a shadow that covered the entire clan. Even they had chased after it for countless years and still hadn't been able to unravel the secrets of the ancestral land. Since some people wanted to show off their existence, there was no harm in giving them a chance. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some harvests. Bang! A terrifying aura instantly arrived. Boundless demonic strength roared and tumbled about. At this time, the entire abyss violently shook. A true king had arrived. Chapter 1142. Qin Yu controlled the abyssal gaze and possessed a portion of the king's strength. Although it was unknown how he managed to do this, he had undoubtedly become an existence that stood above all other competitors for the throne. At this time, even if the black and white-haired man and the 7 Kill clan elder didn't hesitate to risk killing Yun Wuya, they still wouldn't be able to stop Qin Yu from entering the ancestral land. No one dared to underestimate the power of the abyssal gaze. The channel was rapidly forming and could open at any moment. For today's situation, the hidden existences had spent a great deal of time and effort to arrive at this step. How could he be willing to let everything go to waste and all his efforts go to waste? Even if doing this would trigger a series of consequences, they couldn't care about this right now. The time was fleeting. When it was time to act, there couldn't be any hesitation. Bang! Outside the Heaven Choice platform, the twisted space violently shook. Tiny cracks began to appear. Then, all of these cracks rapidly fused together, gradually forming the phantom of a door. In the next moment, a hand stretched out from this door phantom. The shaking of the twisted space suddenly increased by several times. Creak, ear-piercing sounds spread out, like countless knives stabbing into one's mind. The door phantom slowly opened. A tall figure stepped out. His blue and gold robes were covered with complex demonic runes that fluttered in the wind. A formidable strength lingered around him, isolating him from the cracks in space. The pupils of the ancient king and old king patriarchs shrank. They simultaneously said, "Netherworld royal bloodline." The tall figure had a calm expression. "Netherworld profound strategy greets the ancient king and old king patriarchs." His expression was calm and unruffled. This was because he was strong enough to begin with. Like the ancient king and old king patriarchs, he had also stepped onto the path of a nameless true king. Of course, the most important reason was that he had a formidable background, so he didn't fear the nightmare race. That was the Netherworld royal bloodline that the two old demons had called out in unison. When the abyss was first formed, countless powerful life forms were born. In that ancient era, the Netherworld royal bloodline had already risen. In the endless years that followed, the Netherworld royal bloodline was one of the top influences in the abyss. It ruled over countless layers of the abyss and could decide the life or death of trillions of lives with a single thought. For some unknown reason, after a certain point in time, the Netherworld royal bloodline vanished and rarely appeared in front of others. Even the whereabouts of the Netherworld royal bloodline became a mystery. However, no one dared to doubt the power of the Nether royal bloodline. "King Xuanzi, today is the day of the birth of our new king. Why have you come?" the Jiyu Wang clan leader asked. The Nether profound strategy's expression was calm. "You and I both know it in our hearts. Why waste your breath?" King Jiyu sneered. "King Xuanzi is too confident. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Nightmare Clan? Act recklessly?" The corner of the Nether profound strategy's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Why are you two putting on a show? Don't you want to know what secrets are hidden in the Nightmare Ancestor Land?" The old patriarch coughed and his face became even redder. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the Netherworld profound strategy. "Mysterious strategy king seems to know a lot about my clan's secrets. I'm very curious, how did you find the way?" Another voice rang out. "Today, I invited King Xuanzi here. I'm sure the two of you have already guessed it, so why are you feigning ignorance?" Space twisted slightly and a woman in a red dress walked out. Yes, it was a woman. She was tall and not beautiful, but she had a special charm. Her age couldn't be seen from her appearance, but her eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The Nightmare Clan had three major forces: the Ancient King, the Old King, and the new faction. The woman in a red dress was the leader of the new faction. Her name was Hong Chang. Hong Chang. The Jiyu Wang clan leader's eyes were sharp. "Do you know that it is an unforgivable crime to conspire with an outsider? It is an unpardonable crime to violate the ancestral land." Hong Chang's eyes were cold. "Ancient King Jiyu Wang clan leader, you are so arrogant. If you want to punish me, then make your move." Previously, it was said that the women of the Nightmare Clan couldn't obtain the recognition of the ancestral land and become the Nightmare King. In other words, Hong Chang had no chance to become the king. But even so, she still became the leader of the new faction. What she relied on was her absolute strength. There were four nameless true kings here and abyssal profound strategy was unfathomable. It was hard to judge before they made their moves. But among the three nameless true kings of the Nightmare Clan, Hong Chang was the strongest. At least, that was what it seemed like on the surface. The old King Jiyu Wang clan leader said, "Hong Chang, no matter how strong you are still a member of the Nightmare Clan. You should respect the ancestral land." "Respect?" Hong Chang gave him a look and suddenly laughed loudly. Even though she was a woman, she was extremely bold and unrestrained right now. However, if one carefully felt her laughter, they would be able to sense helplessness, mockery, as well as a hint of anger. "Perhaps you should say that it is fear." The old King Jiyu Wang clan leader furrowed his eyebrows. "Why remain silent? What you experienced in the past was a top secret of the clan, but it couldn't be hidden from our eyes and ears." Hong Chang continued to say, "Old Wood, do you really not hate us? After all, the reason you have fallen to this state and suffered for countless years is all because we worship the ancestral land." The ancient King Jiyu Wang clan leader shouted, "Hong Chang, be careful with your word." Hong Chang flicked her sleeves and wild demonic energy erupted. It was hard to imagine that her exquisite and alluring body hid a terrifying strength that could compare to a giant beast. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ancient King Jiyu Wang clan leader was sent flying away. His face was filled with anger, but he didn't counterattack. Crazy. This crazy woman. She dared to attack here. Wasn't she afraid? Hong Chang laughed. Chi Heng, you must be cursing me for being a crazy woman for attacking here, right? You are afraid that you will end up like old wood. No, if your luck is bad, you will end up in an even more miserable state. After all, if old wood wasn't lucky and ruthless, he would have been sucked dry and turned into a piece of wood. How could he have lived until today? She suddenly turned around and looked at the heaven-chosen stage within the distorted space. Ancestral land, what a good ancestral land. My nightmare clan has been passed down to this day and the throne has never been severed. Our strength grows day by day and we are known as one of the 10 great royal bloodlines of the abyss, but is this really what you and I want to see? The Netherworld Profound Strategy lightly said, there isn't much time left. As he spoke, he looked up at the rapidly condensing vortex in the sky. It would soon completely form. He couldn't be sure of the secret of the nightmare ancestral land, but if it was as he expected, then the future of the Netherworld royal bloodline would be here. Everything in the world had a reason. If there weren't enough benefits, who would be willing to take the risk? Hong Chang took a deep breath and said, go in. I can help you stall at least one person. As she spoke to her lips curled up. Or perhaps, I don't even need to do anything. Because what you are about to do is what they are hoping for. The Netherworld Profound Strategy's mouth twitched. He helplessly looked at Hong Chang. Although he knew that what this woman said was likely the truth, even though he knew that there was a high chance that he would be used as a tool by someone, he still had to take the initiative to help. This really didn't feel good. Turning around, King Profound Strategy took a step forward. A terrifying power erupted around him and collided with the distorted space. He wanted to forcefully open a path through the distorted space and descend onto the heaven-chosen stage. Being able to enter the nightmare ancestral land was, of course, the best choice. But the possibility was too low and it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. Then, sending the chosen person in and using him as a medium to obtain what he wanted was the best choice. The new faction, Shimo, was King Profound Strategy's choice. Rumble rumble, terrifying vibrations, self-distortion from within the distorted space, the sound of a true king forcefully descending caused an unimaginable commotion. The entire heaven-chosen stage was violently shaking at this moment. The demon guards standing at the edge all revealed looks of shock and anger. When they looked at the black and white-haired man, they all had cold and unkind expressions. Among them was even the 7-kill tribe elder. Although they were high-level figures within the nightmare race, they didn't have the qualifications to know the true secrets of their race. For example, the mysteries of the ancestral land and all sorts of strange things, even its existence was an unknown hidden danger to the entire nightmare race. Thus, in the eyes of the demon guards like the 7-kill tribe elder, the ancestral land was the nightmare ancestral land, the foundation of their entire race. But now, the new faction was actually cooperating with a true king from the outside world to break into the heaven-chosen stage. Although they couldn't hear what was being said outside, it wasn't difficult for them to judge from their actions. The black and white-haired man lightly said, a true king is about to descend. All of you had best calm down. Otherwise, if you are casually killed, your deaths will be in vain. As he spoke, he glanced at Yun Wuya. Put away your little thoughts and don't try to incite them to attack me. Otherwise, I guarantee that the first one to die will be you. Bang! Terrifying fluctuations of strength erupted from within his body. It made everyone feel as if a mountain had descended, pressing down on their chests. Even breathing became incomparably difficult. Yun Wuya bore the brunt of this. His complexion paled and his pupils shrank. He came to a despairing conclusion. This black and white-haired man, this bastard, he had actually been hiding his strength all this time. Although there were flaws in his nameless true king road, the flaws weren't as large as what he had revealed before. What was truly lacking was only an extremely small portion. In other words, the black and white-haired man's true strength was only slightly lower than a true king's. Yun Wuya clenched his teeth and roared, black and white-haired man, just what is your new faction trying to do? Do not forget that the heaven-chosen stage is a part of the ancestral land, and the ancestral land is the foundation of my nightmare race. The black and white-haired man fell silent for a moment. He said, I know some things that you do not know, but I cannot say more. His aura retracted a little. But remember, everything that the new faction has done has not betrayed our race. Bang above his head, the twisted space shattered. Netherworld Profound Strategy stepped out and truly descended onto the heaven-chosen stage. Beneath his calm expression, his body was tense. He could erupt with his greatest strength at any moment. After all, this was the heaven-chosen stage, and the Nightmare Ancestral Land possessed a mystical strength that the entire Netherworld royal bloodline yearned for. Luckily, nothing unexpected occurred. The Nightmare Ancestral Land seemed to tacitly approve of his existence. Netherworld Profound Strategy let out a light breath. His eyes swept over Qin Yu. If it weren't for this junior, he wouldn't have appeared today. Although he hoped that the Netherworld royal bloodline would be able to obtain something vital from the Nightmare Ancestral Land, but when the one carrying out this task was himself, unease, hesitation, and even fear were unavoidable. Now, there was no meaning in saying all of this. Since he had arrived on the heaven-chosen stage, he had already prepared himself to bear all consequences. But this didn't mean that Netherworld Profound Strategy would let go of the person who had caused all of this, Qin Yu. His eyebrows furrowed together. Netherworld Profound Strategy turned his head and looked at the edge of the heaven-chosen stage. His icy cold eyes flashed. The black and white-haired man looked at Yun Wuya, who was gradually straightening his back and releasing a powerful aura. After a moment of silence, a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. He was only a fine line away from the true King realm. It was because of this that he could clearly feel just how strong King Xuanzi was. This was a difference in the natural order of life, a difference that represented absolute strength. Facing King Xuanzi, Yun Wuya actually dared to erupt with his aura and express his hostility without hesitation, disregarding whether or not he was stupid. Just this courage surpassed countless people. Chapter 1143. Interesting. Netherworld Strategy's lips curled up. Little fellow, you haven't even stepped onto the road of a true king, and yet you dare to provoke me? Aren't you afraid of death? Yun Wuya's complexion paled. With every word he spoke, his complexion grew paler. Catcher within his body, his bones constantly cracked. It was like a towering mountain above him that wanted to crush him to pieces. This was the strength of a true abyssal king. To obtain the recognition of the abyss will, in a way, they were a part of the abyss. With just a thought, he could control the vast energy to silently destroy everything. Of course I am afraid of death. But in my Nightmare Ancestral Land, even if you are a true king, you are not allowed to offend me. Yun Wuya spoke unhurriedly, enunciating each word clearly. The eyes on his pale face were incomparably bright at this moment, flashing with a stubborn light. You want to help him stall for time. Netherworld Strategy shook his head. It's useless. I won't give you any chance. After a brief pause, he lifted a hand and pressed forward. You are very brave. Because of this, I won't kill you. Be quiet. Bang! Space violently shook. Yun Wuya froze where he was. Blue veins popped out from his neck and strength wildly surged within him. But he was unable to shake the suppressive strength outside. This was the terror of a true king, and at this time, Netherworld Strategy turned around and looked at Qin Yu once more. Whether it was because of his anger towards him or because he wanted to ensure that Shimo obtained the throne, he had to erase him. One of the reasons he didn't kill Yun Wuya was because he admired his courage. Another reason was that he didn't want to deepen his enmity with the previous king's bloodline. But this didn't mean that Netherworld Strategy didn't dare to kill him. On the contrary, if necessary, he would kill everyone on the Heaven's Choice stage today. His pitch-black eyes were like ink, pure without any impurities. As he met King Xuanzi's gaze, his heart wildly raced. Fear surged out like a tide, wildly attacking Qin Yu's will. His complexion became even paler than Yun Wuya's, without the slightest trace of blood. But deep in his eyes, he maintained a calm composure as he looked at the true abyssal king. The reason Qin Yu was able to accomplish this wasn't because he was brave or because he believed he had the qualifications to contend with a true abyssal king. The true reason was that Qin Yu was certain that whether it was Qi Zhen who was slumbering in his shadow or Marquis 15 Zhen who was hiding, neither of them would stare blankly on as he was killed by King Xuanji. Otherwise, all of their arrangements would have been meaningless. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they didn't do anything, there was still the little blue lamp. Only with confidence could one resist fear. It was as simple as that. Monarch Xuanji secretly frowned. Just how sharp was his perception? Qin Yu's fear and composure were all exposed in front of him. What did this junior have to rely on? He was actually able to maintain his composure in the face of a true king. Although it was a publicly acknowledged fact that everyone below a true king was an ant, it did not mean that a true king could do as he pleased. With some scruples, King Xuanji's eyes became incomparably deep. His formidable divine sense rose to the highest level as he stubbornly locked onto Qin Yu. The more powerful one was, the more one understood the world, and the more respect one would have for this world. In a situation where one had a choice, it was never a mistake to be cautious. Then, Monarch Xuanji's complexion changed. He really did feel some unusual aura coming from Qin Yu's body. No, it wasn't just 1, 2, 3, there were even more. Monarch Xuanji's eyes became dignified. This was because although he could sense these auras, he couldn't clearly capture them. Obscure, ethereal, formidable. That's right, formidable. The two auras that were hidden the deepest even made him feel an incomparably intense threat. If it weren't for Monarch Xuanji personally sensing these auras, he wouldn't have believed that a mere demon commander-level junior was actually hiding so many astonishing secrets. His eyes flashed. Monarch Xuanji's gaze fell on Blue Sea. He suddenly had a new idea. You, kill him and I will spare your life. Blue Sea stiffened and his complexion paled. He never thought that the situation would suddenly shift to him. Kill Qin Yu, he certainly wanted to kill him. In fact, it could even be said that he wanted Qin Yu dead more than anyone else present. But, the crux of the matter was that Qin Yu had grasped the materialization of the abyss. It wouldn't be easy to kill him, unless, but that was his hidden card. He could only use it after entering the ancestral land, and that would be his final chance. Taking a deep breath, Blue Sea clenched his fists beneath his sleeves. Catcher, there was a shattering sound. In the next moment, the distorted space outside the Heaven's Choice stage violently shook and a terrifying oppressive aura was released from within. Outside the Heaven's Choice stage, the ancient King Patriarch, Old King Patriarch, and new faction leader Hong Chang's complexions changed. They fiercely looked up and stubbornly stared at the void in front of them. From the black crack, a terrifying claw stretched out. It grabbed the edge of the crack and ruthlessly tore it open. Then, a great dragon head drilled out. Abyssal demon dragon. The three people roared. Roar, the massive dragon body forcefully squeezed out of the space crack. Without hesitation, it smashed into the distorted space outside the Heaven's Choice stage. The abyssal demon dragon didn't release any strength. Just by relying on its powerful body, it was able to resist the crushing and tearing force of the distorted space. I have been invited by the contract to descend. I must fulfill the contract. The abyssal demon dragon let out a deep roar. Its giant eyes locked onto the ancient King Patriarch, Old King Patriarch, and new faction leader Hong Chang. It revealed a cold and threatening expression. You had best remain silent. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. The cold voice echoed through the skies. The ancient King Patriarch, Old King Patriarch, and Hong Chang all had ugly expressions. But they still stood where they were. Not to mention that the Demon Dragon tribe was a terrifying faction that stood at the peak of the abyss and was even stronger than the Nightmare tribe. Just the strength of this abyssal demon dragon wasn't something they could match. If they stopped him, it was hard to predict what the result would be. Moreover, the resistance in their hearts wasn't too strong. The inheritance of the throne was already chaotic. So what if there was another abyssal demon dragon? At most, it would cause the situation to spiral out of control. Perhaps this would be more advantageous to them. They could see how the ancestral land would react, and force out its secret. Bang, the distorted space was torn apart. The abyssal demon dragon charged into the heaven's choice stage. Its massive body recklessly released an aura that made one's heart race. A pair of giant dragon eyes locked onto King Schwanzer. It slowly said, "King Schwanzer, we meet again." King Schwanzer furrowed his eyebrows for a moment before composing himself. Elder Subtle Law, the demon dragon tribe is so powerful, so why interfere in today's matters? The abyssal demon dragon lightly said, "The Netherworld King bloodline is interested in the secrets of the nightmare ancestral land, and so is my demon dragon tribe." King Schwanzer's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. "Elder Subtle Law, can you take a step back? My Netherworld race will surely pay a sufficient price. I have already arrived. This is my attitude." What need is there for King Schwanzer to say? Demonic energy flashed and the terrifying abyssal demon dragon vanished from sight. Elder Subtle Law landed on the Heaven's Choice stage. Blue Sea bowed. "Greetings, Elder." He had crushed the contract and summoned the abyssal demon dragon. There was no way to hide this, nor did he think about hiding it. If he succeeded today, he would become the new Nightmare King. No matter what he did, everything would vanish into thin air and no one would dare to pursue it. If he failed, then perhaps death would be his best ending. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to have any scruples. Elder Subtle Law lightly said, "I have arrived today to ensure that you can smoothly enter the Nightmare Ancestral Land, but I hope you won't forget our agreement." Blue Sea was incomparably respectful. "Elder, don't worry. Blue Sea wouldn't dare to forget." "Humph." King Schwanzer coldly snorted, a dark expression on his face. But he had already fought with Elder Subtle Law before. Both sides were equal in strength and Elder Subtle Law couldn't do anything to him. Blue Sea entering the Nightmare Ancestral Land had already become a reality. He turned to look at Shimo. This ordinary Nightmare Demon Dragon tribe member had a calm expression. "King Schwanzer, don't worry. The throne will be mine." From a nobody, he had walked step by step to where he was today. He had even obtained the approval of the Netherworld King bloodline before he could enter the Heaven's Choice stage. Shimo, who liked to remain silent, couldn't be as ordinary as he seemed on the surface. Blue Sea had a final gambit, but so did he. The throne was right in front of him. Who could survive until the end would be able to leap up and become the peak existence in the abyss. At that time, whether it was the Netherworld King bloodline or the abyssal demon dragon, they wouldn't have the qualifications to continue manipulating them. But all of this was built on the premise that Qin Yu had to be killed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to enter the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Shimo bowed. "King Schwanzer, please kill Qin Yu. We don't have much time left." The vortex above their heads had almost completely formed. One could faintly make out a passage within it. That was the great path to enter the Nightmare Ancestral Land. King Schwanzer was expressionless. He glanced at Elder Subtle Law and said, "There are many cryptic auras hidden within this junior's body. If you and I join forces to kill him, we will be absolutely safe." It was absolutely impossible for him to do it himself. But, since the old demon dragon was also interfering, he had to share a portion of the risk. If two abyssal king-level existences were to attack together, even if Qin Yu had some great secret, it would be hard for him to escape death. Elder Subtle Law remained silent. As he looked at Qin Yu, a complex light flashed in his eyes. He never imagined that he would meet Qin Yu here today. Kill him. The contract was still in this boy's hands. Before it was completed, he couldn't do anything. Cough cough, taking a step back, even if he paid some price to kill Qin Yu, Elder Subtle Law would have to think twice before doing so. After all, this boy Qin Yu was someone that Miss Liao She had specifically asked him to look after. As for Liao She, although she had already disappeared, if he really killed Qin Yu, Elder Subtle Law didn't believe that he would be able to come out unscathed. Feeling the complex emotions in the old dragon's eyes, Qin Yu stepped forward and cupped his hands together. "Elder Subtle Law, we meet again. Before Liao She left, she asked me to send her regards." Elder Subtle Law's lips twitched. Even if he didn't need to use his dragon scales to think, he could tell that this boy's greeting was just something he made up. But, was that important? Liao She's existence was like a mountain. Unless he truly didn't care about the consequences, He couldn't be ignored. Qin Yu, for the sake of Miss Liao's face, I won't kill you, but now, withdraw. Qin Yu looked up and looked straight into Elder Subtle Law's eyes. Becoming the new king of Nightmare Ancestral Land was the mission that Liaosha gave me. If Elder wants me to withdraw, I'm afraid she won't be happy. Elder Subtle Law frowned. His eyes shrouded Qin Yu, trying to discern the truth of his words. Liaosha's mission? What did she want to do? Could the secret of the Nightmare Ancestral Land have also aroused her attention? That's right, although Elder Subtle Law instinctively doubted Qin Yu's words, the truth was that he already believed most of them. If it weren't for Liaosha's arrangements, how could Qin Yu have the qualifications to enter the Heaven's Choice platform and compete for the position of Nightmare Ancestral Land's new king? If this was really Liaosha's plan, then it would be troublesome. The consequences of ruining this plan would likely be far worse than killing Qin Yu. King Xuance's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. He looked at the silent Elder Subtle Law. He didn't know who Liaosha was, but it was clear that this old dragon feared her incomparably. Perhaps one of the powerful and threatening auras he sensed from Qin Yu's body had come from her. This was troublesome. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Elder Subtle Law, this junior is the only one who has obtained the approval of the Nightmare Ancestral Land. If he doesn't cooperate, then our plans will fail. No one here was an idiot. Without batting an eyelid, King Xuance changed the key. He no longer wanted to kill Qin Yu and instead wanted him to cooperate. Subtle Law understood King Xuance's meaning. His eyes flashed and he said, Qin Yu, if you want to enter the Ancestral Land, then I can agree. But the person we choose must also enter with you. This was likely his bottom line. Qin Yu nodded without hesitation. Okay. Blue Sea and Shimo both looked at Qin Yu, a deep dread in their eyes. But they didn't say anything, because this matter had already surpassed the limits of what they could participate in. The reason Qin Yu was able to bargain and even force Elder Subtle Law and King Xuance to back down was because he had used the skin of a tiger to frighten them. Liaosha's background was indeed extraordinary, and after today's events, he clearly owed her another favor. After entering the Ancestral Land, kill Qin Yu at all cost. King Xuance's voice sounded out in Shimo's ears. He calmly nodded and glanced at Blue Sea not too far away. The two people's eyes met and then separated. But in this brief moment of contact, they had reached an agreement. Qin Yu must die. Otherwise, even if the two of them smoothly entered the Ancestral Land, with the intensity of his bloodline, the throne was already in the bag. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He didn't pay attention to Blue Sea and Shimo, but it wasn't hard to guess what they were thinking. What they were thinking was correct, but the result likely wouldn't be as they wished. Chapter 1144. Two True Kings, the channel will soon open. Qin Yu must take the initiative to shatter the mark of the Ancestral Land that he has obtained. 7 kills, Patriarch loudly reminded. Qin Yu glanced at him. He lifted a hand and tapped between his eyebrows. With a light popping sound, the flashing mark shattered and dissipated. Hum, the entire Heaven's selection stage began to violently shake. The surrounding distorted space began to fluctuate. In the next moment, including Qin Yu, all 8 candidates revealed looks of surprise. To crush the blood pillars above all of their opponents and obtain the approval of the Ancestral Land alone, this was the first time something like this had happened within the Nightmare race. Therefore, when the selection began again, everyone discovered a fact that made their hearts beat faster. All of them had actually been recognized. To be more precise, the Ancestral Land had released the restrictions and allowed them all to enter. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, a candidate soared into the skies. Demonic energy burned around his body as he rushed towards the vortex above his head. Blue Sea's complexion changed. Elder, stop him. Aofa flicked his sleeves. Space twisted and wrapped around the candidate that soared into the skies. Scarlet flowers of blood bloomed. I have already said that only Blue Sea, Shimo, and Qin Yu may enter. If anyone dares to act rashly, this will be their fate. The entire arena fell deathly silent. The joy in the eyes of the other candidates froze. Their flushed faces slowly turned pale. That's right, even if they obtained the approval of the Ancestral Land because of the new selection, so what? With Elder Aofa and the profound tactics king here, they simply had no chance of entering the channel. If they tried to force their way in, that would only lead to death. At this time, the vortex above the heavens selection stage had completely condensed. The slightly blurry channel instantly became clear. The heavens selection stage shook once more, erupting with a repulsive strength. It tumbled about like an endless wave. Bang, the suppressed Yun Wuya, 7 kills patriarch, and the other demon guards were the first to be sent flying away from the heavens selection stage. The profound tactics king coldly coughed. Why haven't you left yet? Do you want to wait for death here? The remaining candidates trembled. Unwillingness flashed in their eyes. They looked up at the channel that had appeared. It was right in front of their eyes and within reach. In just a few more breaths, they would be sent into it, but the difference of a few breaths was a heavenly chasm that they would regret for the rest of their lives. Clenching their teeth, several people turned and left, taking the initiative to fly off the heaven selection stage. In the blink of an eye, only Lan Hai, Shimo, and Qin Yu remained. The Xianxi king raised his head and silently looked at the passage that appeared in the vortex. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Beside him, Aofa also had a hesitant look on his face. The two of them stayed and did not retreat. They were like two boulders sitting in the middle of a torrent. Loud rumbling sounds kept coming from their bodies. If it were anyone else, even a Devil Commander-level powerhouse, they would be crushed to pieces in an instant if they approached the two true monarchs. Even the Demon Dragon race and the Netherworld royal bloodline weren't completely sure what was hidden inside the Nightmare ancestral land. If the two of them could enter, that would be the best choice. That was especially the case now, when he saw the vortex condensing and the passageway fully emerging, and that thought became even more intense and impossible to suppress. But soon, the Xuanzi King and Elder Aofa's expressions changed slightly, and they both took a step back. Their figures flickered and they appeared outside the heavens selection stage. At this time, the two true monarchs' pupils were still fiercely shrinking. Just now, they had clearly felt a terrifying aura. This aura made them feel as if they were directly facing the abyss, and the only thing that could give them this sort of pressure was the unsurpassed will of the abyss. Rumble rumble, with a loud explosion, the heavens selection stage rapidly rose into the air. Then, as if it were being held up by an invisible hand, it howled into the vortex. Then, the entire vortex began to spin. The heavens selection stage began to shrink until it was nothing more than a black dot that completely vanished. The vortex gradually stopped spinning. The passage that appeared within it had already vanished. When it appeared once more, it meant that the struggle for the ancestral land had come to an end, and a new Nightmare King had been born. The Xianxi king took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He was almost certain that his race's guess was correct. As long as he could smoothly obtain what was within the Nightmare ancestral land, the hidden Netherworld royal bloodline would be able to rule the abyss once more. Shimo was the choice of the royal bloodline, so he would definitely succeed. As his emotions surged, the Xianxi king lost control of his strength. Immediately, a purgatory projection appeared around him. Within this purgatory projection, there were countless demons of all sizes. They were trapped within, howling in agony as the purgatory burned them. If Qin Yu were here, he might have discovered that one of the demons in the purgatory looked very familiar. The Xianxi king took a deep breath and withdrew his strength. The purgatory projection vanished. He glanced at Elder Aofa and discovered that this old dragon had a deep frown on his face, as if he was deep in thought. Although he had absolute confidence in the royal bloodline's choice of Shimo, the Demon Dragon clan's strength was in no way inferior to the royal bloodlines. The Demon Dragon clan had chosen Lan Hai because he had the qualifications to be valued. This old dragon Aofa actually didn't have much confidence. Was it because of Qin Yu, or was it because of that woman behind him called Master Liao? The Xianxi king hesitated for a moment. He said, "Elder Aofa, are you willing to trade information?" Aofa glanced at him. Regarding Master Liao, there is no need for the Xianxi king to speak. He closed his eyes, no longer speaking. The Xianxi king furrowed his eyebrows, a dignified look in his eyes. With this old dragon's strength and status, he didn't even dare to speak. Master Liao, this woman's background was likely even greater than he imagined. Shimo had already made his move. If that junior Lan Hai wasn't an idiot, he would definitely choose to join forces with him. If the two of them erupted together, unless a true king made a move, who could resist them? Qin Yu would definitely die. He had to die. In fact, the Xianxi king's guess was correct. A great battle had already erupted. The only difference was that Qin Yu was the one who took the initiative to attack. This was because the moment he entered the ancestral land's passageway, the little blue lamp's thoughts had sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. Although he had already guessed that the little blue lamp had a plan, when Qin Yu learned of this, he was still shocked. Originally, Qin Yu was only a chess piece wrapped up in a torrent, a chess piece that had no choice but to move forward. But according to the little blue lamp's plan, he would leap out and leave the chess game, becoming the chess player that controlled the chess pieces. No, to be more precise, he was pulling everyone into his game of chess in order to achieve his ultimate goal. Although he was shocked, Qin Yu accepted the little blue lamp's plan without hesitation. It was certain to be risky. In such an astonishing chess game, the slightest mistake could lead to complete destruction. But with the little blue lamp's cautiousness, without enough benefits, it would never make such a wild and radical plan. Then, he might as well go all out. His Titan true form arrived. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu transformed into a 10,000-foot tall giant. He lifted his hand and punched out. At the same time, his eyes turned pitch black. The abyssal gaze activated. But now, no one would know that the pitch black in Qin Yu's eyes was only a thick curtain and barrier. It covered up the great sun that rose from the depths of Qin Yu's eyes, hiding it in the darkness so that no one could sense its aura. The abyssal gaze was a terrifying supernatural ability that the Nightmare King could use after obtaining the approval of the abyss. In other words, it was a continuation of the will of the abyss, to use the strength of the will of the abyss to conceal itself from the abyss. Perfect. Blue Sea froze. His heart wildly shrank. Fear surged through him like a mighty tide, crazily crashing into his mind. Abyssal Titan. He actually had the Abyssal Titan bloodline. How was this possible? Although there were powerful bloodlines that fused together in the abyss, what could be displayed was only the strongest bloodline, the rest were all in a dormant state. Before this, Qin Yu had clearly displayed the fully awakened Nightmare King bloodline. But now, he had directly transformed into an Abyssal Titan. This was simply unbelievable. But now wasn't the time to be shocked or in disbelief. Blue Sea roared out loud and golden scales appeared on his body. That was right, this was pure gold. It flashed with a brilliant golden light, pure and noble. A powerful aura erupted from him. Bang! As the golden scales appeared, Blue Sea's aura was like an awakened volcano, crazily rising at a terrifying speed. You want to kill me? Impossible. With a roar, Blue Sea punched out a fist. The 10,000-foot tall Abyssal Titan collided with Blue Sea's fist. A terrifying shockwave of strength swept out in all directions. Space violently twisted. Countless pitch-black cracks appeared. The earth disintegrated, crazily spreading out like a spider web. At this time, Blue Sea screamed out loud. Before he could finish speaking, he was like a punctured balloon. His aura rapidly collapsed and dissipated. In the next moment, Blue Sea was sent flying backwards. A wild strength broke into his body, wildly wreaking havoc and destroying everything. In an instant, the light in his eyes completely dimmed. Then, his entire body was torn apart into countless pieces. Large chunks of flesh and blood rained down. But soon after, a strange scene appeared. After Blue Sea was killed, his shattered flesh and blood began to rapidly reform in midair. In a breath of time, the shattered flesh and blood reformed into a complete Blue Sea. His dim eyes suddenly erupted with brilliance. In the next moment, he stomped his feet and rapidly drew backwards. Besides his pale complexion and weak aura, everything that happened just now seemed like an illusion. But at this time, in the City Lord mansion of End Peak City, in a heavily guarded chamber, the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Blue Sea, who had been ordered to stay here and cultivate, suddenly exploded without warning, turning into countless chunks of flesh and bones on the ground. Even when he died, he didn't know what had happened. It was naturally impossible for this to be an illusion. The reason Blue Sea was able to revive was because he had already prepared an escape route for himself to come back from the dead. A younger brother who shared the same mother and bloodline was obviously the best medium for this. Shimo, there is another formidable strength hidden within Qin Yu's body. If you and I don't join forces, only death awaits us. With a mournful roar, golden scales appeared on the surface of Blue Sea's body once more. Then, he turned and fled. That's right. A second ago, Blue Sea had been screaming and shouting to join forces with Shimo to resist Qin Yu, but now he was fleeing with all his strength. He wasn't an idiot. He never thought that after separating, there was a high chance he would be killed off one by one. This was because Blue Sea was well aware that even if he joined forces with Shimo, they still weren't Qin Yu's match. The strength hidden within Qin Yu's body was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Just by touching it, he was instantly suppressed. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no room for resistance at all. His consciousness was annihilated, and his body collapsed along with it. Last time, he had been able to revive. But if he died again, he would truly die. Bang! White flames ignited around Shimo's body. Within these flames, his entire body rapidly turned transparent. Like a shadow, it merged with the world and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He hadn't fought with Qin Yu, but it wasn't difficult for him to feel Blue Sea's fear and despair. Joining forces to kill Qin Yu was indeed the best choice. But since that wasn't possible, he could only flee for his life. If he left here, he might have a chance to obtain the approval of the ancestral land and become a nightmare king. At that time, so what if Qin Yu was strong? Even if a true king attacked, he would still die. The 10,000-foot-high Abyss Titan roared, "You cannot escape." He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Space violently shook and the transparent figure of Shimo was forced to appear. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, revealing endless fear. He finally understood what Blue Sea felt. That strength, it was unimaginably strong. At the same time, the rapidly fleeing Blue Sea roared out loud. He crazily punched out at the void in front of him. There was a heaven-shaking explosion, as if he had struck an invisible mountain. Space shook, tumbling and spreading out, but he couldn't break through the seal in front of him. "Ah, break, break, break for me." The Abyss Titan's eyes were ice cold. Without hesitation, he punched out a fist. Like a hurricane, everything in front of him was torn to pieces. This included not only the sky and earth, but also the transparent Shimo and the crazily roaring Blue Sea. Perhaps both of them were the most outstanding bloodline descendants of the Nightmare race. They had also obtained the approval of the Netherworld royal bloodline and the Demon Dragon clan. Their strength and luck were both at the peak, and they had the potential to leap up and become Nightmare Kings, stepping onto the peak of the abyss. Perhaps they both had their most powerful cards in their hands. In the struggle for the throne, they could play a role in turning the situation around. But unfortunately, they encountered Qin Yu, or to be more precise, Qin Yu's great sun hidden beneath the solidified abyss. Everything became meaningless. Because from the moment that great sun rose beneath the black curtain in Qin Yu's eyes, they had become chess pieces destined to be destroyed. Chapter 1145. Perhaps no one would have thought that the struggle for the Nightmare King position had already ended. Blue Sea and Shimo had died. If Qin Yu wanted to, he would become the only candidate in the ancestral land. Inheriting the throne would be a smooth process. But what a pity, whether or not the Little Blue Lamp's plan existed, it was impossible for Qin Yu to accept the so-called Nightmare King position. He took a deep breath. In his true form, the Abyssal Titan emitted a loud rumbling sound, like the roar of thunder. Qin Yu looked around. This was an independent space that was almost the same as the outside world. It wasn't too large and he could clearly see the grey borders. But it was impossible for it to be ordinary. For instance, when he killed Blue Sea and Shimo just now, all the traces of destruction had disappeared and it had been restored to its original appearance. It really was exactly the same as before. It was like there was a powerful restraining strength in this space that kept everything in its original state, not allowing any changes or changes. There were no accidents. The abyssal titan that Qin Yu had incarnated had a flash of joy in its eyes. Using the power of the abyss gaze to conceal the great sun's aura was the key to the entire plan. If he failed, there would be no possibility of continuing. Now, it seemed that the result wasn't bad, then let's continue. The abyssal titan looked up at the center of the ancestral land. He could faintly see an incomparably massive group of palaces there. The old turtle was there. Rumble rumble, the abyssal titan stepped forward. The earth shook as he tore through the air, advancing at an astonishing speed. Soon, the group of palaces appeared in front of him. How to describe its scale? With Qin Yu's current state, the size of this group of palaces was just right. It was like an ordinary human standing outside an ordinary palace. There were people outside the palace. To be more precise, there were 2 golden armored guards. As Qin Yu stopped, they opened their eyes. Golden light surged within them, shining with endless majesty. It made one instinctively feel awe. How dare you? Who dares to trespass into the residence of a saint? Amidst the explosive roar, the wind and clouds surged in the sky above. Endless lightning exploded at the same time, raging lightning swept out. It was brilliant, like the might of the heavens and earth. But this scene only lasted for a short period of time. The thunder in the skies rapidly dissipated and everything returned to tranquility. The 2 golden armored guards bowed, as if they were listening to orders. After several breaths of time, their golden eyes fell onto Qin Yu. The sage invites you in. You may enter. The abyssal titan frowned slightly, and then it calmed down. It didn't hesitate in the slightest to step into it. Countless paintings were engraved on the walls of the incomparably magnificent palace. There were paintings of chaos before the abyss was formed, of all kinds of terrifying creatures wreaking havoc when the abyss was formed, and there were also paintings of terrifying pillars of lightning destroying everything. On one of the scrolls, Qin Yu saw a black divine mountain. The surface of this mountain was covered with countless demonic runes. At the peak of the mountain, there was a mysterious existence sitting upright. Below him were countless abyssal creatures that prostrated themselves on the ground in worship. Among them, Qin Yu saw an abyssal demon dragon, an abyssal titan, and all sorts of other powerful creatures that had long since gone extinct. His footsteps paused for a moment. His eyes focused on the peak of the mountain, on that mysterious existence. Space twisted around it, making it impossible to see it clearly. But when his eyes fell on it, he faintly felt as if he were being watched, as if that mysterious existence was observing him. His heart chilled. A chill rose from the depths of his heart, extending upwards, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy lake. A long time ago, when I first appeared in the world, the spirits of the abyssal were summoned and came to worship me. They were bestowed titles by my will. A calm voice suddenly echoed out in the hall. Then, in front of Qin Yu, space and time seemed to stretch without end. It made one feel as if they had fallen into the abyss, the weightlessness striking at their minds. Luckily, this feeling only lasted for a moment. Then, Qin Yu discovered that he had appeared in a painting from a long time ago. In front of him was a black divine mountain that broke through the ground and soared into the heavens. Countless demonic runes covered its surface and light surged endlessly, releasing an endless majesty. Beneath the divine mountain were countless abyssal creatures. There were 100,000-foot-high abyssal demon dragons, abyssal titans that supported the heavens, demon birds that blotted out the skies with their wings. Although they were of different races, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all incomparably powerful. Qin Yu stiffened. As he felt the aura of these abyssal creatures, fear rose in his heart and his mind nearly collapsed. Even so, all of his attention was instinctively drawn to the mysterious existence at the summit, even though there were no fluctuations of aura around him. It was like wherever he arrived, no matter when or where he was, it would automatically become the center of the world. At this time, the mysterious existence at the summit suddenly looked up at Qin Yu. He frowned and then waved his hand. A formidable repulsive strength instantly erupted, pushing Qin Yu out from this sealed spacetime. Deng deng deng, the abyssal titan was forced backwards. His eyes widened and he gasped for breath, sweat dripping down his forehead. What you saw just now was a moment that I inadvertently recorded. A voice sounded out in the hall once more. Then, the light in front of him gradually brightened and Chinyu saw who was speaking. With just a single glance, Chinyu could determine that what he saw now was the mysterious existence at the summit of the mountain in front of him in the painting. As for appearance or anything else, Chinyu didn't pay attention to it, because that was meaningless. He was him, he was not him. He was omnipresent, there was nothing he wasn't. Old Turtle. This was the existence that Qi spoke of, the existence that had been hidden in the nightmare ancestral land for countless years. He was the abyss, or, to be more precise, he was a part of the abyss. You already know my identity, so why haven't you given up on those illusory thoughts? The old turtle slowly said, his tone calm and without the least bit of emotion. But amidst this calmness, there was an indisputable and valiant will that naturally flowed out. Chinyu's eyes revealed a hint of struggle. He lowered his head, his body shivering. The old turtle frowned, his voice becoming increasingly indifferent. You still think you can get lucky? To stand in front of me is to be enemies with the abyss. And now that you are in the abyss, the only result is destruction. He lifted a hand and spread out his 5 fingers. At this time, each finger was shining. The halo of light wasn't dazzling, but rather gentle. Now, follow my will and become the new Nightmare King. This is your only chance to wash away your sins. I will let bygones be bygones and give you the chance to start anew. Come, accept my grace. You will become the true king of the abyss and obtain the approval of my will, eternal life. The abyssal titan's body shivered even more violently. A low and deep voice came out from his mouth. Eternal life, just like those chess pieces of yours that are constantly awakening in the cycle of samsara. Even if I wanted to die, I wouldn't be able to do so. Ha ha ha, I really don't want such an eternal life. He looked up, revealing pitch-black eyes. This darkness was pure to the extreme, able to cover up all. Thus, the great sun in his eyes erupted with a blinding light. But it didn't spread out at all, instead being hidden in the darkness. The old turtle furrowed his eyebrows even tighter and a trace of restlessness appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, Chinyu gave him an intense feeling of threat, as if there was a blade on his back. Just what was it? It was similar to the aura of the abyss, but it wasn't a strength that originated from the abyss. Have you considered the consequences of refusing me? The old turtle's deep and low voice sounded out in Chinyu's ears, filled with an oppressive aura. Chinyu relaxed a little. He knew that the little blue lamp's plan had succeeded once more. This was because the attitude of the old turtle was the second key turning point in the entire plan. Of course, even if he made a mistake and the old turtle suddenly launched an attack, the little blue lamp had already prepared additional plans to deal with him. But this would disrupt everything that followed and make it nearly impossible to achieve the final goal of the entire plan. Old Turtle, it had to be said that there were only wrong names, but there were no wrong nicknames. This was an ancient existence that possessed an aura that was nearly identical to the will of the abyss. It was filled with a cautious nature. Of course, it had been mentioned countless times before that there was nothing wrong with being cautious no matter the time. But once one crossed a certain boundary, this involved the fact that everything in the world was a single entity with 2 sides. One had to deal with it dialectically. In short, the old turtle's cautiousness allowed Chinyu to continue following the optimal plan. He sneered. Rather than becoming a puppet and being controlled from now on, I might as well die in battle. He paused for a moment. Moreover, I wasn't the only one who wanted to go all out today. Otherwise, how did you think I would have smoothly entered the ancestral land? The old turtle's tone was faint. You also said that they were all controlled by me. Even if they developed thoughts of rebellion, they wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. After a brief pause, he leaned forward. If you don't believe me, then you can try. I am willing to give you a chance to regret your decision. After you see their fates, you will naturally be willing to accept the grace I give you. The Abyss Titan nodded. Good. He lifted a leg and stomped down. The shadow beneath him wildly shook. Chinyu, what are you doing? Qizhen roared out in alarm and anger. This was completely different from their plan. Sure, he appeared in midair. As his eyes fell on the old turtle, he froze and began to shiver uncontrollably. It shouldn't be like this. Damn it, Just what was Qin Yu trying to do? Moreover, he was actually hiding the Abyss Titan bloodline. Just what the hell was this? While he was filled with shock and anger, Qizhen suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this brat had reached an agreement with the old tortoise? Or could it be that he was originally a chess piece set up by the old tortoise to lure them to attack and kill the threat? If this was true, then everything they had done was a joke. But that wasn't right. Qin Yu was clearly different from them. If this really was the old turtle's plan, then it was impossible for there to be no trace of it. Just what was going on? Thoughts flew through Qizhen's mind, tangling together. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. But no matter what the truth was, there was no doubt about one thing. Qin Yu had torn up their previous agreement and things had spiraled out of control. The old turtle narrowed his eyes. He never expected that Qin Yu would have such a reaction. Like this, Qin Yu had actually tossed out Qizhen. Was there a trap here? Or was it that he didn't know what Qizhen's true nature was? To threaten him, it simply didn't exist. Don't worry, you aren't the only one who wants to attack. The Abyss Titan suddenly punched out his fist. Space collapsed inwards. The old turtle's pupils shrank. At this time, he could feel an extremely threatening aura coming from Qin Yu's body. Moreover, with just a single punch, Qin Yu had broken through the ancestral land that he had spent countless years to strengthen. In the next moment, a roaring figure appeared from the shattered space. This person seemed to know what was about to happen. He crazily struggled to escape, but in the end he failed. Dong, with a loud bang, Marquis 15 fell to the ground, smashing open a deep pit in the hall. He stood at the bottom of the pit, his complexion pale. As his eyes swept over the old turtle, they became even uglier. Without giving him a chance to be angered, the Abyss Titan roared out, "I can give you a chance to temporarily escape the old turtle's control. Whether or not you can grasp it will depend on yourselves." He knelt on the ground, raised his fist, and smashed it down. Catcher, catcher, countless cracks appeared and quickly extended outwards. They were densely intertwined like a giant spider web. In just a few breaths' time, the cracks had covered the entire palace. Everything within sight was covered in cracks. The old turtle stuffily coughed, anger and shock in his eyes. At the same time, his fear of Qin Yu rose to the highest point. Qin Yu could actually injure him. Now is the time. The two of you can attack. Of course, you can also choose to attack me, if you think that the existence you call Old Tortoise will forgive you in the end. The Abyss Titan retreated. Marquis 15 clenched his teeth. He glared at Qin Yu with hatred in his eyes and rushed out without hesitation. He was well aware of his status. If he broke into the ancestral land, there was a chance that Qizhen could survive. But there was no way he could survive. Of course, the most important thing was that the feeling Qin Yu gave him right now was far too terrifying. The Abyss Titan was fine. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, he wasn't his match. But the crux of the matter was that with a single punch, Qin Yu had shattered the entire palace and removed the old turtle's suppression. This was simply inconceivable. Qizhen laughed out loud. His eyes became bright as he stared at the old turtle. He said in a dreamy tone, "You can't imagine how long I've been waiting for this day. I didn't expect that it would actually come true. Although you are me and I am you, I still want to say that your face is far too ugly. I have long wanted to ruthlessly punch it." Bang, his feet fell and he shot into the skies, his speed even faster than Marquis 15. As for the result, it would be best if he could kill the old turtle, but the chances of this happening were far, far too low. But even if he couldn't kill him, being killed by him would also be the best. After all, Qizhen had wanted to die for a long time. "It would be best if I killed you, but it wouldn't be bad if you killed me." With this mentality, he didn't feel any pressure at all in this battle. This was Qizhen's truest state of mind. Bang, wild fluctuations of strength erupted in the cracked hall. Qin Yu had already retreated. The two golden-armored guards glared at him. "Insolence, you dare to disrespect a saint." But while they shouted, they didn't have any intention of attacking Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at them. He only glanced at them for a moment before continuing to retreat. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. The little blue lamp was indeed terrifyingly strong, but it wasn't strong enough to directly destroy the old turtle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Looking at it now, the entire hall had been smashed apart. There were countless cracks all over and it looked extremely miserable. But the truth was that as long as the hall didn't collapse, there wouldn't be any damage to its foundation. As long as the little blue lamp's strength was used up, these seemingly miserable cracks would be restored to their original state. Then, the suppression of the old turtle that had been temporarily shielded would reform once more. At that time, Qi would be the first to die. Marquis 15 might be able to last a little longer, but the result wouldn't change. So, while it was possible to use the two of them to delay for time, it was impossible for them to directly kill the old turtle. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. Qin Yu, who had transformed into an abyssal titan, took a deep breath. Loud rumbling sounds filled the air. "Let's begin," he muttered to himself and sat down cross-legged. In the next moment, darkness filled his eyes. Like a black flood, it submerged Qin Yu's figure before completely disappearing from sight. In the cracked hall, the battle had entered a frenzied state from the very start. Qi wanted to kill people and he didn't fear death. Marquis 15 didn't want to die, but he was well aware that only by killing the old turtle would he have a slim chance of survival. Thus, these two fellows that had been forced by Qin Yu to the point of risking their lives against the old turtle were truly going all out. A spear appeared in Marquis 15's hands. As the spear point swayed, it shined with light like a black dragon and released a terrifying aura. Not too far away, Qi also had a pitch-black saber in his hands. It seemed as if it had absorbed a great deal of ink. These two divine weapons each possessed a part of the abyss attribute and could cause damage to the old turtle. Otherwise, even if he stood still and allowed the two of them to crazily attack him, they still wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the old turtle. But being able to cause damage and having already caused damage were two completely different concepts. At the very least, Qi and Marquis 15's attacks were incomparably violent and tyrannical, but they still weren't able to cause any substantial damage to the old turtle. As time slowly passed, Qi and Marquis 15's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety and helplessness. Wanting to kill the old turtle wasn't easy at all. Once he broke through Qin Yu's suppression, neither of them would be able to escape. Qi was fine. If he could die here and completely dissipate, he would no longer have to suffer the pain of samsara. But Marquis 15 didn't want to die. "Qin Yu, no matter what you want to do, you had best hurry up. We won't be able to last much longer." No one was a fool. The reason Qin Yu pulled the two of them into the ancestral land wasn't because he wanted to watch them die in front of his eyes. Thinking like this wasn't wrong, but there were always accidents. For instance, Qin Yu really was waiting for them to die. The deaths of Qi and Marquis 15 would be the turning point for the next step. Chapter 1146. The old turtle was naturally cautious. Well, to put it more bluntly, he was afraid of death. This wasn't a flaw at all. After all life forms in the world, as long as they had their own independent consciousness, they would instinctively feel awe and fear towards death. But in fact, there were different levels of fear. If one had to give the old turtle a label, then it would be that he feared death at the peak. As long as he could live, he was willing to do anything. For instance, sealing himself in this small world called the Nightmare Ancestral Land. The endless years had washed over him, producing loneliness and loneliness. The constant accumulation of loneliness was enough to collapse a person's mind. But the old turtle was an exception. Not only did he not show any signs of his mind collapsing, but he instead feared death even more. This was why he divided into several shadows to control the Nightmare tribe, constantly providing him with the source strength he needed to continue living. The reason he said so much was to make one point clear, just how much the old turtle feared death. In order to continue living, he was willing to do anything. And this point was also an incomparably important point in the little blue lamp's plan. Of course, this was all for later and could be set aside for the time being. In the cracked hall, the old turtle withstood the crazy attacks of Qi and Marquis 1000 June. Although he was as steady as a mountain, he was still worried in his heart. Qin Yu's appearance was indeed a variable that surpassed his control. After sensing his existence, The old turtle was instantly vigilant. So, after the Heaven's Choice altar descended, he added fuel to the fire and made Chinyu the target of everyone, trying to kill him with a borrowed knife. Unfortunately, those bastards from the Nightmare tribe were far too useless. The arrival of King Xuanzi and Elder Mysterious Spell caused the old turtle to see hope once more. Thus, he acquiesced in their arrival. Otherwise, the Heaven's Choice altar was a part of the ancestral land and also the strongest defensive system of his turtle shell. How could he tolerate true kings breaking in? But the result was like this. Chinyu was alive and well. He entered the ancestral land, and then a series of changes occurred. The old turtle began to regret not destroying Chinyu as soon as he entered the ancestral land. Now, he felt as if he had fallen into Chinyu's rhythm. A foreboding feeling lingered in his mind. No, he had to make a change. He couldn't allow himself to be schemed against by Chinyu. These two little things in front of him had to be killed immediately. After all, Marquis Chen carried out the will of the abyss, so it was only right to destroy him. But Qi his shadow actually wanted to kill him instead. It was simply unforgivable. Didn't you want to die? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish today. Outside the majestic palace, in the endless darkness, the abyssal titan opened its eyes. Hidden in the depths of its inky black eyes was a great sun that shone brilliantly. Through the little blue lamp, Chinyu could clearly feel the change in the old turtle's aura. He was going to deal a heavy blow. Even though Qi Zhen and Marquis Chen Zhen were very powerful, facing the enraged old turtle, the only outcome was death. Like Blue Sea and Shimo, they were also part of the plan. They were fated to be sacrificed, only, they were slightly stronger. Ah! It was Marquis Chen Zhen's voice, filled with fear and despair, but he was powerless to change his fate. Save me, please save me, he crazily roared, his face full of pleading. But he didn't obtain the slightest response. Many, many years ago, a shadow of the will of the abyss developed a thought that it shouldn't have. It didn't want to follow the decision of its main body and dissipate itself. Thus, the powerful nightmare race was born in the abyss. They were born with incomparably powerful supernatural abilities that restrained the various races of the abyss. These supernatural abilities were passed down to this day. As the shadow of the abyss lived longer and longer, it became more and more afraid of death, so, it was willing to endure loneliness and solitude. It did everything it could to continue living. And this was something that the will of the abyss would never allow. Thus, Marquis Chen Zhen appeared to find a chance to destroy the shadow. The shadow was very careful. Marquis Chen Zhen couldn't find a chance and he wasn't willing to take risks. Thus, the stalemate continued until today. Then, Chinyu appeared. Marquis Chen Zhen cooperated with Qi Zhen and was finally forcefully pulled into the ancestral land. In his despair, Marquis Chen Zhen tried to seek help from the will of the abyss. In truth, he didn't understand that he was only a shadow. The will of the abyss didn't allow it to continue existing, but it also wouldn't pay too much attention to it. As for him, he was nothing more than a casual chess piece. In the endless abyss, he was nothing more than a drop of water in an endless ocean. To summon the will of the abyss and rescue him from this hopeless situation, the chances of this happening were basically negligible. Bang! After a loud explosion, Marquis Chen Zhen's aura rapidly vanished from sight. Qi Zhen was deathly pale. But, he revealed an excited expression. He loudly roared, "Come, hurry up and attack. I have been waiting for this day for countless years." A complex look appeared in the old turtle's eyes. Perhaps he was thinking, I was such a shadow that feared death, and yet the little shadow I split off would have such a personality. It's simply inconceivable. But no matter how complex his emotions were, the old turtle didn't hesitate at all. He lifted his hand and slapped out. Pa! The crisp sound was like the final syllable of a bubble that had been inflated up high. Qi Zhen was like this bubble. His entire body shattered into countless pieces and he rapidly vanished from sight. In the darkness, the great sun hidden deep within his eyes suddenly shook. The abyssal titan roared out loud and grasped forwards. Bang! Countless wisps of aura howled through the cracks in the hall. The reason he destroyed the hall was to break the suppression of the old turtle so that Qi Zhan and Marquis Chen Jun could fight and give Qi New time to prepare. But more importantly, the current scene had caused the old turtle to be unable to completely seal them in. After the two people died, their auras began to disperse. The old turtle was the shadow of the abyss and Qi Zhan was the shadow of the old turtle. Although their relationship was complicated, there was one thing that was clear: Qi Zhan's aura came from the same source as the abyss. It was because of this that he was able to do all sorts of inconceivable things in the outside world. As for Marquis Chen Jun, he was a chess piece of the abyss. Although this chess piece wasn't very successful and it was likely that he had already been forgotten, the essence of his identity wouldn't change. As a chess piece of the abyss, he certainly had the aura of the abyss. There wasn't much of the aura of the abyss on their bodies, and a portion of it had been intercepted by their old turtle. But if they were gathered together, they could just barely be used. And this was the turning point that Qin Yu had been waiting for. He wanted to use the aura of the abyss to forcefully break open the thick shell of their old turtle and pull in two powerful helpers to complete the climax of his plan. Without a doubt, Elder Arcane Mind, who had delivered himself to his doorstep, was one of the helpers. As for the other, if King Xuanzi knew that he would encounter today's events, he would likely regret his initial curiosity. This was because curiosity could sometimes kill a cat, but it could also kill an incomparably powerful true king. The vortex in the skies of the abyss still existed. Some time had already passed since the Heaven's Choice stage had entered. According to past records, the channel could open at any time and the only person to walk out would be the new Nightmare King. Elder Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi stood on one side. The ancient King Patriarch, the old King Patriarch, and the new Hong Chang stood on the other side. Even further away were the black and white-haired man, Yun Wuya, the seven-kill Patriarch, and the other demon guards who had been expelled. At this time, all of their eyes were focused on the vortex, their expressions dignified. But this dignified look had different meanings. What Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi were worried about was whether or not they could obtain the things within the Nightmare Ancestral Land. The ancient king, the old king, and the new faction all wanted to know whether or not they could obtain the secrets of the Ancestral Land this time. As for who the new Nightmare King was, that didn't seem important at all. As for the remaining people, perhaps the black and white-haired man knew some inside information. As for the others, what they cared about was who the new Nightmare King would be. There was a deathly silence in the air. All of a sudden, the vortex in the sky began to spin. From stillness to rotation, this change didn't pause at all. It was so sudden that everyone's eyes widened. Their breathing quickened. The vortex spun. Just who was it that had become the new Nightmare King? At this time, Elder Arcane Mind frowned. The abyssal demon dragon race was known as the beloved children of the abyss, and they had obtained a high degree of recognition from the will. Faintly, they had an extremely keen sense for threats. For example, as the vortex in the sky spun, he sensed a sudden threat coming at him. Beside him, King Xuanzi's face also revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't feel it as clearly as Arcane Mind, but he also felt uneasy. Could it be that a new change had occurred in the Nightmare Ancestral Land? Without giving the two true kings any more time to think, the passage within the vortex appeared again, and the path to the Ancestral Land opened. Everyone's eyes subconsciously widened, but what happened next was beyond their imagination. The passageway opened, but no one walked out. Instead, an incomparably powerful pulling force suddenly erupted from within. The target of this pulling force was obvious: Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi, the ancient King clan leader, the old King clan leader, and the new faction's Hong Chang. The three nameless true kings' expressions changed slightly, and they immediately retreated. Looking at the passage within the vortex, a thought involuntarily popped up in their minds: the one hidden in the Ancestral Land had finally begun to retaliate against the arrival of Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi. And this was exactly what they had hoped for. Perhaps through what happened next, they could confirm the true secrets of the Ancestral Land. They wanted to know just what the Ancestral Land was. What was the relationship between the existence of the Nightmare Clan and the Ancestral Land? Bang! Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi's auras erupted at the same time. The two abyssal true kings furrowed their eyebrows, a dignified look in their eyes. The Nightmare Ancestral Land had attacked them. It was inevitable that they would be shocked and angry, but in the hearts of the two true kings, they didn't panic too much. The pulling force from the vortex was indeed tyrannical, but to a true king-level existence, it wasn't impossible to resist. With just this, it wanted to pull the two of them into the ancestral land. Humph humph, how laughable. Moreover, through this matter, it seemed that the true situation of the nightmare ancestral land had been exposed. If it only possessed this degree of strength, then taking advantage of the situation to slaughter its way into the ancestral land wasn't a bad choice. The only thing they feared was that this was a deliberate bait. Elder Arcane Mind glanced at King Schwanzer. His lips moved, and just as he was about to say something, his complexion changed. Chi knew. With a loud roar, terrifying fluctuations of demonic energy erupted from his body. In the billowing waves of black demonic energy, Elder Arcane Mind revealed his true form as an abyssal demon dragon. He directly rushed into the passage in the vortex, and then, beneath the widened eyes of countless people, he forcefully squeezed his way in and vanished without a trace.